essence. The sound essence within her responded to her thought. Interestingly, she felt it in herself and the body on the table. They were truly linked. The sound rose through her body, coiled, and she released it like mud through her fingertips. It cascaded, bounced, and she gripped it again. Light, resisting her grip, it was not something that should stop, and she released it again. Let it bounce, didn't control it, but observed. She forgot the stethoscope as she saw inside through the echoes of sound, and something was off. She pressed her finger above her jugular, where a tinny echo rebounded. Something pricked her fingertip like a splinter of black glass, no bigger than a grain of rice. As she poked it, a sickly, cloying feeling washed up her fingertip as though an unwanted hug enveloped her. The Black Star System. She pulled her finger away as joy flickered through her. The joy of discovery. The joy of doing what she trained to do. The joy of using new tools. She glanced up at Moth. The joy of reunion. "I found a corrupted node," she said. "You're amazing," she said. "But there will be more." Moth marked it with a circle. The smell of marker filled her nostrils, astringent and real, as Zoe found 2 more splinters, one between the knuckles of her left hand and another lodged between her breast and her heart. The last one was deep but large, the point almost visible like a goosebump on her skin. She estimated the first 2 were each between a grain of rice and a pea in size, but the one above her heart felt like a playing card. The edges were sharp, and they sliced apart the sound essence into a confusing tizzy of half-echoes and false notes that made her nauseous. If she wasn't careful when removing this piece, it might slip and slice through her body, severing the connections between her flesh and her essence. But being careful in surgery was a redundant statement. "Nurse," she said with a smile behind her mask, "pass me a scalpel." Before you cut, Moth picked out a stainless steel blade from among many. "I have something to share." "Oh? What?" Moth held out the blade, handle first. "A new technique." Chapter 72. Learning New Things. Anton hopped from mirrodile to mirrodile. The movements only required a slight flex. There were so many corpses, he didn't need to leap far. The soft slap of shoes on mirrored scales echoed off the rocky walls. His silvery eyes waited up ahead, where the tunnel opened onto the flooded town. 2 eyes floated far behind him, scanning for anyone sneaking up. But so far, there was nothing. It stung to be sent away. Maybe Oriz would have done nothing if he resisted her, but he knew he couldn't resist her. She controlled her presence, her essence, but whenever she looked at him, he felt it brush across his skin like grass through a cheap shirt. The memory flashed through him, the lightning strike memory, of how she decimated the mass of Z flesh. He leaped up and grabbed the rock, fingers finding holds on instinct, and he crawled along the tunnel until he reached the open mouth. With a quick, core-powered movement, he flipped himself up over the lip until he sat on the little ledge overhanging the tunnel mouth. His eyes floated out to survey the town. The buildings seemed much the same. Mirror-tiled rooftops coming to a slender point like soft-serve ice cream. Each point stuck up in a static orbit around the wooded island. Maybe the buildings couldn't change? He figured a dungeon was like a cross between a procedurally generated video game and a recurring dream, or nightmare. Things repeated, familiar, but different. The same object, but the shadow changed. The last thought disturbed him, so he pulled it from where he had it tucked under his shirt. He had noticed that system-generated items had a way of concealing themselves once they were on your person. Bella never complained about having to carry the sword around, though it should have been an awkward adjustment. Was this another thing they were supposed to ignore? He turned the brittle yellow pages with care. Scrawling burgundy ink shifted until it reached his eyes in an approximation of English. His insight made up the difference, roping in meaning that might otherwise have eluded him. He found the place he had been reading from and continued. Not the skin or tangled muscle knotted around fragments of bone, but the faith, burning the engine driving the mortal arrow into the threaded thickening of mutual extermination. This faith lies at the bottom and the top of every mountain and every valley. Walk in the light or the shadow, but know that there is one measure, and manage the grim, flickering fire of the fuel. Faith is the root and the sickness. He blinked as the nebulous words settled into his mind. It was confusing, but he was approaching the gist of things. A notification buzzed. Spell comprehension, 17%. The book rested in his lap as his eyes skimmed above the tranquil water. His silvery technique reached the edge of its range, around 100 feet from him, and gazed at the town and island. It seemed much the same. Corpses floated beneath the surface, the same as before, and he refrained from staring beneath the water with his eyes in case he awoke them, like Zoe did last time. He tried to continue reading, but not even his manic curiosity was enough to distract him. Zoe lay dying? Transmuting? He wasn't sure, but he felt useless, though not like he had been trying to be useful. Before the mirror essence could direct his thoughts into an inner spiral, he plucked at the sky within him and scattered his thoughts wide. Attachment was a tool. Zoe and Bella were useful and kind enough, but he had to protect himself. What could he do to help besides scout ahead? He leaped down onto a floating mirror dial. The corpses were further apart now, and he had to be careful when leaping, but he made his way toward a house, leaped onto the gutter, and climbed up the spire. It was effortless to balance upon the tip with one foot. He took a small joy in knowing he was more flexible, more coordinated than any human in history. Well, until a week ago. There must be other monsters like Zoe out there in the world, with opportunities that shaped them into high-leveled beings, just like in the gambler's show. Some of them must have chosen dexterity instead of might. The mirror-clad yacht slid into view. It must have been on the other side of the island. The slice of glass sails reflected the false sun in squares of brilliant glare. His eyes moved closer, but kept their distance, and surveyed the elegant craft as it cut its way through the water. There was no hole. Where before the yacht sailed upon a draining abyss, the same hole that Zoe fell through into the Black Star dimension, now the yacht cruised through the tranquil water. A reflection sailed beside it, mirror upon water, and water reflected within mirror, an infinite chain of yachts and subtle waves weaving between the buildings. This was a change, but Anton wasn't sure what it meant. The ship sailed toward one of his eyes. He didn't want to get too close, but he had to know more. It seemed Zazatha wasn't upon the deck, and the yacht eerily moved without a crew, like some kind of ghost ship. The water ahead of the prow exploded. Jaws twisted up and snapped around his floating eye, canceling it instantly. Anton reeled, wobbling atop his perch as the feedback snarled his mind. He still had 8 other eyes floating, and they saw what happened. The yacht was not a yacht, but the fin of a great beast. Armored scales like car doors plated the bullet-shaped head. A bulging, bloodshot eye the size of a motorbike twisted and scanned the buildings with cruel glee. Anton ducked behind the roof to hide. He canceled his technique, held his breath as the lack of awareness rushed in on him, darkness like a shallow grave, and he held his essence close lest the beast sense him. With a great splashing of water that sent waves rocking around the submerged houses, the beast lowered its head. Anton continued holding his breath until his lungs ached. He took careful breaths, taking his time to refill his lungs, until he saw the yacht sail around a house and continue its circuitous loop. He had to get back and warn the others about the boss. Had Ores not noticed this? Or did she not consider it important? He prepared himself to leap back across the floating mirror dial corpses and return to the tunnel when something didn't catch his eye. He frowned and summoned his technique once more. 9 silver eyes drifted about him, scanning outward with overlapping lines of sight, looking for whatever it was he didn't see. Wrong way of thinking about it. His dandelion gaze didn't see exactly, but translated the fields of essence into vision for his brain. What they didn't notice, was a small patch of essence somewhere amongst the houses. It was as though reality was telling him it was normal. He frowned as his eyes circled toward where he sensed the abnormality. He wouldn't let the world gaslight him. Movement in a window caught the attention of one of his eyes, and the others zeroed in like a swarm of drones. There was a figure. Silhouette. Gone. He couldn't reach the house himself without touching the water, but his eyes floated through the open window. When scouting like this, intruding, sneaking, his technique felt like a true extension of himself. The room was an attic of mold and dust, and decrepit, waterlogged wood barely holding itself together. It reminded him of the corpse he pulled out of a sunken car one time. Nobody remembered the man's name, some embezzling accountant for someone who didn't matter but knew people who did. But his face had been intact, in a clay floating on oil kind of way. The second they dumped the body out, it sloshed like paint from a can. Ruined a pair of sneakers. Sky scattered his spiraling thoughts. Curiosity was a double-edged blade, and he carefully aimed it out at the world, surveying the attic. There was a square hole in the floor, a trapdoor leading to a dark, submerged hallway. Blood swirled around the submerged attic floor. Little footprints, claw prints, marked the wood upon the walls and ceiling. An eye gazed up. A gray-skinned gremlin hissed and fell. Sharp teeth sank into his silver orb, and Anton shrieked with blind pain. His mouth filled with black gunk. Tears wept like oily maggots from his eyes. He felt his technique shudder, the magical organ inside his head recoiling as an outside force, not essence, intruded. He canceled the technique, but not before he saw a pair of glowing eyes drift up from the submerged trapdoor. A knowing smile, seductive in all its horror. Cassie, beckoning, like an underworld prostitute. Lack of vision caved in his world as the technique ended and Anton gasped. Spat out the foul taste, not caring about touching the water, and ran. He leaped from the house to Mirodile, and his foot splashed the water. The yacht veered toward him, and he kept going, faster, sloppy, fear driving him back toward the tunnel with its shallow water and low roof. The yacht sped toward him, and the waves burst toward him as the great monster reared its abyssal head. A roar like a nuclear bomb rocked his ears. He stumbled, fell, and splashed a dozen feet from the tunnel. Never much of a swimmer, he kicked and paddled toward the tunnel. If he could just get closer, he had to get back to the others. No thought but return. He kicked his way into the tunnel, kept going, and didn't turn until he was sure the beast had no way of getting to him. The monster floated in place, 100 feet from the tunnel entrance. It smiled with teeth taller than him. Sickness rose, the shame of prey. The beast never tried to catch him. His heart pounded, and the creature's nostrils flared as it savored his terror. Anton let himself pee in the water, a faltering stream into the river's flow, as he turned and continued swimming. Soon he would be able to think enough to climb out and hop from mirror dial to mirror dial. But for now, he just needed to move. He had to get away from the beast. He had to get back to his friends. ###. A new technique. Zoe took the scalpel from Moth and felt the weight become real upon her palm. She flushed steel through her skin. The connection between flesh and tool was absolute, like another finger in her hand. She smiled. Was this a direction to take the metal she had hoarded so far? After all, the scalpel as a symbol of incorruptible strength was her initial reason for choosing metal on the plane so long ago. She let her smile play across her scarred lips as she acknowledged Moth's statement. "You've already taught me one technique. What would you teach me now?" Moth stepped closer. Close enough Zoe smelt her breath leaking behind her mask like a trace of bitterness, and placed a warm hand upon Zoe's chest. Palm over Zoe's beating heart, fingers light upon her flesh. "It is not a technique I know, not something I can do, not in this form. But I can guide you into it, and it will... No, I feel like I am imposing on you." Zoe pressed her hand over Moth's. "Please, I owe you so much. You can ask." "This technique is surgical. It would mean that instead of simply slicing the irradiated spot from your essence, you would carve gaps." Zoe frowned. "No offense, but that sounds more like butchery than surgery." Moth nodded. "Initially, yes, it is an amputation. But the surgery comes afterward, when you re-stitch new essence into the holes." "New essence?" Zoe's eyes widened as she understood. Moth clapped her hands excitedly. "Exactly! You'll need a donor, and since I'm here, well, it will let us be together again." Zoe reeled. She never expected such an opportunity to come after that cold night in the cold stone tower, but now she had the chance. How could she refuse? Chapter 73. Mind's Eye Incision. The creature inside Moth struggled to contain its excitement. Everyone found their own way into the mortal realm, but it had never heard of such a ready invitation. That a human would willingly graft themselves to a parasite was too good to be true. Its natural inclination toward joy, combined with Moth's shining naivety, to create a feeling of bright construction in its chest. It wanted to roll on the floor of the dreamlike surgery, knocking over misty tables amidst fits of laughter. But it restrained itself to a single smile as it described the technique to Zoe. Everything was perfect. "I can teach the technique, but I cannot perform it." This was true. As a creature of the void, Crimson Armada techniques were anathema to its form. Your dreams, your mind, constructed the scalpel you hold in your hand. To slice into your essence and remove the irradiated areas, you will need to empower the blade to affect essence. Your history as a surgeon and your affinity with metal will make this task easier. This is what you are in here to do, but it is only the first step of the technique I will teach you." Zoe examined the scalpel. "It feels real already, but what is the technique?" "Right now you cannot cut, only part the essence like water. It will flow back into its original shape. This suffices to remove the splinters, but their taint will remain and effect healing. The grafting process will completely rid you of taint." She paused to discreetly swallow a worm. "Your metal essence can make the blade of dreams real, just as the blade of dreams can give your essence form and function. By combining the two in a cyclical feedback loop, you will cut and truly sever the spiritual flesh. This provides the opportunity for a new attachment." Zoe frowned. "You keep saying attached, grafting, but a scalpel alone cannot do these things." The creature gestured with Moth's hand at tables lining the back wall. They carried the ghostly visions of the tools Zoe required, or believed she required, for this technique was as much a manifestation of her knowledge as it was an activation of her essence. Once again, the creature thanked Oriz for sending Zoe into this state with so little knowledge of the outside world. The untended lamb is a wonderful prize. "Start with the scalpel," the creature said with Moth's tongue and teeth and lips. "From there, you can visualize the other tools, the operating table, and even the specific conditions once you progress the technique far enough. But for now, let your metal essence flow into the scalpel, and let the scalpel slice through the essence. Zoe nodded. She held the scalpel at arm's length and frowned with deep concentration. She looked so serious, the creature couldn't stop a giggling worm from slipping between its lips. It chomped, but a piece fell out of its mask and onto the ethereal floor. It wriggled. A piece the size of a pinky finger's tip, fat and bruised purple. Panic washed over the creature as it floated inside Moth's dream flesh. It placed a foot over the worm piece and smeared it into the misty floor. But Zoe was too busy concentrating to notice. Another relieved giggle slipped out. Zoe sighed and set the scalpel down on the table. She stared into Moth's eyes, squinting and tense with some burdensome knowledge of the flesh, before relaxing. "You lied to me," she said. The creature tensed, ready to lunge for the scalpel. If Zoe wouldn't cut it a saddle, then it would carve out a cockpit in her brain. "What do you mean?" it said with Moth's voice. "You're not Moth." She never spoke with such detail about essence or techniques. She didn't know anything about anything. Zoe's voice choked off for a second. She looked away. The creature saw its chance to reach for the scalpel, but instinct kept it still. "You're right," said the creature. "I'm not Moth, but I'm here to help." Zoe wiped her eyes. "Are you my subconscious?" The creature nodded. "Sure, why not? It would be anything Zoe wanted as long as it got what it wanted." "That's right," it said with Moth's insipid voice. "I'm taking this form because it's so emotionally charged, but I'm only teaching you what you already know. After all, you're a surgeon." Zoe relaxed. "You're right," she said. "Now, help me perfect the technique." The creature smiled. "Of course." ###. Zoe held back her revulsion as Moth's voice filled her ears with instructions on stance, posture, breathing, and essence manipulation. It felt like listening to an encyclopedic audiobook, but the knowledge felt second nature. She pulled metal into her flesh with ease, and now that she realized the blade was only her idea of one, she found she could push the essence into her thoughts and make the scalpel real. The blade didn't change its appearance much. Simple steel reflected a glint of directionless light. The weight, the gravity, changed. It felt solid in her hand, something she could hang from off the edge of a cliff, something rooted into the earth, into reality, something as real as, if not more so, than her. But it wasn't ready. It wasn't alive. Not yet. Zoe smiled as she pooled her essence into the blade before, with an alteration of her breathing, she cycled her essence from her heart into the tip and back. The cycle quickened, and the blade quivered and flickered on the edge between real and more. The name of the technique rose to her lips. Mind's eye incision. The metal pulsed once, stilled, and sharpened. It was the ideal scalpel. Longer than normal, she felt the ridiculously keen blade as she waved it through the air. A blade designed to cut thoughts and essence, but leave reality intact. "Well done," Moth's voice came to her. "Now you can perform the surgery. I will be close by, ready for you to extract the grafting samples." Zoe stared at the creature puppeteering Moth. How could it talk so crudely, so simply, about cutting up bodies that looked exactly like Zoe's and mixing up the parts? Well, she supposed she understood the how, and even the why. What perplexed her was why it thought it would work against her. She was grateful for the surgical mask, since it hid her disdain, her boiling fury at the sight of what happened to Moth's soul. to her sister's soul. It hadn't been obvious straight away, and Zoe let her emotions distract her from the truth. She wanted it to be true, hoped for a miracle. But when the creature started talking about techniques, she had grown suspicious. Something wasn't right, and so she flexed a technique of her own. The sphere of skein had pulsed into Moth's body and passed through the heart. Moth would not have resisted the technique. With grief, with rage, Zoe realized some kind of parasite animated Moth's ghost, and her technique marked it as an enemy. For the first time in a long time, she was grateful for the technique developed by mistake, and it seemed to have led her to another one. The scalpel felt realer than real, and the knowledge of its uses came with the name like an instruction manual. "Thank you for teaching me," she said. "Of course," said Moth, "but we must hurry before—" A giant hand descended from the sky. Blunt fingers like tree trunks crashed down around the operating table, knocking over tables and sending tools clattering across the floor. "Your master doesn't trust you," the creature said. "She's trying to pull you out before you can complete the surgery. You'll die if you leave." Hash, hash, hash. Oriz gripped Zoe's temples in her hands. "She's resisting me. I don't know what's going on in there." "You have to help her!" Bella crowded Oriz, rocking the boat, as the sword pulsed with uncomfortable heat where it sat on the other end of the vessel. "I'm trying," Oriz said at the edge of her patience. Dripping footfalls sounded down the tunnel. Anton returned. Had he seen the beast attached to the yacht? Oriz couldn't spare him any thought as Zoe twitched under her fingers. "Come on," Oriz hissed. "Hurry and let me help you." Hash, hash, hash. Zoe nodded as she stepped aside from Oriz's giant thumb, subconsciously moving her feet into the grasping vine as she worked closer to Moth's body. Most of what the parasite said was probably true, but she felt light, uncaring. With the scalpel in her hand, it reminded her of the time she walked down the corridor toward Ben's office. All she wanted at that moment was to slice his throat from ear to ear. She extended her hand in a grasping vine strike, and the blade fit into the movement like a missing puzzle piece. She sliced through the nurse scrubs and into Moth's chest. In a second, skin and muscle cleaved. She pressed against the bone, her monstrous strength channeled through the surgical tool until the blade sank through the ribs and hovered above the heart. Blood spilled and wafted away. Droplets became burgundy smoke, and then nothing before they touched the floor. Moth's body collapsed to its knees as it grabbed at Zoe's hand. It hissed, and Zoe tore away the surgical mask. Purple ichor stained Moth's mouth. Fat worms poked their heads through holes in the rotting flesh surrounding her lips. She hissed again, and the worms echoed the hiss with their half-chewed throats. Zoe ignored the clawing hands and reached into the incision in Moth's chest. She focused on the technique, on the reality of essence, and conjured a silvery pair of forceps. She pinched the fibrous creature wrapped around Moth's heart and pulled. There was no resistance as she unearthed the hideous, gunk-dripping root system. It leaked motor oil and pus as it limply twitched. Oriz's finger came down from the sky, and Zoe tossed the roots onto the ground. Oriz's fingertips smushed it into blackened paste before pulling away as though stung and vanishing into the foggy sky. The ceiling remained torn, drifting after the passage of the giant hand. Silence filled the room, and Zoe dropped to her knees beside Moth's corpse. Blood still flowed from the wound. Moth's eyelids flickered. She was awake. Not just a corpse, but a living puppet. "You freed me." No, 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 no. Zoe placed her hands on the wound. She pushed it closed, summoned staples with her technique, and pressed them into Moth's flesh. The wound closed, Moth's essence pressed together like slices of bread. Together, but not healing. No, Moth. You'll live this time. You'll live. Moth squeezed her hand. The room is fading. Zoe looked about. The misty world of dreams, of thought, was ragged at the edges, falling apart after Oriza's intrusion. I won't let you die, Moth. Moth only smiled. Zoe knew what Moth wanted, but she refused. Through our hearts toll as one, she grasped Moth's heart and kept the pulse steady. She poured skein in as it dropped. Not this time. She turned to the body on the table, her scalpel raised high, and a mania rose inside her. This was fine. She was not a monster. She was not Dr. Frankenstein. She was Dr. Zoe Chambers. This was fine. She sliced into her body, the blade skimming around her knuckles as she gouged out a section of flesh the size of a strawberry. She felt the taint in the essence surrounding the splinter, and she carved it free with precision. Blood pooled, but she had no time. She quickly sliced around the jugular, using care not to prick the artery, peeling the skin back with forceps, barely removing any flesh at all as she removed the splinter located there. More blood flowed, but she moved on and placed the blade over the heart. The scalpel flickered as the essence flow within her staggered. All these incisions affected her ability to channel essence. The cons of operating on yourself. She gritted her teeth, mental and physical, and continued. The blade sliced into the flesh, an eerie echo of her earlier attack on the parasite. Metal blade brushed against the card-sized splinter, and Zoe carved around it until she had a chunk of flesh larger than a smartphone. With quick fingers, she pulled it free and placed it on the operating table. A chunk of red translucence, both flesh and essence at the same time. Staggering now, panting now, Zoe turned to Moth. The technique will work. She extended her hand to help Moth off the ground. I can graft you into my essence. Please, let me save us both. Chapter 74. Dark Fate. The surgery dissipated like smoke from a falling cigarette. What had been insubstantial became simply light. Illusions stretched across space. Zoe gripped the crumbling reality with her willpower, urged it to remain. It continued to slip, to fade, like smoke through her fingertips. Please, Moth, Zoe begged. Let me do this. Moth, covered in her own blood, smiled weakly up at Zoe. All right. Moth was light in Zoe's arms, like lifting a child. And she placed her on the operating table, readied the scalpel, blade slipping between real and dreams, and tried to steady her hand. Failed. Breathed. Steady. This will probably hurt, Zoe said. I don't know enough yet to make it not hurt, Moth gripped Zoe's hand with weak, blood-slicked fingers. That same smile, like all the world was candy. It already hurts. Her body softened, fading, dream becoming nothing. Save my life, Zoe. Zoe locked down a sob as the pressure overtook her. This was what she wanted. This was what she trained to do. The blade extended her will, and she sliced. She undid the scalpels on Moth's wound, ignoring the winces and moving with as much speed and grace as her limited dexterity allowed. If she had these capabilities before the apocalypse, she would have been the greatest surgeon in the world. But now she was aware of the brick wall her lowered attributes represented. With care, she reopened the wound and removed Moth's beating heart. A thing of perfect mirror that cracked and healed as it pulsed blood through her dreaming veins. With one hand she held the heart, and with the other, she sliced down into the body of her essence. The cut flesh that once contained the card-sized splinter opened wider. It parted, and she placed Moth's heart inside. This was not true surgery. This was like cutting pieces of a jigsaw and hoping they would fit. Mind's eye incision. She summoned a needle and thread that glinted like steel in the dream's fading light. Moth's body fell apart as Zoe sewed. Essence coiled, burgundy, mirror, becoming coiling wisps. The last thing to fade was Moth's smile. But her heart beat on. Zoe hung her head with exhaustion. Sweat dripped from her body. Her breathing came ragged. The second pulse sped the flow of essence and exacerbated the pain of the incisions. While the thread still held, she sewed up the remaining incisions upon her hand and neck. The surgery faded as she finished, and she floated in absolute light with the representation of her essence. Mutilated, a body with a heart stitched between its breasts, stitched scars on the knuckles and throat. Pain radiated out, and Zoe felt a lump in her throat. Had any of that been useful? The heart lived, but a cool and soothing hand slipped into hers. She looked down, but there was nothing there, merely the ghost, a memory, like running her hand across a mirror in the morning. Moth's mirrored heart pulsed, and the pain faded. Her essence body loosened, related, and drifted toward Zoe. With each pulse, the heart sank into the chest, a fraction at a time. But her essence was not rejecting the transplant. Moth would live. It had been a toss-up to cut out her heart. Zoe blocked thinking about the tactile sensation of reaching inside Moth's chest. But if Moth's true nature wasn't hidden in her heart, well, Zoe didn't want to think about the alternative. She did what she did, and she would live with the consequences. Her essence body drifted closer, arms outstretched, and Zoe embraced herself. Tears down her cheeks as the stress faded, as the dream faded, as she left the light and once more entered the darkness of the real world. ###. Zoe gasped awake on the boat. Sweat coated her skin. She blinked and stared up at the familiar craggy rooftop of the underground. A grass tether kept the boat from bobbing further down the river. Oriz, Bella, and Anton all watched her, waiting for her to speak. It was a familiar sight, though never had she delivered this news about herself. "The operation was a success," she said. Oriz shook her head. Rainbow light spilled from her loose yellow hair. "More than a success, I would say. The rhythm of your essence should be diminished in recovery, but you're stronger than before. What happened? What have you done?" Bella helped Zoe sit up. "She's been all right," she said, gesturing toward Oriz. "But don't think you need to explain yourself to her. If you want." She raised an eyebrow and nodded at Oriz threateningly. Anton nodded. It touched Zoe that they would fight for her, but she knew how quickly that fight would end. Though an unwinnable fight didn't have to be a futile one. She smiled as a new lightness fluttered through her veins as soft as a moth's wings. "Let me show you," she raised her hand. "The metal in me has been so directionless, but now—" She flexed and the scalpel appeared. "Now I know how to use it." Oriz spat over the side of the boat and made a complex warding gesture across her chest. "Where did you... how?" She shook her head. "Never have I met anyone so dark-fated as you, Zoe. That is a parasitic technique used by those who worship the creatures of the void. A parasite taught it to me." Oriz's eyes widened. Rainbow flared as she darted forward and pressed a blade of grass upon Zoe's throat. Bella and Anton fell from the rocking boat with a splash. A parasite has all the memories of the host, all the knowledge, but they are not the host. Tell me, if you are Zoe Chambers, how do you feel about Trinch's plan to save us from purgatory? Zoe's eyes narrowed at the reminder. "Trinch is a monster. If I get the chance, I'll kill him." But what about your freedom? Bella kicked over to the boat and swung her sword at Oriz, who turned it aside with a grass-covered palm. Ignore her, Zoe, Bella said. She's crazy. Oriz ignored Bella. Prince was horrible to you, Oriz said. Are you glad she died? Zoe flushed, avoided Oriz's eyes, then met them again as her anger rose. No. Mirror coated her throat and reflected the force of the grass blade. The blade trembled, sparks flew, but it did not move until Oriz pulled her hand away. I'm sorry, she said as she dismissed the blade. You're not a parasite. The emotions you displayed are your own. It's just the techniques you are developing are all evil. This new one is a pathway to great power if you can avoid letting it corrupt you. It won't help with your levels, but the ability to harness essence is... She sighed. I don't have time. Not here. Yes, she nodded to herself. I'm going to get us all out of this dungeon, and I'm going to continue being your mentor. I will teach you with complete honesty and transparency, because I fear you are being manipulated. Zoe massaged her throat as she canceled her defensive technique. Did Oriz get to decide she could teach her? She wanted to argue, but she had too many questions. Such as, manipulated by who? Oriz helped Bella and Anton into the boat. There's a theory of a fourth member of the Crimson Armada. Not a being like them, but something beyond, something controlling them. Some call it fate and claim this theory is heretical superstition. There's no actual proof, but when someone like you comes around, so many things have gone wrong for you in such specific ways that it seems the work of some dark fate conspiring to shape you into a specific tool. Oriz gestured to the lake beyond the cave mouth with a rainbow bleeding finger. We must get out of here. Beyond lies a new dungeon boss. Anton? He started as Oriz passed the conversation to him. It's some kind of giant shark or dragon. Maybe it's a mirror dial, if all the mirror dials were smushed together. The yacht was its fin. I don't know what level it was, or even how we could hurt it at all. You can't, Oriz said. It's a level 30 monster, but its power indicates that it has climbed a mountain. You can tell because of the way the essence spikes during its flow. Did you notice that? Anton nodded, but Zoe didn't understand what they were talking about. Oriz continued. If I had to guess, I would say the Mountain of Rage. That gives it an effective level of 150. Zoe's mind silenced at the statement. Water lapped upon the cave walls. Bella and Anton were equally stunned. Oriz smiled. Don't worry. You're not supposed to fight a boss like that. You're supposed to sneak onto the yacht and steal the Mirabelle fragment. It's probably in Zazatha's cabin. Anton shook his head. That thing detected me the moment I got close. How can we sneak into the cabin? Don't worry. It will be too busy dealing with me to worry about you three. The boat floated past mirrored houses. An eerie silence filled the space. No birds, no insects, nothing to make any noise. The island loomed in the center of the lake. Dark trees shrouded the dark manor at the top. The windows flashed in the blue sky's directionless light. They felt like glass eyes crawling across Zoe's skin. Was it the mirror inside of her making her think like this? Oriz gestured from the prow of the boat. The yacht sailed into view, and they got ready to leave the boat as Oriz stepped into a variant of the grasping vine. She held her palms together, eyes closed, before extending one hand back. From her hand, she drew a blade of grass longer than she was tall. It gleamed like polished emeralds. Her other hand formed a fist. Motes of green light spilled from between her fingers. They floated about like spores, and when she opened her hand and blew, a cascade of glowing seeds flew out along the water.
Where the seeds touched down, they sprouted into a lush carpet of floating grass. "The grass will hold your weight if you're quick," Oriz whispered. "Get the fragment, use the signal, and then get away. Do you understand?" They all nodded, and she smiled.
It's odd to be back here, with you three. Last time for me, I was the young one. Now, she directed this last word to Bella. This is how you handle a blade. The yacht sailed toward them, a wave pushing out ahead of it as it gained speed. The monster's body spread like a dark shadow beneath the prow. A head reared up. Yellow eyes blazed with hate. Oriz moved. 1 second she was on the prow, and then the boat bobbed upon the lake. She appeared before the creature's snout as it prepared to roar. Her blade moved like grass under the wind. A true strike, too fast to follow, but the red gash across the creature's face marked the journey. She kicked away from the snapping jaw and landed on a nearby rooftop. The monster glared at her as its blood dripped thick and oily into the water. For a moment, they watched each other, and then the monster roared. Waves sloshed and windows shattered as the very air boiled with fury. The monster charged toward Oriz, but she had already moved, leaping backward from house to house, leading the monster in a circle. Soon, the yacht would pass the carpet of grass. Zoe leaped from the boat onto the grass and got her balance. It was awkward, but she could move on the floating platform. It extended 100 feet, and she could see how the yacht would intersect. She sprinted forward. Anton and Bella followed. Another grass blade slash sent blood flying into the air. Another roar followed. Zoe felt the reverberations throughout her body. If they weren't pressed for time, she could see herself studying the monster. There were secrets in its roar that felt compatible with the path her body followed. Perhaps its essence could help her? Her scarred lips pulled into a grin as she formed a reckless plan. Chapter 75. The Staircase. With the mirrored yacht as its fin, the creature had to be the size of a city block, if not larger. Its very presence radiated essences of water, mirror, and blood. There was another feeling in the air, one that made Zoe shudder with memory. Lightning. She recalled with equal fear and longing the feeling of lightning spreading through her body. The lightning she wielded, and the lightning wielded against her. Would stealing the lightning essence from such a monster return some of that momentary power? It was a stupid idea to try, but Zoe felt an optimism. Maybe it was Moth, or maybe it was a newfound confidence in her abilities. She had fallen through dimensions and returned. Why couldn't she steal lightning from a dungeon boss? The creature crashed through a house as a rainbow-clad Oriz nimbly evaded the chomping jaws. Blades of grass swung out and drew blood, enough to lure the creature onward in pursuit of its stinging foe. Oriz radiated peace and purpose. She moved backward, retreating in an antithesis of the grasping vine, but Zoe noticed how calculated each step, each leap, really was. She was using the dungeon boss's superior momentum to maintain the close distance required by the grasping vine techniques. Just watching this fight, minimal though it was, taught Zoe as much as all the practice she had done over the last few weeks. But while Oriz was as peaceful as a sunlit meadow, the dungeon boss was a raging storm. Dark essences clashed with each other as they circled a white core of hatred. The power in the flesh was unsustainable, but this was not a long-lived creature. Summoned for a singular purpose, for a singular iteration of the dungeon, why wouldn't it rail against all existence? Zoe wasn't sure what the mountain of hatred entailed. From Oriz's brief description, she believed it was related to the reward she relieved for her True Believer title. Some kind of monstrous power boost that could take a level 30 creature up to the effective range of 150. She didn't know how many levels there were, or how many mountains existed. But Oriz did. If Oriz wanted to be Zoe's mentor, Indeed, and not just in name, then that knowledge would become hers. The power would become hers. She dismissed these thoughts as orders brought the beast back past the floating path of grass. She sailed over their heads with a graceful leap while the yacht crashed through it. The monster's head reared up and snapped at the air with a sound like a car falling off a cliff. Oraz's stinging blade distracted it too much to notice the three humans leaping toward the open deck on its back. Zoe hit the wood and rolled. For a sick moment, she thought Zazatha was back, about to stomp on her jaw, the muscle memory of pain making her curl up into a ball. But Bella reached down to help her up. The blonde woman looked like a punk warrior with her tattooed skin covering wiry muscles, the rune blade at her hip, and the emerald-tipped spear strapped to her back. "Come on," she said. "We have a fragment to find." Zoe nodded as the deck pitched and rolled. Even with her might and dexterity, she struggled to keep her balance. There was one door on the open deck, and it led down into the cabins below. "Let's go," Zoe said. Her other plan also required her to head down into the cabins, where the wood and mirror of the deck met the flesh and blood and essence of the beast below. The door was locked, but she kicked it from its hinges and sent it crashing down into the dark stairs below. Splinters bounced off her mirror-coated skin as she activated Self Reflects the World. Anton's silver eyes floated down into the dark, and Zoe charged after them. The stairs led down and down and down, winding, twisting, circling back upon each other like the intestines of a knotted serpent. The rocking of the boat and beast persisted. Every few steps, the descending tower of stairs shook and rocked them from wall to wall. After minutes of climbing down, Anton stopped. His eyes whizzed back up the stairs. "This is unnatural," he said. "Of course it's unnatural," Bella retorted. "It's a staircase inside a boat attached to a giant crocodile thing. What about that should be normal?" But her tone of voice showed she felt the same thing as Anton. The same thing as Zoe. "This is a trap," Zoe said. The second the words left her mouth, they all received a system prompt. "Condolences. You have activated a trap." It was the gambler's familiar, if grating, voice, though this announcement had a pre-recorded quality. More fun and less maliciously spiteful. Hunger, thirst, boredom, all lay ahead of you while you navigate the ups and downs of the infinite staircase. Wherever you go, there you are, stuck in place. But don't stop moving. Never stop moving. "I hate him," Bella growled. "I really hate him." "We all do," Anton said. "Be glad we have over 5 days before we see him again." His silver eye floated up from the staircase below. "It's looping. I can confirm that. But I can't pinpoint the exact spot where up becomes down." He sent another eye down into the stairs, and after a minute it floated down from the stairs above them. "Why did he say we shouldn't stop moving?" Zoe asked. Anton shrugged and poked at a wall. He drew his finger away as though stunned. "What do you think these walls are made from?" he said with no small dread. "Stone?" Bella guessed. But Zoe walked closer to inspect the wall. It appeared to be dark pink stone. Lit only by the glow of Anton's silver eyes, it had a wet quality to its shimmering surface. She brushed a mirrored finger against the wall. Something clung to her fingertip. It ate away at the technique, etching through the mirror until it exposed her dark brown skin. "Acid," she whispered. "We ran straight into the creature's stomach." "What do we do?" Bella asked as she unlimbered her sword. "Cut our way out?" She stabbed into the fleshy wall with her rune blade. The heat shriveled and blackened the flesh. It smelt like cheap barbecue, but the wound continued as deep as the blade. "Looks like the flesh keeps going," Bella said. "I don't think this will work." Zoe looked down at her feet. The acid was eating into her fish-skin shoes. She took a step, and the acid stopped. The acid triggers when we stand for too long, which is why the gambler told us to keep moving. Though, she hopped from foot to foot, I think that's the opposite advice. If the trap wants us to keep walking, then the way to get out is probably to stay here and figure out how to neutralize the acid. We need a base, Bella said. Anton and Zoe stared at her. Bella shrugged. It's a joke, she said. Leave the jokes to me, Anton said. Zoe laughed. See? Anton said as a smug grin slipped across his stoic poker face. I'm the funny one. You're the emotional one. Zoe is the leader. We have our roles. Let's stick to them. No, Zoe said as she dismissed Anton's bragging. It's just funny that we're trapped in a looping stomach of a monster, and we're joking. It's nice to know it takes more than this to break us. Well, it might break us down, Bella said with a grin. Anton groaned and walked down the stairs. Please, stop with the puns. His voice trailed up from the stairs before his footsteps faded. I really can't handle them. His voice came from above as he walked back to where the others stood, a serious expression on his face. My scanned every inch of the loop we're trapped inside. I can't find a weak point or even a spot where up becomes down. Maybe my technique isn't advanced enough, or I don't know. I simply don't know. Zoe nodded. She remembered being trapped in the labyrinth during that first night in purgatory. The whispering sand. The cold, ancient stone carved with symbols she didn't understand. How must it feel for Anton and Bella to be trapped in such a situation for the first time? She respected the brave face they put up, even while all three of them hopped up and down like children's entertainers. But she was not as powerless as she was back in that first labyrinth. She was not as weak. I have an idea, she said as she summoned Mind's Eye Incision. The scalpel glowed between her fingers as it took form. She made a probing incision against the tough pink wall. The blade sank an inch into the flesh, and she felt the essence spiraling around the wound. See if the loop persists. Anton sent an eye floating down the stairs, but it quickly returned from behind them. The trap is still there, and I think it's shrinking. We're running out of time. Anton, examine the wall with your eyes. Don't look for weak spots. Look for the opposite. Tell me where the essence is closest to the surface. Anton nodded, but cancelled his silver eyes and plunged them into warm, smoky darkness. What are you doing? Bella asked. Conserving skein, he said, as his hands rustled through his pockets. You want to find the point where you can slice? Right, Zoe? Zoe nodded. I think my new technique can cut a way through the creature's essence. If I can break the flow of essence through the trap, it should disrupt the loop and either let us descend into the cabin, or at least escape. And if she could carve out some essence for her own use, that was just a benefit. She wouldn't endanger her friends for her own power. Not again. Anton nodded at her statement. That's what I thought. But I've already examined every inch of this place. It's all the same. No weak point, no strong point. Your scalpel is too small to disturb the essence, but what if... Here, take this. Zoe felt his hand in the dark as it placed an object inside hers. The everywhere lens? She said. You think this will work? It's worth a try, he said in the dark. I'll reactivate my technique in a moment and give us some light. Just don't look in our direction. Zoe placed the monocle over her right eye. Everywhere lens, a monocle that allows the wearer to project their ability everywhere that they can see. She felt ridiculous with the braided cord resting on her cheek. Silver light flared as Anton's technique reactivated, and she no longer felt ridiculous. She saw everything, and she felt like God. Everywhere she looked, she saw potential ruination. The world awaited her technique with bated breath. It was hers to cut. Her skein flowed toward the technique. Cost nothing to summon or use.
but she realized now it was because her uses of it had been so small. All that would change now. Her skein dipped as lacerations appeared on the fleshy wall. Faster. 1,000 cuts. Skein dropping, and she didn't even care enough to look at the numbers.
"Zoe?" Bella asked from far, far away. "Why are you laughing?" Zoe's jaw snapped shut. She turned to look at her companions, but Anton's glowing eyes winked out as he canceled his technique. In the total darkness, she saw nothing, and the god's eye view vanished as her eyes became mortal once more. Cold sweat coated her skin. Her heart rate burst in her chest. If she had continued turning toward her friends, her technique would have, sliced their essence to shreds. A reminder that even when she thought she was more powerful, more prepared, she was still a child stumbling around celestial powers. She had to be careful. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to—" "I think you should only wear that for a second," Anton said. "Let me know when you're ready." She took a deep breath and faced away from their voices as she dismissed her technique. This was how things should be. Her friends at her back, and her skein pointed at the world. Now! Light flared. The world became hers. She activated her technique and swung with all her might. The sliver of a blade moved, and everything she saw, she cut. Chapter 76. Infighting. The blade was perfection itself, to any lesser eyes, but as the creator, as the master, as the wielder, all Rue saw were flaws. He turned it between his fingers, purest metal, essence drunk off stars, and the blade became his fingers. His fingers became the blade. With a gesture, he could send 1,000 razor-edged roots churning through the red rock canyon below. He could rend the polyps and gut their attendants, blood-red walls running red with blood. But such power held no thrill. No longer. No. Was that not his constant dream and nightmare, his waking and rest, his purpose forged from his stolen fate? A flower grew from his index finger. Silvered petals, a molecule thin, glinting in the light and spinning, hewing the subtle breeze that coaxed dust from the bloody eye's surface. At the core of the flower, sharpened stamen, and a mass of tiny, barbed shavings disguised as golden pollen. If dispersed, if touched upon living flesh, the pollen would dig down until it tapped a bloodstream, and then it would grow. And so the bladed forest spread. He sighed and set the little flower down in a crack amongst the crags on the edge of the canyon. The perfect weapon of war, designed over centuries, and it all started as his minor act of defiance. Stolen from a village of farmers, chained and trained for war, he would make things grow. How his childish rebellion had failed him. Better, perhaps, if he used those early chains to hang himself from his cage, as his fellow captives had done on that sole, moonless night. The gentle sound of urine running down a stiff leg, dripping from blood-swollen toes, an impatient tapping in the dark of night as he hugged his chains to him. But no, not then, and not now. He couldn't bear the thought of going out so easy. And was that not a weakness? This need, this craving for glory. Distractedly, he rubbed at the scar between his shoulder blades, the jagged, grievous mark of pride. Glass broke beside him, and he turned to see Esme swaying beside him as she wrung spilled alcohol from a resplendent red robe. "You changed into your formal attire?" "'Formal occasion, yeah?" Rue pinched his nose. It was a formal occasion, and he could sense, on the edge of his mind, the rest of his cohort preparing to join them for the polyp spawning. "Esme, you are too drunk." She waved him off.
Shut up! The flower at his feet rustled as the blade entered Rue's voice. I mean it.
He reached for her, 2 fingers outstretched, to tap her forehead and draw the alcohol from her body. His fingers moved like lightning, but they were too slow. And before he touched where Esme had stood, he knew his frustration had led him to a mistake. She was the cohort's tank for a reason, for who can touch a shadow? His fingers brushed air, and Esme smiled up at him from where her form painted the rocky ground with pure darkness. Fighting's forbidden between cohort members, she waggled a finger. This isn't fighting, he gritted his teeth. This is a friendly tussle. He tapped upon the mountain of war. His power surged in every direction. Down in the canyon, the polyps quivered, and the attendants paled. The weaker amongst them were restrained by their companions, lest they become maddened by the bloodlust that drifted through the air as sweet as spring blossoms. Who can touch a shadow? A god. Empowered by the mountain of war, everything became a target. The air bled as his clawed hand descended toward the ground where Esme lay. He felt Esme's power swell again and again and again as she tapped her mountains and bloomed. Shadow swept across half of the bloody eye, dividing the moon into halves of gory red and pure black, endless in depth. Rue no longer stood, no longer swung, but fell. Every inch of his body became a blade, and the shadows bled shadows, but still, Esme grinned. She would win, he knew, unless he went all out. And he wouldn't do that. She knew he wouldn't do that. Because he never had before. The Cold Blade, they called him, before he became the Bladed Forest. Before war and death and bloodshed grew from him like wild fruit so heavy it broke his boughs. Something sick and old and fragile within him snapped. He tapped his remaining 4 mountains in rapid succession. Forest, starlight, sword, apocalypse. Reality split as power screeched from his body. His skein blinded all. The bloody moon tore itself apart. Every being on earth received a nightmare, a death, as Rue stood in shadow and became the reaper of all things. His breath a scythe as he reached for the fleeing shadow with the inevitability of entropy. Enough. Larilla's quiet voice drained the fog from his veins. His mountains vanished. His power dissipated. The shadows evaporated. He blinked in the bright light of day as he straddled Esme, his hands around her throat. Red blood oozed where his fingers touched her skin. A weak smile spread across Esme's eyeless face. I yield, she said. The fight took less than a second, and now it was over. He removed himself and stood. His cohort surrounded him, all dressed in their resplendent crimson robes. Beautiful Lorilla, joyful Glassic, stout Unrun, cryptic Morn, and drunken Esme wobbling up to join the circle. Was this a coup? Together they could overpower him, but if he struck fast enough, he could take out Lorilla and Unrun, and without their heavy hitters, the sick thing inside him coughed, struggled. He didn't know what it wanted. It didn't know what it wanted. But he hated it as he hated himself, and he hid it all with a small bow. I am sorry for my conduct. It is unbecoming of— I said enough, Lorilla spat at him. We shall oversee the spawning of the polyps. Retire to your chambers. He stood, stiff spine, a hollow smile across his lips. I am still Primus Pilus. I integrated this planet. It is my duty to oversee the spawning. Duty? He should have known from her tone that she was done with his antics, but he never knew when to quit, never seemed to learn. The smile on his face beamed arrogance. Do I need to remind you all who is in— Lorilla's hand entered his mind. She stood in the circle surrounding him. She stood in front of him. She stood inside him. A soft hand cradled his brain. Blood pulsed through her body, endless rivers, and it cycled through her and into him and back, and tears dripped down her cheeks as she touched upon the knots of his tangled sadness. "Go to your chambers," she whispered, and the rest of the cohort, unable not to hear, turned their heads with discretion. "Contemplate, meditate, remove yourself from the field. Go. For your good, for ours, do not make this something ugly." He had underestimated her, all of them, and he stood frozen, with her hand inside his brain. The second he thought to move, she could crush his mind. Could he act fast enough? Act without thought? To what end such violence? With a slight nod, her hand slipped from his skin, and she stood in the circle once more. He bowed again, deeper, knees sagging under the weight of raging shame, until his forehead touched the red, rocky ground. "I beg forgiveness of all of you." Each word tasted of iron-rich dirt like licking a rusted blade. "I shall retire and entrust the integration to you." They all bowed back to him, lower than required, but not quite the level of prostration that he displayed. It would have been unseemly for their rich, official robes to touch the dirt. But more than that, he was their superior, even if he didn't act the part. Heart pounding in tandem with the sick thing trapped inside, Rue stood and walked away. Glassick and Unrun stepped aside so that he might pass. Glassick tried to catch his eye. The youthful, borderline pleading in her gaze filled him with cold shame. He nodded to her, the barest gesture, and continued walking into the red desert waste that was the surface of the bloody eye. ###. They all knew Rue could have vanished in an instant, moved through space, or simply leaped to his quarters. But his walking, receding back, showed a contrition they appreciated. "Would we?" Glassick started, nervously coughing into an icy fist. "Would we really have fought him?" "If he fought us," Urim rumbled. "No," said Lorilla. "If he fought us, we would have killed him, without mercy or restraint." Morn nodded, his neck creaking with the motion, and the cornhusk sound silenced the rest of the cohort. "We did not fight," he said. "He did not fight. Leave hypotheticals for Lorilla's laboratory. For now, we have a duty to attend." "But," Glassick continued, on the verge of nervous tears as she looked around at the stoic faces of the others, the newest member, the youngest member, still flowering despite the centuries behind her. "Will Rue be all right? He seems so burdened." Lorilla softened at Glassick's question. "He needs time to emerge from his dark mood, which is why we are here at all. But he will be fine. Can we not help him?" The other did not meet Glassick's beseeching eyes. How could they express what they each had seen at Rue's side? For all their travels across worlds, galaxies, and dimensions, for all their power, they were but mortals playing at God. Each of them remembered the faltering footsteps of childhood, no matter how long ago it seemed. Their strides grew longer, but did they ever become sure? "Go," said Lorilla, softly, encouragingly. "Go tend to him as you see fit. All of you go if you desire. I shall oversee the polyps." They started at her words. Not orders, as she could give in Rue's absence, but a friendly request. How often did they forget they were friends? Glassick smiled, relieved, and faded into translucency before popping like a soap bubble. Her ornate robes rustled upon the ground. "The young are ever quick to flee the burden of duty," Morn commented with his rasping scarecrow voice. "But only because the old grow stiff in joint and response. Were raw power not the Crimson Armada's measure, you would make a fine Primus Pillis, Lorilla. I shall take my leave. He bowed to her, and she returned the gesture at his compliment. When she rose, he too had vanished. Urim sighed, and the ground rumbled. You are too kind to him. He is not a child playing in river mud any longer. Do you really think that? Urim shrugged. Would you like me to slap him? Lorilla smiled. None of them really understood Rue. They saw his actions and made their own sense of him, but they did not see the pattern he failed to weave of himself. Did she? Or was this hubris also? No, she said slowly. But give him this. She extended her hand, finger rippling as though under water, and a pearl of blood floated over to Urim's hands. He cradled it with the care of a sculptor, the great strength of his green, muscled body belying the sensitivity of his every movement. You think this is wise? He said as he examined the pearl. I cannot see how such news can... That's why you're not in command. Esme playfully punched him on the arm. You want to slap him for me? No, Urim scowled as he vanished. Lorilla raised an eyebrow at Esme's grin. I am very annoyed with you. No, you're not. Lorilla sighed. No, the fight was not Esme's fault, no matter how irksome she could be. Will you join the others? I think he's had enough of me for a while. Haven't we all? Esme's grin widened. Nope. Lorilla couldn't help but laugh. Esme had a wonderful smile. At her feet, a bladed flower bobbed, ready to spill its life-ending pollen in the growing breeze. She leaned down and brushed it with a finger leaking blood, and glued the razor dust to the flower's center. No need to pluck the deadly beauty if she could hold it together for a while. She straightened herself and her robes. Very well. She turned back to the canyon, voice growing louder, sterner, as fitted a princess of the system. Attendants, begin the spawning. Let our polyps bring civilization at last to this wild and backward world. Chapter 77. Before the nightmare comes. A scalpel wide as Zoe's vision hacked into the essence of the pink, fleshy wall. The flow of skein, of blood pulsing a loop in time, severed, halved, again and again and again, diced into sections so small she couldn't comprehend them. Atomized skein, and without sound or ceremony, the looping trap evaporated. The stairwell lurched and threw the three of them to their knees. No longer isolated in its pocket of space and time, the stairwell rocked and swayed with the motion of the terrible beast that carried the mirrored yacht as its sail. Anton steadied himself and bent to pick up the everywhere lens. Damn, that was... What are you doing? Zoe scrambled toward the essence-bleeding wall. The flesh, the physical material, was untouched by her technique, mind's eye incision. For it was the essence she sliced, and it was the essence that bled. Skein oozed like spaghetti from a can, lightning and blood and mirror. How had this combination worked together to create the trap? She didn't know. But if she got the essence, if she harvested this power, maybe she would know. Maybe she could recreate it. She reached for the essence on hands and knees, but it slipped through her fingers like a dream. Sublimation, leaving the trap of the great beast and becoming one with the universe. No! Zoe hissed. Was this her hunger talking? Or herself? The voice of scarred lips sounded so familiar. Did she care anymore? Mind's eye incision. She formed a glove of shimmering metal essence and scooped up the essence. If she could hold it, she could attach it somehow. She summoned a needle and thread, not caring how low her skein was getting, for she held skein in her hand. If she could perfect this technique, unlimited power would be hers. But the essence in her hand, A crackling of lightning, dripping blood, refused to work for her. The needle slipped through as though it were jelly. The essence dissipated, and the wound in the wall closed. She reached for her scalpel, but the boat rocked again. Hard. She tumbled down a couple stairs, and the scalpel flew from her hand. It jangled as it bounced down one stair, two, and twinkled in the darkness as it vanished. Her hunger railed, but Zoe only sighed. She needed a method of harvesting essence in order to stitch it to herself. It seemed outside her dreams, things were more complicated. Such was the way of things. "Are you done?" Sarcasm dripped from Anton's voice. Bella helped Zoe up. "Want to explain what you're doing?" Were they teaming up against her, trying to take what was hers? Zoe shook her head. That was the hunger talking, and she would not allow it to dictate her actions. Not when she could fight it. But how long could she fight it? People only became weaker as their hunger grew. She fought the laugh gnawing at her lips, gnawing at her soul, and grinned at her friends. "My new technique. I can slice and stitch essence. If I can harvest some, like from this great swimming beast of the stuff, then I should be able to increase my power. I can probably stitch essence onto you two. We can all grow by leaps and bounds. Our levels won't contain us. We won't be in danger." Bella and Anton exchanged a brief look. "Was this your first experiment?" Bella asked. "Yes, I need to figure out a way to contain the essence. It's harder when I'm not in a dream state." "You think experimenting on yourself straight away is smart?" Bella's question sunk in. Zoe hung her head, partly in shame and partly to hide her hunger's twitching smile. "When you put it like that? No, I feel a fool. It's hard with the curse driving me." Bella shook her by the shoulders. "I know. I have this sword. If I don't wet it with blood every day, I'll lose attributes. What do you think that will look like if I become a pacifist? What does 0 attributes mean in this world? Nobody's explained anything to us. We have to fight and figure things out as we go, but we can't take unnecessary risks. We can't." I... Bella seized Zoe in a hug. Tight, bone-crushing. If she were mortal, it would have killed her. Maybe that was the point. Kill the mortal fear, the mortal doubt, the mortal reckless desire to grab at anything to get ahead. Zoe felt tears burn in her eyes as she returned the embrace. Grief, pressure, welled up inside her as the staircase rocked and swayed. Anton coughed. "We have to move." Bella detached herself, gave Zoe a curt nod, and readied her sword. "Let's go." With her sword and spear at the ready, Bella advanced down the stairs. Anton's silver eyes glowed above her as he followed. Zoe brought up the rear, the darkness closing in behind her. Hash, hash, hash. It was a brief journey to the bottom of the stairs. The whole spiraling staircase, without the looping trap, couldn't have been over 4 stories. A lot, since they were walking inside a living creature, but not so much that it presented any real trouble. The stairs bottomed out in a dim cabin that stank like a freshly opened wound. Large and opulent, once upon a time, before a cruel mind sandwiched it into this living avatar of flesh and rage. A bed piled with silken cushions sat squished between 2 quivering sacks of flesh that filled and deflated with fluid. The ceiling shook with a constant thudding heartbeat that sent the chandelier swinging. Bright crystal light swayed and flooded the room, casting light upon the wet walls and sodden carpet. A humped mass of veins and teeth protruded from the far wall. It grew, slowly, like a tumor or a parasitic twin, and had knocked the bookshelves from the wall and sent the ancient papers across the gunk-covered carpet. Hair sprouted from the mass, and an eye the size of a watermelon swiveled to look at them as they entered the room. Knowledge, awful, pained knowledge, racked the bloodshot gaze, and Zoe stared back.
"We have to come here," she said. "This dungeon made us come here, just as it made you."
What choice did any of them have? The eye winked, a trembling, half-lidded gesture, and continued to stare as they walked across the squishing carpet to the cushion-covered couch. A skeleton sat on the couch, gray tattered robes upon its broad-shouldered bones. Dry husks of mirrored crabs lay at its feet, like constructions of dry paper. In bony fingers, pressed to ivory ribs, the skeleton clutched an ornate box of scarlet wood. Familiar hate flickered over Zoe as she walked toward the skeleton. "I think it's Zazatha." She wanted to smash the skull, to snatch the box, but this could only be a trap. "Anton, can you examine this?" "Already on it." His eyes swooped around the skeleton in the room, before they returned to float around him, like orbiting sentries. Threads of skein connect the skeleton to the box, and to something that runs out of this room and out of my sight. "Can you tell what the purpose is?" "If I had to guess, it's a trap, yes, I know, obviously. But I think if we grab the box, it will alert a hidden puppeteer who will activate the skeleton." Bella stared at the eye in the wall.
"Is this poor ugly bastard the puppeteer?"
The eye winked rapidly. Teeth quivered in the pink gummy flesh. Anton shrugged. "It's not connected to any skein in this room. It doesn't seem intended, as though it is a tumorous growth and not a part of any trap." Zoe looked at the eye, and the eye looked back at her. "Wink if you have anything to tell us." The eye stared at her, and she stared back, before shrugging and turning her attention to the box.
"We can probably fight the skeleton, but we know it won't give any death energy.
There are gains to be made by meditating after the fight, but it's probably better to just run than waste the energy. Do we agree on this?" Anton and Bella nodded. "So grab the box and run for the stairs?" Zoe suggested. Bella hefted the sword like a baseball bat. "I could kneecap him first?"
Touching the skeleton will trigger the trap."
He shook his head, and his silver eyes bobbed in their orbit. "There are multiple fail-safes. I don't know which ones to cut, or even if cutting would work. It looks like there's a battery or a reservoir of skein inside the skeleton. Cutting might activate it autonomously, and who knows how long until it runs out." "You can see a lot, huh?" "I'm cheating." He tapped the python bracelet around his arm. "Figured this would be a good a way as any to teach me what I'm looking at." He glanced at Bella. "You shouldn't have thrown yours away." "I did what I did. So, what's the plan then?" Zoe leaned as close as she dared. "Grab the box, run, but it's locked. Key?" Anton shrugged. "Can't detect it, can't see it, unless—" He placed the everywhere lens upon his eye. The room flashed blinding silver, and the light faded, leaving spots in Zoe's vision as she stumbled on the wet carpet. "Damn, Anton! A warning next time, please?" "Sorry," he grinned. "I've been waiting to try that. The key is in there." Zoe followed his pointing finger to the bloodshot eye in the wall. She sighed. Of course, that's where the key would be. "And you said there are no traps connected?" "Nope." Zoe sighed again. "Just our consciences, I suppose. Bella, I hate to ask, but could you cut with your sword? Maybe you can cauterize the wound as you go." Bella grimaced but nodded. She didn't look at the eye as heat rippled out from her blade. "Where exactly is the key?" Anton poked the fleshy mass. It twitched, veins bulging. It winked furiously, but nothing more happened. There was a slight indent where his finger had pushed that swelled out as he moved his hand away. Bella thrust and cut, her weight in every quick movement as she worked into the flesh. She removed the blade, reached inside, grasped the key, and pulled out. Slimy viscera gloved her hand, and she shook it free with disgust. The eye rolled with pain as smoke rose from the wound. Zoe took the key as Bella wiped her hands on a tapestry hanging from the wall. It was heavy, iron, and old-fashioned. It would fit the box perfectly.
"I'll insert the key into the box," she said as she approached the couch. "When it opens, I'll grab the fragment and we run up the stairs. Sounds like a plan?"
The others nodded, tense, alert, and ready to move.
Zoe rubbed sweat from her palms
And let the mirror skin of self-reflects the world coat her for good measure. She placed the key inside the box and turned. The tumbler was smooth. The box sprung open. Inside, on a bed of pink silk, sat a dull metal fragment. The bones creaked, and Zoe reached for the treasure, but the world turned black with a screech of alien power. She fell, screaming hoarse until she tasted blood. She died in every cell as the world tore itself apart in nightmare fury. The bottom of a river, raging, dark and cold. Turning, wild as a cornered animal, desperate as a lost child, she beseeched God for salvation and heard only the mocking, snorting derision of Rue as he reared up from the black horizon with blades dripping from his fists.
Chapter 78.
Blood for the surgeon. Life became obsolete under death. Pure darkness encased like an ebony tomb. Ton upon ton of dirt pressed through cracks in the coffin. Gasp. Cold air hits the lungs and freezes flesh. Death came. Stink of rot, for she was rotting. Zoe was not. In the darkness, she fought against herself, wrestling, tearing, gouging. A maddened creature with two heads, two backs, a snake turned upon its tail, and the tail bit back. She screamed. The taste of blood so thick she gagged, and the scream bubbled, and fell to her knees onto ground hard as midwinter ice. Beyond her, she is not there. How can she be? The boat, the beast, the dungeon, still and silent.
Rue loomed above like a silver, sun-topped tower, his horizon-wide smile as cruel as a guillotine. Hand clenched around a beating heart, and silver blood like a rain of knives into the dark ocean that is an empty mouth. Vertigo and despair. No point in living. No point in anything at all, Zoe crawled, swam, fell through endless black toward the knives. She should end this sick charade of existence. End it all for the love of... The nightmare ceased as suddenly as it began. Zoe blinked away tears. On her hands and knees, Mirabelle fragment clasped tight, nausea rising, ebbing, swelling, as drool hung from her lips. The cabin's decayed opulence and pulsating organs remained, dim, small, fragile as all life. She choked on the normality of it all. Bella and Anton huddled against the floor, cowering, hands over their heads, and Zoe crawled over to them. "It's all right. We're all right." The lies came from her lips as nothing more than the mumbling buzz of flies around a corpse. Nothing would ever be all right again. Another lie, for bright hope already cracked the dark shell. Despair crumbled and clicked as it collapsed, a sound like bones rattling. Shadow in her peripheral vision. Something hard thumped down upon the back of her head. Her technique was still active, and self-repelled the attack she was too woozy to react to. There was a muted crash as something hit the fleshy wall behind her. The skeleton stirred, but her skein was low. Time to go. She stood, energy levels protesting, but muscles more than capable of the task. Without effort, she helped Bella and Anton to their feet. Her friends, moaning and mumbling, moved toward the stairs.
Zoe was grateful for all the essence that boosted her willpower. Sometimes being as hard as metal had its benefits.
Behind her, the skeleton climbed to its feet, gray robe hanging in tatters like a funeral shroud. It reached for her, clawed at the air, and grinned. Baleful fire sputtered in the empty eye sockets. She could feel the malicious puppeteer watching her through the flames, but she had no time to deal with this. The boat swayed once more, and the skeleton slipped as it came toward her. Zoe stomped down onto the skeleton's shin as though she were stepping through to the other side. The impact cracked the bone, and the secondary impact, repelled by her mirrored foot, blasted into the fractures. Bone fragments spun out into the room and bounced off her skin. Zoe grinned as the skeleton fell to one knee, but the fragments were already twitching back toward the hole. Mirror fell from her skin as she canceled her technique to preserve skein. She slapped the skull for good measure before turning and hustling after her friends.
Thief!
Zoe stopped at the second stair. She turned and gagged. A blackened, blistered tongue the size of a welcome mat hung from the cauterized wound Bella carved into the fleshy lump. The reddened, weeping eye glared at her accusingly. She realized she had been wrong. The skeleton wasn't Zazatha, or wasn't the only Zazatha. The fleshy lump shared that foul dungeon boss's identity. Its voice, burbling, sickened, held the same smug cadence. Thieves always coming and plundering. I am no nest of eggs. Thieves must die. The skeleton hurled itself toward Zoe, but she sidestepped, thrust out an elbow, and shattered the skull. The bones scattered and fell down the stairs. Their clattering echoed up and down the winding staircase, and Bella turned and glanced as she climbed. Pale, wan, Bella leaned upon her emerald-tipped spear. "You need help?" she asked Zoe. Zoe shook her head as she matched stares with the eye in the lump. Keep going. Bella nodded and continued up. The boat rocked again as Orez fought the beast in the world outside. The Zazatha lump snickered at Zoe. Thieves, fools, steal my power and grow your own, I dare you. What fate do you think befalls those who grow beyond the bounds of the Crimson Armada? Soon enough you shall know my suffering in your own hellish dungeon. The spiteful words flicked across Zoe like cold ocean spray. She strode over the reassembling bones and grabbed the long, blistered tongue. Enough! She yanked the tongue with all her might, and it tore from the mouth with a wet and awful sound. A burbling screech escaped the mouth before the thick blood filled her throat like a gag. The cabin walls pulsed and quivered as the boat rocked harder than ever before. Zoe struggled to maintain her feet as blood splashed about her ankles. The eye glared, but only a hateful laugh escaped in bubbles from the waterfall of gore. Zoe turned and ran for the stairs as the blood rose and rose. Hash, hash, hash. Up the stairs she sprinted. One of Anton's silver eyes floated in front of her to guide the way and stop her running into the tight walls in the darkness. Behind her, the bony skeleton clambered, the sound of its hard claws scraping against the fleshy stone. There was no end to the tunnel. Her steps were meaningless. The trap had reactivated. She would be stuck, running forever as the skeleton pursued her, doomed to flee until she flagged, until the unkillable enemy rent her flesh from her bones, and she joined it in macabre, ivory silence. But then an arch of light at the end of the stairwell framed the twin silhouettes of Anton and Bella, and she knew the horrible moment was over. She ran on, outpacing the skeleton and her fear, stepped toward the light, reached, and stopped. She couldn't move. No matter how hard she tried, her feet remained rooted to the steps. The skeleton clicked closer, and behind it, the lapping, burbling sound of rising blood.
Zoe grabbed the walls and tried to drag herself forward, but her fingers curled into fists and refused to grab anything. She felt herself shrinking, falling down a long well into the depths of her body as her scarred lips twitched and spoke.
"You denied me once," her hunger growled. "I demand essence. I demand power. You shall not deny me again." Blood gurgled behind her as it flowed up the stairs from the ever-bleeding wound of the savaged Zazatha lump. She couldn't turn as the skeleton clicked its way toward her, dripping, reaching, the feeling creeping upon her neck as it drew closer. Was her hunger about to let her die? "Zoe!" Bella cried out. "Move, girl!" Zoe's lips twisted, and she pivoted. Her hunger pulled her like a puppet as she slammed her forehead into the approaching skeleton. The crack of the collisions split the skull in twain. Pieces fell and clattered down the stairs until the rising blood swallowed them. The pool grew, dark, dark red, and Zoe tasted it iron-rich at the back of her throat, like a scream held too long. She felt small, alone, unable to move. Bella grabbed her arm. Anton grabbed the other. "We have to go!" Bella cried. "What are you doing?" "It's not me! I can't control myself!" But the words didn't come. Zoe shoved them both back, her might unstoppable, and she was glad her hunger spared them rather than dragging them down. Who was she to drag people under with her? She railed against her hunger as it descended the steps and waded into the blood. The python charm around her arm activated, and the blood essence grew in her mind like a prismatic code. All was blood, and she understood all. But this was futile. "We have no way of harnessing the blood," she hissed. "We have no container." "Fool," her hunger responded. "How is my host such a fool? You cannot make a container because you do not need a container." "What are you talking about?" "You, sweet one, foolish one. You are the container." Zoe screamed inside her mind, railed with horror as her fingers moved on their own to summon the metal scalpel. It dragged down her thigh from hip to knee, slicing apart the network of skein beneath her skin, and then her finger dug into the flesh above her knee, nail poking bone, and she dragged back as though she were opening a zipper. The wound burned beyond any edge of sanity. Even her hunger swayed and fell to one knee, straight into the pool of blood. But the curse straightened her limbs, and Zoe's eyes widened as the scalpel became a needle and thread, glinting steel in the mouth-dark stairwell, and her hunger stitched blood essence into the flowing wound. Blood into blood. She became the container. This foreign power boiled against her. Her heartbeat slammed in her chest, in her ears, not mortal flesh, but an immortal hammer. Strike of iron on iron. Sparks. Her nostrils flared as her hunger worked through cramped fingers and blood loss. But not loss, as the blood flowed into her with each pulse sucking down the rage-filled fluid ascending the stairs, and in the bubbles bursting she heard Zazatha's snickering, and the sickness rose, but she was already too far gone. The hammer beat became a crescendo, the heat rose, and a blackness pressed in around her. "I am displeased." She knelt in the smith's forge as he stood, high, powerful, muscles like mountains and sparks raining like the end of all stars. Burning oblivion in the heart of his forge as his hammer swung 1,000 times to strike creation. He glared behind his bandaged eyes. "Was my work so foul in your eyes that you sought these other paths?" Zoe found she could speak. Here, under the blind gaze of furious judgment, her hunger abandoned her. "I didn't. It wasn't me." Her voice pathetic, drying as blood flowed from her leg onto the dusty platform of cosmic stone.
mortal blood, and not the essence now bound to her being. "It was my hunger, my curse."
The smith sniffed at the air. "Techniques of the void. This is not the path I forged for you. The path we forged together. Do you think deviations come free? Do you think there is no penalty for grabbing more than your allotment? For debasing what is mine?" He stomped toward her and raised his hammer above his head. "I should take you back to the forge."
"Enough!" Zoe started at the sweetness of the voice.
The smith halted, hammer raised high, nostrils flaring, ears twitching, ground trembling with his apocalyptic rage as the darkness of the forge pressed in upon them all.
"You go too far, Lorilla."
A delicate hand landed on her shoulder. She looked up and saw the most beautiful woman of her life, the goddess of love, of blood, Lorilla. "I am a princess of the system. I claim her, as is my right. Do you refute the right granted by your brother?" The smith spun the hammer into Lorilla's face, but before it could strike, the forge tore itself apart like cobwebs before a hurricane. "I respect your claim. For now." Zoe plummeted through shadow toward her body, but a gentle hand held her floating above the pool of blood. A palm as broad as a tennis court, and she gazed up into the beautiful eyes the color of hopeful desire. She didn't know what to say, but the words tumbled from her lips.
"Thank you. You saved me. But—"
"There are no buts, Zoe Chambers. I saved you because you finally chose blood, and you defied the smith just to show me your adoration."
Lorilla wiped away a tear, and Zoe remained silent. "Truly," continued Lorilla with her angelic voice, "I am touched. Continue your quest with my blessing, little mortal. You shall find that blood does not so easily run from problems. Know that I am watching, and my expectations are high." Lorilla's hand tilted, and Zoe slid into her body. Home.
She gasped for air but tasted only blood. Coughing, gasping, kicking, leg burning with pain, she swam, flowed out of the open archway and onto the wooden deck slick with gore. Bella and Anton were nowhere to be seen. Belly sick, body aching, skein drained, she pulled herself over the edge of the rocking, listing boat and hurled herself through the window of a passing house.
Ancient glass shattered around her body. She ignored the scratches as she hit the floor of a moldy, sodden attic. For a second there was quiet, and she breathed as her blood flowed from a wound already stitching itself closed. She closed her eyes. Dark. Heartbeat. Flutter of a moth's wings against her soul. Soothing, cool. And power. New, coiling, deep, and solid like the roots of a mountain ready to grow. Zoe smiled, with lips scarred, with lips she controlled, and swept her fingers against the dirty floorboards as though making an angel in snow. She knew the folly of thinking herself unstoppable, but for the moment, she reveled in the thought. Chapter 79. Final Form. The blood essence flowed upstream against the raging river in her veins. Fists formed in the eddies and railed against the walls of her being like prisoners pounding against walls of stone. Hateful, alien, brimming with power she stole. It was unlike all the other essence in her body, not gifted by the system. There was no subtle interworking of nature into her being. This was void-gifted, void-taken, and between herself and her blood there existed an indivisible layer, thin as thin can be, a hollow space, a void. And the stolen essence, the hate-fueled blood, rebelled against this hollow barrier like a wild horse bucking the saddle. Though it could not touch her, It could fight her. It writhed, and the threads of metal essence strained to keep the stitched power in place, but Zoe knew they wouldn't break. She was stronger than her prisoner, and though she currently lacked the will to make of it a slave, or even to beseech it and make of it a friend, she knew the essence was hers. Like everything that was hers, she would find a use for it. But for now, she needed to find her friends. Beyond the broken window, the lake sloshed with dying waves. The fight beyond, the slashing of grass blades, and the roaring of the yacht-bearing beast had died. Zoe stood, and the attic floor creaked. The dust angel she swept across the floor caught the light through the broken window. There was no fleeting urge to lay back down, stretch, sleep, though she had been going non-stop for weeks now. The sloshing water beyond the window told her it was time to continue, and so she did. "No rest for the wicked," she muttered to herself as she leaned out the window to survey the scene in the dungeon. The mirror-clad yacht listed, sinking, as blood poured from it into the water and dyed it watermelon pink. She felt the smell of iron against the back of her throat as though it dripped past her lips. The beast was gone. Only the yacht remained, shattered and overflowing with bright gore. Had her wound killed it? She saw no shadow around the sinking vessel, no impression of the shape beneath. Though her eyes struggled to pierce the awful clouded waters, she was sure she saw nothing. There, the island. The beast, wounded, colossal, dragged itself upon the shore. Her eyes widened as a gasp of shock left her scarred lips. Had it grown? Or was its true bulk so hidden by the water? Its legs were bent like a turtle's, but where there should be flippers were loose, boneless hands. Upon its back and shoulders it bore armor of shards, mirror and lightning-glassed flesh both. But the limbs were the pale gray of Zazatha, though stretched and strained to a colossal size. How large could something be? The entire beast stretched end to end like the main street of a small town, and as it crawled up the beach, crashing the trees, blood leaked from the slight wound in its back like a small creek drying in the summer blaze. She had hoped that tearing out the tongue in the cabin may have killed the greater beast. But hope was not enough, it seemed. Could she kill that beast at all? If so, how? Though Ordiz's words returned to her, maybe she wasn't supposed to try. The beast continued its crawl through the forest, dragging its useless legs behind it, boneless feet flopping with every shuffling stride. Its head strained against gravity as it glared at the Gothic mansion at the island's peak. Ominous, slouching, it crawled up into the forest and was swallowed by the trees. A single blade of grass wafted past her on a wind she hardly felt. It spiraled, twisted, and continued toward a tall house with a rusted weather vane upon its crown. No wind could budge that time-fused piece of iron. No eye could discern the time-muted shape. But all the same, it flashed in the light, caught the eye, and let her notice the tattooed hand beckon from the window below. Relief settled through her heart. Her friends were alive. But as her attention waned, the blood essence surged and suffered inside her as it tried to escape. She drummed a finger upon the stitched wound in her thigh, as though it were the sealed clasps of a purse. Soon, she promised. And knowing the cruelty of such a promise, soon you shall be forged, and you shall be mine. A technique and a whisper of malignant defiance crept up through her veins and into her ears. No! A voice like a beast shattering air, but only an echo, drowning, gurgling. No! Sinister and wet, with a mouth formed by a slashed face. No.
No. No! She smiled and shrugged and leaped from the window. Her dive was far from perfect, never much of a swimmer, but she cut through the water all the same. Her strokes devoured the distance.
Below her, uneasy dead filled the sunken streets. They turned their rotted eyes to watch her passing. She knew not what rules had changed, or remained the same, but she did not reach for them, and they did not reach for her. In moments, her powerful body brought her to the house with the weather vane. 2 stories sat below the water, and a third towered proudly above. She gripped the stone wall and hauled herself up. Up the wall, slick with moss and water. Up and through the window, looking for... An arm wrapped around her throat and pulled her down to the ground. She kicked out, but her legs were in the air, useless. Her back hit the wooden floorboards with a crash that shook dust from the ceiling. The silhouette of her assailant moved out of sight. She twisted, but a blade of grass hovered above her eye. She stilled and looked along the blade until she saw the gray hand, the slender wrist, of Oriz. Behind her supposed master stood Bella and Anton. Grim hope bled from Bella's eyes. "Is that you, Zoe?" she asked. Anton's mouth was a firm line, the only sign he felt anything at all, but he turned the attention of 11 eyes upon her, silver curiosity burning, before he nodded. "It's her," he said. "Not a parasite." Oriz snorted. "You can tell?" He tapped the serpent bracelet upon his bicep. "This lets me see." "But can you see the hunger within her? Can you see the curse she fashioned from her own hands? I know you see the scars she gained from drinking too deep, too fast, too hungrily. But does she wear the mark of the glutton? Or does the glutton wear her?" Bella placed her sword against the wall and stepped around Oriz. She crouched beside Zoe. With care, but with purpose, she pushed the blade aside. A sliver opened upon her palm, even though she pushed the flat. She didn't wince. "Zoe," she said, "what happened on the boat? You said you wouldn't attempt the technique, but you threw us away. Why?" Zoe met Bella's gaze. Her scarred lips twitched, and she turned away. "My hand was forced." Oriz poked her blade's tip at the tear in Zoe's fish-skin pants. She tapped the ugly stitches of metal essence. "You used the parasite's technique?" She didn't sound mad or concerned, only curious, and the sound chilled Zoe as she looked up at the alien woman. "You say your hunger drove your body, but the technique worked? You didn't think it would work?" Oriz shook her head. "But was it a disagreement or a confirmation?" "I've never seen anyone use a technique from the void before," she clarified. "What you did when you cut out the Black Star radiation was one thing, but this..." "You're the one who told me it would work." Zoe sat up, dripping water, leaning against a wall. "You said I could gain power." "I expected to be by your side when you experimented." Her blade shredded into leaves as she knelt beside Zoe. "You are the arrogant student I taught in the dunes, but your hunger wrestles like snakes in a bag. Do you know why your hunger took control?" Zoe looked down between her feet. The pride in her accomplishment was overwhelmed by the source of her actions, by the hand that moved hers as though it were a puppet. "Because I was weak." "No, not really. You can control hunger to an extent, but we all must feed. Your gluttony didn't take control because you were too weak to resist. It took control because it knew there was food, but you were too weak to take it." Zoe clenched her fists. "How am I supposed to fight against something that can take control of my body from within?" Oriz shook her head sadly. "You cannot fight something hidden within your nature, no more than the blinding lightning can fight the deafening thunder. There is a reason they are called curses. There is a reason they are called sins. But you should be proud of your accomplishment, and it is your..." Ortiz staggered suddenly, clutching the wall. "We can discuss this later. Now we—" She puked rainbow threads. They coiled down her dress and fell toward the floor like worms, dissipating and curling like smoke, staining the floor like dye. Where the color bled, it left Oriz paler, her gray skin taking the hue of paper, her yellow hair the color of sun-beached sand. "I have little time," she wiped her chin. "Do you have the fragment?" Zoe paused, a fist resting upon the stitches in her leg. Proud of her accomplishments? Or shamed for her hunger? She gazed up at the gray-skinned woman and knew nothing of what she thought. Alien. The word came to her suddenly, truthfully, and she realized how many assumptions she made about the woman who she called Master. But now was not the time. She exchanged a glance with Anton and Bella, and in moments the four of them were staring down at the two mirror bell fragments. Dull, brassy metal, heavy pieces, cragged, ill-fitting, but parts of a whole. The metal surfaces cast poor reflections that moved with a rhythm of their own. Oriz nodded. "We have two, and now there is only one remaining." A roar shook the building like thunder. As one, they turned to the window and beheld. Upon the island, the great, monstrous beast had reached the mansion. Heaved onto its crooked elbows, it stood as tall as the highest spire. Lightning pooled in the great maw and cascaded forth. The furious blue bolts boiled through the air and struck the many rods sticking up from the mansion's turrets. The black metal glowed white, sagged, and drooled across the mirrored tiles. More lightning followed. Windows shattered, walls buckled and blew apart. Lightning without thunder, blue light seared into Zoe's eyes as the mansion glowed, weakened, burning. And the great beast dipped its head and shuffled into the collapsing mansion like a burrowing rat. Its loose ankles flopped as it kicked apart trees and hilltops. Essence flared, seethed, and the monster stood on elbow and knee, the mansion fused to its back like a mighty shell. How could they kill something like that? Was it even possible? The roar that broke forth peeled the roof from the houses upon the lake. Only Ortiz remained standing in the third-story room. Zoe stared at a blue sky as the roar rang out in her ears like a tolling bell. Bloody trickles down her cheeks, but still that horrible sound tolled. The world was a bell, and she the center, shook and rung by another's hand. And the last image she saw before the roar bowled her over echoed in her mind. The flash of metal upon the tongue, too small to be seen, but seen nonetheless. A fragment of the mirror bell glinting before a monster swallowed it down. Chapter 80. Stories in Blood. A mile away, the dungeon boss sat atop the island in the middle of the lake. Its long gray limbs crouched in the trees and the dirt, the mansion fused to its back by hateful essence. The scale was uncomfortable to the mind. Flesh should not be so large, and yet there it was, undeniable in its truth. The mockery of a turtle reared back its head, toothy maw large enough to swallow a car, and bellowed a challenge to all. The air reverberated like a drum. Zoe felt something in those echoes, an approximation of the truth of her body path, but more than anything, she felt despair. This creature radiated danger like an active volcano, and it had just swallowed the last fragment of the mirror bell. The other two fragments sat on the damp wooden floor of the attic, glinting in puddles of lake water. What had seemed exceptional prizes minutes ago now shone like false tinsel as the sun beat through the open window. So close, and yet
What are we supposed to do now? Zoe asked.
As one, she, Bella, and Anton turned to Orez. The alien woman who had stood as a pillar of experience for the humans, a guiding beacon, and now a frail and rainbow-sickened waste of an adventurer. Zoe's heart skipped a beat when she saw Orez barely able to stand. The grass blade that so effortlessly sliced through flesh now served as a walking stick. Rainbow leaked from her pores in fitful bursts. Her eyes were bloodshot and dilated as she gazed out the window at the monstrous beast atop the island. "We have to—" Her voice trailed away as she looked at Zoe. "You need to get the fragment. I can slice open the belly, but that will take everything I have left. I think it will kill me." A cold sweat formed on Zoe's brow as the others turned to her. "Forget the slice," Zoe said. "How long do you have before the dungeon devours you?" "Maybe half an hour?" Orez's smile flickered. "But I can't slice it anyway. You'll need to kill it to absorb the fragments. But I'm not sure something like that will give you 3 levels. Anton sighed. "So we're doomed?" "There has to be another way," Bella said. "What other win conditions could there be?" "What if Zoe died?" Anton said to the suddenly quiet room.
If Zoe died, the quest would end. If the quest ended, do we get booted from the dungeon? What's the fail condition for a dungeon? Anton turned to Orez, but everyone stared at him. He rolled his eyes.
"Yes, obviously I don't want Zoe to die.
But what if she stops her heart with her technique? Would that count as death for the system?" Another long second as they stared at him and listened to the crashing of dirt spilling into water as the monstrous, mansion-backed boss crawled toward the lake. "Hey, I'm just spitballing. I don't see any of you coming up with plans." "Shut up, Anton," Bella said. "Hey."
"No," Orez croaked.
"It's not a bad idea, but we can't count on it working. 1, Zoe's false death might become an actual death. 2, we can't know that her death would reopen the dungeon door." "What does that mean?" Anton pressed. "We either complete the quest or die trying? That's horrific." Orez shrugged. "It's the price for quest modification."
The statement settled upon Zoe's shoulders like a lead weight. This was all her responsibility, and so it was up to her to solve the problem. Fortunately,
"I have an idea," she said. She crouched and dragged the 2 mirror bell fragments closer. If she could cut her way through the trap in the staircase. She flexed her wrist, and a shining scalpel of metal essence formed.
"I'm going to slice through the bindings of the fragments," she said.
"If I can harvest the essence inside them, then it should count towards the completion of the quest. I won't need to level up to incorporate them." "Will that work?" Bella asked. "I have the Quest Breaker title. It should work." They looked at Orez, who nodded. "Do it." The lounge was a circle cut out of the red rock. A bench set into the warm crystal that could be flooded like a spa, but currently remained dry and dusty. The back of the lounge extended hundreds of feet up in a clean-cut cylinder. Stars glinted high above in the perfect circle of exposed sky. Nobody could descend to the lounge at the bottom without surviving the drop.
Rue sat there, hunched over, elbows on his knees, head in his hands.
Glassick sat beside him, her expression an ice sculpture of cute dismay as she rubbed his back with delicate fingers. Across the circle, Morn plucked at a 40-stringed instrument, an idle harvest dance from a planet disintegrated long ago. Their music was always sweeter than their produce, but the song plinked unnaturally in its echoes along the crystal cylinder. It did little to uplift Rue's mood, and though Morn's playing slowed, it did not stop, and Rue had not the heart to tell the ancient scarecrow warrior that he wanted nothing but silence.
For how sad is it to admit you want silence and loneliness when all your friends want to do is bring you comfort? It is a special kind of self-pitying pain that makes one flee the balm. The floor rumbled beneath his feet. Mosaics depicting battles under supernova skies split, dislodged tiles, spat dust, and ruptured. Rue blinked, and Urum stood before him. "I greet Rue, Prince of Crimson Skies, Blade Forest, leader of Apocalypse, Primus Pilis of the first cohort of the Crimson Armada, and—" "Enough, Urum. I know you hate me. No need to drag any of this out. I don't hate anybody." Morn continued plucking away, the harvest song slowing as the fruit on the vine grew sickly sweet. Glassic removed her hand from Rue's back and cast a frosty glance Urum's way. "Now's not a good time," she said to Urum, and then whispered pointlessly, "He's not feeling the best." Urum and Rue rolled their eyes, caught the other making the expression, and both scowled. "What do you want, Urum?" "I bring a gift from the ladies you left behind." Rue lifted his gaze from his hands. "Oh?" Urum nodded. "From Lorilla." He tossed the swirling orb of crystalline blood. "I said it wasn't wise, but she insisted you receive this." Rue caught the orb and couldn't help but smile as he rolled it along his fingers. "Thank her for me." "Thank her yourself," Urum snorted. "I'm not your messenger." "You work for me." "As an engineer." They glared at each other, and Rue decided it wasn't worth destroying another starship just to make Urum take back his foul mood. Though, of course, Urum never had a foul mood. No hate in a heart of flawless stone, as they say. "Thank you for bringing this to me. I will thank Lorilla myself." Rue set the orb spinning in the air. "I'm sure she'll appreciate rubbing it into my face directly." Glassic raised an eyebrow at the orb floating above their heads. "What is it?" Rue snapped his fingers, and the orb expanded, fading as it grew, until it ceased to be anything more than a faint red glow in the air. And in that glow, a vision played. 4 aliens in a room inside a dungeon, huddled around 2 fragments of reflective metal as an aberrant boss raged in the lake beyond. "My gamble, my experiment. She lives." How like Lorilla to pay attention to this when I had let it slip my mind, but... He sighed. "It seems she chose blood after all. Lorilla will never let me hear the end of this." Urum smiled. "I have one more gift for you, from the Shadow Tank herself." "Oh?" His hand raced out towards Rue's cheek. Without effort, Rue blocked it with a forearm growing thorns, but it was a feint. The true slap rocked Rue's chin. His head snapped back into the crystal wall and sent a dark crack running up the crystalline length of the cylinder. "You damned!" But Urum was gone, the ground rumbling, and Rue blinked away the smarting pain. "I suppose I deserved that." "Morn?" The ancient warrior raised a desiccated eyebrow. "Yes?" "Can you play something to accompany the scene?" "But of course." His fingers worked like a vine along a wire. The tune grew, slow and manic, like wood piled on a bonfire, waiting for the dark. Rue reached into his shirt and produced beer for them all as he sat back and watched Zoe struggle. "You'll make it," he whispered. "You'll survive, you'll grow, and then you'll kill me. I just know it." ###. Zoe took a breath, steadied her hand, and sliced. Her scalpel struck the Mirabelle fragment and felt resistance. True resistance, for the first time. The blade bit into the metal, but struggled to go deeper. She pushed. It made sense. A scalpel was a surgeon's tool, not a blacksmith's. She pulled away, the technique flickering, and the scalpel became a bone saw. With her might-powered muscles, she tore into the Mirabelle fragment's essence. Her technique chewed through the fragment's defenses. The essence spilled.
Everyone let out a sigh of relief as the essences of faith, metal, and sound pooled on the ground. The quest completion protocol triggered when she broke down the fragment, but breaking down was enough. She didn't even need to incorporate them. But she knew, even as it stirred, her essence mingled and spiraled on the ground like snakes down a drain. Her scarred lips snarled as her hunger dared her to resist. The bone saw became a scalpel without her even thinking. Thunder shook the room. Footsteps of the approaching boss? She gripped the scalpel in her trembling hands as she struggled to keep it from plowing into her leg and opening a new container. The blood essence surged beneath her stitches, begging for release. Rather than cut herself open and spill the blood essence she stole, she could use her technique to share the power. I'm pretty sure the smith will hate you for this, but when you see him, blame me. Are you sure that will work? Oriz asked. Do you know what it means to take on the ire of the Crimson Armada Trinity? And there, in her ears, the sound of a hammer beating faster, crushing an anvil to dust. Oriz groaned from where she leaned against the wall. There will be a cost to this. Zoe looked into Oriz's rainbow bleeding eyes, tried not to feel fear, compelled herself away from any thoughts on the future. This was a hunt, and the trees grew tall around her, the shadows of the forest. I don't care, Zoe said. I take responsibility. The howls of wild dogs broke through the beating of hammers, and Bella grinned. What do you mean? The world might end? They all laughed, manic, joyous, and wild as Zoe sliced open their wrists and filled them with the essence of the mirror bell. Chapter 81. Adaptation. As soon as Zoe sliced through Bella's wrist, her calm evaporated and the fear took hold. The surety of her plan died as essence coiled and split beneath her blade. So many things could go wrong. Bella's essence oozed, water and shadow brimming, teasing, testing the air for their new container, and swimming in the black liquid depths, the razor-backed serpent of the rune blade. What if she couldn't make this work? What if she drained her friend's essence and left them weaker than before? Yes, whispered her hunger. What if? She moved, reflex and practice guiding her, to slice open Anton's wrist and prepare him for the experiment? Surgery? Vivisection? As the mirror bell essence dissipated on the dusty floor. Her hunger saw the translucent sky essence floating within Anton's wound, a mass of bouncing spores, as an opportunity. Why share amongst three, when three can become one? What better legacy to her friends than taking everything they had for herself? She was the strongest. They could live on through her. It was only right, only proper, that she take Anton's silver-eyed technique, that she take control of the rune blade, she take the mirror bell fragments for herself. She had the greatest appetite. Why should she not feed the most? The scalpel of metal essence transfigured into tweezers. She plucked at the threads on the floor and scooped them up like spaghetti as the thoughts raged inside her mind. It was all possible. Take and take and take and... Standing on a borderline. Light ahead, dark behind, and braying hounds out of sight. The world curves, and the horizon hides all who would watch. Oriz would die soon. She could take the lives of Bella and Anton. Not just their lives. Take their everything. With their power, she could leave the dungeon and nobody would ever know. There would be no accountability. She sat alone in the dark upon a throne of trust. Her heart beat, and she acted. Hash, hash, hash. The sky above the bloody eye filled with the phosphorescent streaks of the polyps. 100 bands of green starlight pumped toward the newly incorporated planet, And soon another 100 would blast out of the canyon, and another 100 to follow, and so on, until the bloody eye served its purpose and shed its final tear of civilization.
Lorilla studied the streaking lights from her garden of wilted roses. Paper curtains divided the spiraling garden into various rooms, ponds, and chambers. She stood before an open, pristine doorway, with her formal robes pooled on the ground behind her as she slipped into her subtle armor of plated blood and beauty. Each interlocking piece was little larger than jewelry, but it takes many coins to form a hoard, and there were few armors more effective for someone of her build. Esme lounged extravagantly on the silken bed in the chamber behind her. A smile spread wide across her featureless face as she tasted the air and played absently with the sheets twisted around her hips. "Do you need any help with the incursion?" Lorilla smirked as she clicked a delicate gorget into place. "Need?" Esme's smile widened. If her skin were not a light-swallowing shadow, her blush may have been visible. "Want," she stressed the syllable. "Do you want some help? Or even some company?" "I'm still mad at you." "Still? Maybe you need to punish me some more." Lorilla didn't turn around to face Esme's lewd display, but with her gifts in blood and mind, she didn't need to see to know. "I should lock you up, please, and throw away the key. Really, Esme, that's enough." "I love when you use your serious voice." Lorilla sighed, and with a snap of her fingers, the remaining pieces of armor flew up from the ground and settled upon her body. They shifted, like sand in an hourglass, before completing their intricate assembly. She appeared a gorgon of blown glass, all sunset hues, with a sleek and windswept figure. "I'm leaving." Esme stood and let the sheets fall. "Then let's go," Lorilla sighed. "Esme, you can't just do whatever you want and get away with it. Then what's the point of all this power?" Esme kissed Lorilla's glass-shielded cheek. "Race you? Esme?" But Esme was gone, melted into shadow, racing across the void, a smile waving between polyps, stretching from the ruby satellite to the world of turquoise green above. Lorilla sighed, snapped her fingers, and followed. ###. Anton and Bella lay comatose on the dusty attic floor. Zoe checked and rechecked their stitches. They had only been out for a minute, but she was worrying. The water lapping against the sides of the half-sunken house grew insistent, an aquatic tapping as the boss slid from the island into the water. "Don't fret," Oriz told Zoe. "You committed to the path. All you have to do is see it through." Zoe nodded, but said nothing as she waited. Another minute ticked past. Bella flickered like an old tape in an older projector. She gasped, sitting up, as Anton flickered away, before returning solid, his eyes wide. "I don't think," he mumbled, looking around. "He's not happy." Bella shuddered. "Zoe?" She grasped Zoe's hand. "He's pissed." Zoe squeezed Bella's hand. "I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. For now, we have to get out of this dungeon." Anton rubbed at his stitches, but Zoe smacked his knuckles. "Don't do that!" "So they're like regular stitches?" "Just don't play with them." "They're itchy." Bella nodded. "They are itchy." Zoe smiled. She checked their stitches again out of habit and paranoia as they quickly discussed their plan. Oriz interjected at points as they formed a quick strategy. A sense of levity grew, a tightness of anticipation in Zoe's chest, but she grew grim as a wave thundered against the side of the roofless house. "Does everyone know their part in the plan?" Bella and Anton nodded. "Then go. I'll join you in a moment." They leaped from the window and over to the neighboring house. Pieces of shattered rooftops floated in the water, bobbing with the waves caused by the incoming dungeon boss. With their advanced speed and coordination,
They hopped across the floating timbers like frogs crossing lily pads. They tracked a wide circle around the mansion-backed monster. Oriz looked up from where she sat slumped against the wall.
I wish I could do more.
Oriz's voice was limp as waterlogged paper.
But rest, Zoe said, and forgive me. Forgive you? For what?
Zoe activated, bell at the center of the world. Reality folded up around her, everything on display. Oriz stretched, and the intricate decay of her rainbow-bleeding body became as obvious as a textbook. She couldn't put it into words, but from her position at the center of things, she understood. And so she reached out with her knuckles and tapped the core of Oriz's being. Her egocentric vision vanished, and Oriz gasped. "What did you do?" Zoe shook her body loose. It always felt wrong, returning from that space, like coming down from a high and entering the murk and mud of everyday reality.
If I can stabilize an incursion, then why not stabilize your decay?
Oriz flexed her fingers.
I don't feel any stronger. You're not stronger. You just have more time. You shouldn't have.
Zoe smiled, and it felt good to stretch her scarred lips with joy instead of the hunger of a jackal. I did what I wanted to do. It's better you're alive. Now, wish me luck? Oriz smiled wistfully. No such thing as luck with the system, I think. Well then, Zoe leaped. The attic floor thrummed from the power of her might-enhanced legs. She sailed up over the attic roof and surveyed the arena of the lake. The broken houses spread in circles around the lake, and the boss waded amongst them. It floated, as it had, like a turtle with its head reared above the waves made by its passing. Yellow eyes burned in the armored head like bonfires. They swept about and locked onto Zoe as she hung at the zenith of her leap. She felt it then, the overwhelming power in the beast rearing up like a mountain behind it. Ton upon ton pressed down upon her, screams and fists raining with hatred. The jaw opened so slowly, her muscles locked up, lightning pooled in the back of the throat like blue death dancing. Zoe fell as the lightning raced toward her. She grabbed the building with her chain and swung herself down into the water. Lightning obliterated the air where she had hung. Burning stink of ozone. She struck the water and dove, swimming until she could emerge behind the cover of another house. One of the potential plans had been to kill the boss, wear it down, and deliver death by 1,000 cuts. If it bled, it could die, right? But she knew now, after that moment of eye contact, there was no way that was possible. Even with all her strength, even with her friends, they were just mosquitoes facing off against a dragon. Oriz had shut down that plan before they could discuss it, but deep down, Zoe had hoped it was a possibility. Maybe, if she harnessed the blood inside her, it would provide a connection to the mountain of hatred. Though Oriz suggested that was a worse idea than just trying to kill the monstrous creature with fists and sticks. Zoe wasn't sure, but she also didn't know how to incorporate the essence within her without leveling up. She swam between the corpses of a family at their breakfast table, kicked up a rotted staircase, and emerged on a shattered second floor. The mossy bricks fell long ago and gave her handholds to climb up. She poked her head over the edge and scanned. Anton's silver eyes darted like pinpricks of light around the lake and the monster. Not getting too close, but monitoring things. One eye zipped toward her and hid behind the wall beside her head. "Are you in position?" she asked. It bobbed twice for yes. Anton had no problem incorporating the essence of the Mirabelle. His orbs were crisp as newly fallen snow, just as she had no problem incorporating the essence stolen by Moth in her dreams. She needed time to theorize and understand this new technique. Time she didn't have. It looks like the boss is moving toward Oriz's location, but it's slowing down. Is Bella ready? A pause, and then 2 bobs. Okay, prepare for my signal. She focused on the bricks before her, hanging from one hand as her free fist readied. There was a beat, in her heart, in the universe, if she could remember the way the world felt when she activated her body path. Almost. There. She could strike and sound out a gong that all would hear, that Bella would hear. She considered using "Our hearts toll as one" for the signal, but didn't want to risk confusion in such a tense situation. She steadied her breathing and focused on the center of things. The beast sloshed past, and Zoe ducked down. Its head passed the house, jaw hanging ajar, drooling, flat teeth larger than her head, a jaw that could stretch to crush the house apart. It passed, and the shattered mirrors of the mansion on its back flashed with the reflected light of the lake. She could see through these mirrors, into rooms, darkness, as though the walls did not meet flesh, but continued inside. Did the mansion continue into the flesh of the beast, like the stairwell in the yacht? Zoe bit her lip. If that was the case, then they could change their plan. By entering the mansion, they could navigate toward the Mirabelle fragment from the inside, rather than from the outside, as was their current plan. Bella's acid-tipped spear could eat through the boss's flesh, provided it wasn't in a digestive tract, which was why they shot down Anton's Pinocchio-inspired plan. But it could be easier to do that from within. "Hold," she said. "Anton, send an eye into the mansion. I think we have a plan B." Chapter 82. Barnacle Sphere. After Anton confirmed it was possible, they entered the mansion like bugs crawling inside the open maw of an insect eater. Everything trembled. Dark they walked, crouched low, following the silent glow of Anton's silver eye. Heat like a fire gusted out at them from the winding depths of the corridors. Wet as fevered panting. Infrequent wind, the strain of lungs further into the dark, and the foul, bilious, blackened, bloody scent flowing out into the bright rectangle of light that was the window behind them. The floor beneath them rested like a limp tongue, moist, unstable, muscular, shifting and tasting them with each step. The beast rumbled, walls shaking, as it learned of them. Limp fingers, each the size of a telephone pole, dragged against the exterior. Bricks and wooden boards shattered and fell into the lake, plinks and plops, as the boss battered at itself like a dog scratching for a flea. Anton's eye led them further into the dark. They walked past studies piled with half-digested books, past dining rooms where the tables breathed, dull half-light spilling from the silver eye, exposing what should have remained hidden. Nothing came for them, not yet, but they couldn't relax. Whenever they reached a split in the corridor, Anton sent an eye in either direction, and if it split, he sent another eye. Soon they stood at a crossroads. The walls breathed, and a dull chandelier dripped sour fluid into a puddle on the pulsing floor. Anton focused as his eyes scanned the paths ahead. Bella stood beside him, sword drawn, and scanned the immediate surroundings. Zoe paced as she worked on the problem from a different angle. They needed to find the Mirabelle fragment. Initially, she thought this meant cutting into the boss's stomach and sifting through its guts. Maybe, as Anton initially suggested, even jumping into its mouth to follow the fragment down. But the mansion was offering no clues, and it seemed to continue forever. She idly inspected a bust on a plinth against the wall, Zazatha in stone, or perhaps an ancestor. But the eyes. She slapped the bust away. It rolled wetly across the sodden carpet. "What happened?" Bella asked. "Its eyes," Zoe grimaced. "The eyes were alive." Anton nodded as he sat, eyes closed and legs crossed. "The same with the paintings. It's watching us, but I don't know if it sees us yet. Not really." "We have to hurry," Bella added.
Zoe and Anton nodded, and a silence persisted as Anton focused on searching outward. He tapped the python bracelet with his fingers, expanding his understanding of essence, looking for the mirror bell in the flow. Though Zoe had her doubts, since "It's all Mirabelle essence woven through the mansion," Anton muttered under his breath. "It's overlapping. Can't pick out anything." But he didn't stop looking. Zoe stepped away and lowered herself into the first step of the grasping vine. She stepped into the next. Movement following movement, punch following kick. She was approaching the true intent of the stances, still distant, but looming. These moves were merely the beginning of the style. But she pushed the thoughts away and let the movements center her. She focused her mind on the limits of her body, on the fibers of her flesh, and closed her eyes. Breathed, moved, and there. Felt it like a ripple striking the edge and returning to the center. The humming reverberation of a bell. So soft, just the after-echo. But if she moved again, she felt it tingle, felt it toll. She already used her daily instant access to the center of the world to heal Oriz, but that didn't mean she couldn't approach it manually. Behind closed eyes, she felt the world curling up around her. Sloppy, she knew, imperfect, and if she looked, it would all collapse. So she didn't look. She moved and focused on the essence within her. The essence of the Mirabelle fragment, and the fragment only, not this false equivalency of the mansion, no. She needed to focus on a piece of a whole. She grasped, and as her body path manifested itself, she brought her palms together into a decisive clap. A strike targeted at herself and the Mirabelle fragments within her. A deep toll rang out into the air. The sound rippled over Bella and Anton, and they rang in turn, the fragments inside them answering the call. Bella looked over at her with surprise, but remained silent as Zoe listened. There, on the edge of hearing, another reverberation. Deep in the mansion, the specific tolling notes of a Mirabelle fragment. Zoe opened her eyes. "Do you hear it, Anton?" He nodded. "I'm tracking down the source." After a moment, he opened his eyes and stood. "It's this way. Follow me." ###. The winding halls continued. Narrow as arteries, walls sagged under the weight of tissue and rot. They waded through puddles of blood and ichor like water and oil until they reached the stairs. Anton paused. There were only 7 stairs, but they led up into an arch of dark, veiny wood. In the room beyond the arch, a dim, blue light shuddered with a sound like a sputtering diesel engine. The smell of salt, of iron grime, coated the air. Zoe gagged. It felt like every horrible memory of medical school rolled into one sharp smell. It clawed at the back of her throat. From Bella and Anton's pale faces, she knew they felt the same way. But, beyond the abhorrent arch, came the tinkling, crystalline toll of a bell fragment. Bella spat onto the carpet. "I don't want to go in there," she said. Anton spat. "Zoe can probably do this one by herself." "What do you mean?" Bella frowned. "You think there's a boss inside the boss?" "Why not? They hid a dungeon within a dungeon." Zoe eyed the gate. Who knew what to expect from this dungeon? It didn't feel right that they could enter this mansion so easily. They were lucky the boss didn't see them enter, but shouldn't it have been harder for them to sneak past? Foreboding itched between her shoulder blades, an ache out of reach that... Her black star chain clinked lightly as it draped against her back and rubbed the exact spot. Tension faded as it worked away at the spot. "Thanks," she whispered with a grin. The chain snaked down her right arm and wrapped around her hand. It squeezed once before resting. She rotated her wrist and found the chain didn't restrict her motion,
but remained around her knuckles.
"Moth?" she whispered. The chain remained still, and Zoe shook her head. Whether it was the Black Star system, Moth, or her own mind, it felt right to hold the chain like that. She nodded to herself. "All right," Bella gave her a poke. "You all there, boss?" "And then some." Zoe took a deep breath. "So how about I head in and get all the experience, yeah? I could use the levels." She walked toward the stairs. "Oh, hell no!" With a rush of air and a tap on her shoulder, Anton kicked off of her and flipped through the arch. He spun to face her, upside down, and grinned as he reached out to push off the skeleton charging at him from the shadows. He launched off and veered out of sight.
The arch shuddered, and doors slid slowly from within like teeth pushing out of gums. In moments, they would close off the room beyond. Zoe laughed as she sauntered up the stairs, chain creaking around her knuckles. She stepped sideways through the arch, fist swinging, and cracked a skeleton's head in twain with a single strike. "Idiot," Bella whispered from the bottom of the stairs. "Idiots." But she chased after, with her sword outstretched and pulsing heat, and passed through the door before it closed with the finality of a sealed tomb. ###. The room beyond the arch was once an observatory. A dome of copper plates etched with astronomical pictographs, and a vent in the ceiling exposing the sky for study. Now, raw pink flesh dangled between the slit in the verdigris. It pulsed in time to the shuttering blue light that lit the mess of the room from its source in the center. A barnacled, crusted sphere of flickering blue light was rooted to the floor, weighing it down until the floorboards sank with a constant groaning. Zoe battled skeletons to approach the sphere. Sleeker than the skeleton warriors from the first room, they attacked with clockwork viciousness. Zoe suspected there was another puppeteer somewhere in the area. Her chain-wrapped fist smashed through the ribs of a 7-foot-tall bone warrior and cracked the spine. It flailed and fell back. A skeleton bashed aside its flailing sibling and swung a scimitar down at Zoe's collarbone. The blade clanged off the chain wrapped around her forearm. It was a movement from the grasping vine, but did she move her arm, or was it the chain? She kicked out at the skeleton's hip. The joint shifted with a crack, and the skeleton stumbled. Zoe's chain lengthened out into a noose around the skeleton's neck and brought it down onto her rising knee. The skull shattered. Fragments bounced off her skin, dully scratching, and belatedly, she activated Self-Reflects the World. The chain had so preoccupied her, she forgot about the need for her defensive technique. Another skeleton rushed toward her, swinging a mace above its head. Her chain lengthened in retaliation. She swung it in a circle, and the air thrummed before the tip smashed into the skeleton and cleaved through its ribs. The skeleton split into 2 pieces and cracked on the ground. Zoe's shoulders heaved to arrest the momentum of the chain, and it retracted slowly into her fist like a living thing. It wrapped around her knuckles, bone dust drifting from its gleaming black surface, and gave her an affectionate squeeze. "Thanks," Zoe said, though deep down, deep enough she hoped the chain couldn't hear, she held apprehensions about the sudden helping hand. Anton and Bella were finishing a skeleton on the far side of the room. There were only 3 skeletons remaining spread between them. Though the undead warriors were tall and armed, Zoe judged they posed little true threat. "Hold them off me," she called, "and keep an eye out for puppeteers." "Aye, boss," Bella called. They hurried over to engage the 3 skeletons, pushing them back more than attempting to disassemble them, now that the patterns in their movements were becoming known. With Bella and Anton keeping the skeletons behind her at bay, Zoe approached the barnacle sphere. Vertigo rose within her, and the chain trembled with some deep, remembered fear. She looked down, and her mind spun back to the tavern in Purgatory. The ground lengthened beneath her,
stretching, growing. Pain burned in her thighs as her leg tore.
She hurried and stepped forward, leaped forward almost, and she landed hard on the wet floor. The burning pain faded, though a ring of pores leaked blood around her leg. She coughed once and rose. Bella and Anton continued their methodical defense, poking or swinging at the skeletons as they rose and attacked, but they stood 100 feet away. She cupped her hands. "Anton, send an eye. Don't stop if it feels weird."
A silver orb shot toward her. From her perspective, it didn't slow, but by the way it spun when it reached her, she knew Anton felt disorientated.
"It's a spatial extension," she said, trying to remember Oriz's explanation. "If you cross too slowly, it tears you in half." The orb bobbed twice as confirmation, but it looked past her. Zoe turned and faced the barnacle sphere. It stood 20 feet tall, and the ceiling extended 100 feet above that. The scale sent a little trill of shock through her. Water beaded and dropped from the chandelier of pulsating pink flesh above. She stepped aside to avoid a droplet, but returned her attention to the orb.
It appeared like an arch, but she saw it was a spinning coin with a hole cut into the center.
Ancient metal, pitted, overgrown, and replaced with coral in places. Barnacles littered the surface, still damp, still living. They poked from their gaping shells like watching eyes. A heart the size of a minivan hung in the center, connected by fat arteries and rusted pipes. From its pulsing sky-blue mass came the shuddering light. The barbed edge of hunger tickled a smile onto her lips.
If the boss had a heart, she could kill it. She reached back with her chain and picked up an errant rib bone. With a contemptuous flick, she flung it at the spinning coin. The spinning coin shattered the bone into splinters and sent them flying into the room and beyond the border. Shards bounced off Zoe's mirrored skin, and some hit the beating blue heart. Blood geysered from the scratches. The spinning coin sent the blood flying everywhere, and Zoe sputtered as it covered her from head to toe. The sudden tide stopped, and she wiped away her eyes. A puddle of blood coated the ground an inch deep, but the heart had healed and continued pumping. If she stabbed it again, more blood would pour. Enough to fill the room? Because she couldn't think of any other way to get at the mirror bell fragment ringing inside that pulsating organ.
Would the boss drown them before they could slice open the heart?
Chapter 83. Lowly Tricks and Cunning Plans. The great beast Zazatha watched with the eyes growing upon its spinning coin at the pathetic creature standing in his core. His vision spun, but he saw clearly the naked greed in her eyes as she gazed upon his pulsing, sky-blue heart, as though it would actually display its vulnerability so readily. There was more than enough blood in his body to drown her easily, but he could see in her calculating eyes she had accounted for that. More than likely, she only desired the fragment hidden within his heart. His death, if it were even possible, would only be a bonus. Though she would have to find his other two hearts to achieve such a momentous feat. He snorted, external eyes squinting closed as he chomped at the lake water outside his body with amusement. There was no way they could stab all three hearts. He was too great. He was too powerful. Zazatha feared nothing. But somewhere in the back of his mind, doubt lingered like raindrops on glass. He had died before, countless times. A truth known, a truth denied. Would this creature add another death to his tally? ###. Zoe trudged away from the heart, dripping and shaking blood from her body. It ran off her fish skin suit without trouble and left it sleek and silver underneath. But the gore clung to her skin and hair, steaming heat cooling into something tacky. The spatial barrier was no less shocking as she extended herself across. Bella glanced over from where she pushed back the skeleton.
All right? She asked, with raised eyebrows. Fine.
Zoe charged as her chain slipped from her hand like a whip. With quick snaps, she knocked the remaining skeletons to the ground. Bella and Anton seized the momentum to shatter their joints and disperse their bones. After a moment, they all stood, breathing lightly in the shuddering blue light.
Do you think there's a puppeteer? Zoe asked Anton. He shook his head. I have detected no threads of skein.
Then how were the skeletons being controlled? Bella asked. If there's no puppeteer or thin men moving them, how are they moving? Maybe there are actual skeletons that move around? He rolled his shoulders in an annoyed shrug. It's the apocalypse. I don't know everything about it. No, it's a good question, Zoe said.
Zoe tapped a bone with her foot. It rolled away, bumped into a fold in the fleshy floor, rocked, and stopped. She watched it suspiciously, but it didn't move, not even when she looked away for a moment. Her chain squeezed her arm reassuringly. She couldn't deny the light-hearted feeling, the joy, anticipation. It felt like things were almost over, but she worried the light at the end of the tunnel was blinding her to real and present dangers.
Seems there's no puppeteer. She bent down to pick up the bone. Or if there is, it's hiding. But hopefully this bone twitches if they reassemble. She led them across the spatial extension and up to the spinning coin. We need to slow it down, she said. Otherwise we won't be able to cut into the heart. And inside the heart is the fragment of the Mirabelle, Anton added. But when we cut into it, Zoe gestured up and down at herself. Excessive blood. I think it's a failsafe to drown us in the locked room. Anton raised an eyebrow. You can slice open the fragment before we drown, though, right? Zoe nodded. But it feels too easy. Maybe the dungeon just didn't adapt right. Or maybe it's because you're too damned high-leveled. Sometimes things can be easy. Zoe raised an eyebrow in response. Is that how you found life before the apocalypse? Anton returned a placid poker face, but Bella grinned. Actually, sometimes things were pretty easy for me, she said. But as for this, I have an idea. Zoe broke her stare off with Anton. What is it? Bella rested the flat of the rune blade upon her hand and stared down at her reflection in the dark metal. Her lips moved rapidly in silent communication. A droning bass reverberated at the base of Zoe's skull. It crept through her bone, shaking her eyes and her mind. In seconds, it was over, and Bella held her sword in one hand and her spear in the other. The blade hungers, she intoned as blue light flickered across her face and the shadows deepened. It must be fed, lest it consumes us all. Leaden veins bulged under the skin of her tattooed hands. They writhed like worms, split the skin, and blood oozed into her tight grip upon the ancient's blade handle. The barbs of the rune blade's cables glinted where they were exposed. Blood soaked into the handle, and the whole blade writhed. It split like a ripe fruit, and a long red tongue slipped out into the air and lapped at the spear. The tongue caressed the emerald spearhead for a moment, before coiling around the handle and pulling it back like a toad. The spear disappeared impossibly inside the blade. Black metal bulged, writhed, and grew. Both blade and handle lengthened. Bella's eyes widened, and she shifted her weight to accommodate the change in proportions. An emerald line ran down the center of the straight blade. I wasn't sure what would happen, Bella muttered. The voice in my head sounds different, but it's still telling me this was a good idea. Everything went according to plan. What did you do? I fed my sword, helped it grow. The runes remained unchanged, but as Bella flexed her skein, the heat rippling out changed. No longer even waves of pulsing dry heat. Now the air bubbles burned. A caustic aura burst around the blade, and Zoe stepped back as it stung her skin. The aura flickered away.
It pulls on my skein differently, sporadically, Bella heaved. But this should work. The problem is that the blood will drown us, right?
Zoe nodded, and a grin formed as she realized what Bella planned.
I think that might work, she said. Should we step back? That sword's aura always forms a sphere. I think I can focus it into an extension of the blade, but it's hard. Heat doesn't want to be directed. We'll stand back then.
Zoe grinned as Bella walked up to the illusory sphere of the spinning coin. Her sword extended out, held straight with her internally wired muscles. She activated her skein, and the air flailed. The air distorted in bubbles around the blade, and when they popped, it made the space lesser. The crazed aura extended into the spinning coin, and the metal hissed. Pockmarks appeared across its surface as the caustic aura bit into the coral-coated surface. Barnacles popped and hissed as the heat struck them. The metal glowed as hot scoop marks leaked across its surface toward the core. The coin itself was too thick to be eaten in half, but with a scowl, Bella forced the aura to extend even further.
The bubbling energy struck the blue heart, and the entire room shook. Smoke poured out in the blue light as the beating heart sizzled. The floor wobbled and lurched, but Bella continued directing her blade's aura at the heart. Zoe and Anton were thrown about as pained waves rippled through the fleshy ground, but Bella utilized her body path to remain anchored to the ground with her blade outstretched. Her skein poured forth, and the aura stripped the pulsing blue heart. Scoops formed as the popping aura ate away at the flesh. The wounds seared and throbbed, but the heat and acid cauterized them before they could leak. Soon, the diminished heart hung in the center of the coin like a half-eaten apple on the end of a twig. The metal of the mirror bell fragment glinted in the blue light. They could see their prize, but how would they reach it? Bella sagged, resting on her sword, as the ground continued to flex and release. Zoe and Anton crawled over to her. The coin continued spinning too fast to approach, but the illusion of a solid material had shattered.
How do we get the fragment out of the heart? Anton asked.
Zoe extended out her chain as fast as possible, but it bounced away from the spinning coin with a clang.
Can't grab it.
Zoe ground her teeth together as reverberations traveled up her chain and through her body.
The heart and coin are connected. Bella, do you have enough skein to devour the heart? I'm getting very low, Bella said with meaning.
Zoe nodded slowly.
Forget that then. We'll find a new solution, or wait until your skein replenishes.
There was always another worm, after all, but she couldn't deny the unknown deadline.
Anton, she said, do you still have an eye on Oriz?
She looks as bad as she did 5 minutes ago. I don't even know what I'm supposed to tell you. She isn't moving, barely breathing, glowing like a unicorn. Zoe couldn't know how long until Oriz faded away completely. She had to continue as fast as possible, but risking their lives foolishly would save nobody, especially since she still felt that itch between her shoulders. Something was watching her. She glanced up at the few livid eyes poking out of the barnacles on the coin. An idea coalesced between 2 pulses of her heart.
Follow my lead,
she whispered before raising her voice.
Hurts, doesn't it?
The floor buckled beneath her.
Yeah,
Zoe spoke louder.
Can you hear me? Bella only stopped because she was worried she'd kill you. She wants this to last. She wants you to suffer.
The flesh dangling above them pulsed with malice, but the fleshy room was incapable of attacking them. Zoe shook her head with concern.
There's nothing you can do to stop her, but I can stop her. I want to stop her. I want to let your heart heal, because I'm your friend.
There's no way, Anton muttered, before Zoe shushed him with a finger on the lips. The heart pulsed, seared flesh bubbling as it struggled to heal. The floor rumbled beneath their feet.
I'm your friend, Zoe said. I want to make the pain stop. I want to make the rage stop. Don't you want to feel something different? Don't you want to feel normal again? Bella raised her sword high. I can't wait, she cried. I'm going to torture it some more. Zoe dragged Bella away from the spinning coin. No, I won't let you. The floor squirmed, but slower, thoughtfully. Zoe activated Our Hearts Toll as One, and the technique latched. She quickly flexed her skein and lowered the heart rate. Before their eyes, the coin slowed. What had seemed a solid sphere became a clearly rotating piece of metal. It still spun fast by the time Zoe released the hold of her technique, but it was now something that merely required precision rather than an impossible task.
The eyes growing from the coral on the coin stared at her with confusion. Zoe knew it wouldn't be long before they figured out what had happened. They had to hurry before the simple trick collapsed. But even as she had the thought, her technique canceled. The coin spun in fits and bursts. Her hold on the heart rate was gone, but it couldn't so quickly regain its speed. Without a pause, Zoe leaped forward. Her chain reached for the heart even as the coin slammed into her body. The force flicked her away, but her chain latched around the metal pipes hooking the heart to the coin and pulled her closer. She grinned as she neared her prize. The end of the dungeon was in sight. Hash, hash, hash. Zazatha raged. No matter how he bucked and squirmed, he couldn't reach the tiny intruders lurking outside his heart. They bypassed his trap and humiliated him with lowly tricks. But it was all part of his cunning plan to lull them into a false sense of security. He needed to activate the latest weapon, and so he turned away from matters of the flesh and connected with the dungeon as a whole. The psychic field brushed against his, white-hot nerves of woven ghosts spliced into the great soul brain woven through his meat, and he became clay in the dungeon's hands once more. Brushing the face of God. He threw his soul upon the floor of the throne room, brow brushing the cool cosmic stone, and he begged to use the new weapon. Was it ready? Was it possible? Please let him be worthy. A long and painful silence as God processed the request, and then the loyal servant received their reward in the form of ravens.
Chapter 84.
Swatted. Zoe knew something was wrong when the coin stopped spinning. It halted, and Zoe's momentum flung her away from the center. Her chain's grip kept her from flying out into the fleshy room. It pulled her back and slammed her into the coral-crusted metal. She hung for a moment before the snapping of arteries and pipes caught her attention. The coin fell forward, tearing the suspended heart free from its connections. Zoe released her chain and pressed her feet against the ancient metal. With a yell, she launched herself clear. The coin struck the wet ground with a deep, unpleasant squish. Zoe rolled across the soft floor, unhurt, and hurried back to the heart. The flesh no longer pumped. Its light faded and blackened, like the deep blue after sunset. "Are you all right?" Bella called from the other side of the coin. Anton's eyes whizzed around the room. "I'm not detecting anything in here with us, but I don't like how quiet everything is." "A giant coin falling isn't quiet," Bella responded. "No, but why did it fall?" They argued and approached as Zoe crouched beside the heart. She gripped the heavy mass of flesh. Even diminished, it was the size of a legless horse, and turned it over. She squinted. With the light of the heart fading, the room was approaching pitch black. "Anton?" she said. "Light, please." Anton's eyes spun closer until they glowed in a tight orbit around the three of them. Something glinted. A metallic growth. A piece of shrapnel. The mirror bell fragment lodged in acid-burned muscle. "So that's the final piece?" he said.
What are you waiting for? Bella hissed, bouncing on her feet with excitement. Hurry and cut it out!
Get ready to cauterize the wound. I don't want to risk the blood.
Bella nodded, and Zoe lashed out with mind's-eye incision. She planned on cutting the fragment there and then. It was time to leave this hellhole. But something darted in front of her technique. There was a grating squawk, and something soft struck the ground outside her field of vision.
What was that? Zoe asked. Anton's eyes orbited wider, and then his true eyes widened.
We're surrounded! A raven landed on the heart and cocked its head. The whole creature was formed of soot-filled blood. Its eyes were mirrored, and when it split its beak, a screech like glass on a blackboard shook the air. Zoe winced and lashed out with her chain. The raven flapped away, but 3 more swooped down. Zoe cried out and directed her chain toward the Mirabelle fragment, but it was gone. She blocked her eyes from the swooping blood ravens. Where's the fragment? Anton's eyes flashed around the room, and Zoe fought in the sudden darkness. Beaks stabbed at her skin, and she coated herself with self-reflects the world. Force reflections pinged off her body as Bella backed up against her. Zoe adjusted her technique and stood back to back with the swordswoman. They stood so close, she felt Bella's shoulders bunch and release as the rune blades slashed through the raven-filled air.
I found it!
Anton cried, as sudden light entered the vast chamber of wet flesh. The shaft of yellowed light illuminated Anton's pointing finger. A raven clutched the Mirabelle fragment between its black and gore-slickened claws. It flapped, awkward, heavy, steady, toward the light. No! Zoe lashed out with her chain. It struck many birds from the air before it lost momentum, but it wasn't fast enough to strike the raven carrying the fragment. Zoe's eyes boiled over with red rage. The end was so close. She would not be denied, and so she sprinted after the bird. Hash, hash, hash. The ravens were a pale imitation of Miserable Henry's technique. Their blood was cool and congealed, tainted with soot and scabs, compared to the liquid crystal perfection of their originator. Zoe's mirrored skin was enough to deflect them, but it ate through her skein. She charged down the halls like a bulldozer after the flying raven. The carpet squished and coiled under Zoe's feet to try and trip her up. Her companions followed her, and the swarm followed them. As she ran down the hall, the wallpaper swelled and burst like ugly boils. When each bubble popped, a raven shook itself free of pus-like matter before screeching and swooping for Zoe's eyes. Her chain and her mirrored skin were enough to stay free for now, but she couldn't catch up to the bird that stole the fragment. It remained just out of reach. Was it slowing down just enough to taunt her? To raise her hopes? This whole dungeon felt wrong. This whole apocalypse felt wrong. She knew about cutting away a piece to save the whole, but that was the logic of the healer. Everything that happened to her so far felt more like the twisting of the knife, just to see what flowed. What goal could cruelty have? What purpose did hate without end serve? Zoe's hunger growled something mindless, something grasping, and Zoe leaped over a long table in a collapsed dining room as her chain swung her off a chandelier. She could philosophize when she was free. For now, she needed to devour that glinting fragment. The raven remained out of reach as the hallway straightened out, but Zoe was drawing close, sucking down air, sprinting with everything she had. Light bloomed ahead of her. The exit. A large gaping wound in the architecture of meat. Double balcony doors ripped from their hinges. Paintings followed the chase with bulging, bloodshot eyes. The raven shot out into the bright blue sky beyond the hole, and Zoe leaped after, reaching, so close she felt the wind of its wingbeats on her outstretched fingers. Her chain coiled out and latched onto the bird. She squeezed, and the bird squawked, its bloody body resisting the pressure like tough rubber. Zoe hauled it closer,
eyes glowing with avarice, a scalpel of metal forming between her outstretched fingers, when a gigantic hand swept out of the water and battered her into the sky. Hash, hash, hash. Anton screeched to a halt as the gigantic hand swept past the opening at the end of the hall. With a crunch of bone, Zoe vanished. Ravens pelted past him, scratched him, pecked him. Even with his eyes scanning the hall, it was hard to dodge them as they flew past and out into the open air. The empty air. Zoe was gone. Bella came hauling out of the corridor behind her. She grabbed a hold of him. "What are you standing here for?" She pulled him off his feet with the momentum of a falling anchor and hauled him toward the exit. The open doors of bright blue sky. "No!" He dragged against her, but he was not Zoe. He did not have the raw might to counter Bella's body path, so he sent a glowing eye into her face. "Stop!" She blinked and ducked as a raven swooped past her head. "What?"
They stood on the edge of the hallway, frayed carpet and shattered floorboards extending like false tongues into the air. The fresh, muddy scent of lake water was overpoweringly fresh after the confines of the living mansion. Bella glared at him, demanding an answer as her cursed sword fended off bloody birds. What did he do to end up with this woman as his constant companion in the apocalypse? Had he died on the plane? Was this hell? Probably. A grin twitched at his poker face, but he shut it down. Zoe got knocked away by the boss's hand. If we go out there, it'll hit us as well. Why didn't you say so? He hissed with frustration. Bella grinned. The quest didn't end, so we know she's alive. God himself couldn't kill that woman. Don't tempt fate. What do we do? His eyes flicked out of the opening, floating in the air, surveying the wrecked houses in the lake, scanning for... A hand swept through his eye and dismissed the technique with a bark of static and a lance of pain through his mind. He coughed, tasted blood, and resummoned his eye. More shot out into the lake, but others went back down the halls. The ravens were gone now, their purpose served. We can either find a new exit, they both shared a look down the dark, quivering hallway and shuddered, or we figure out a way to stop the hand from hitting us. Bella nodded. I don't want to go back in there. Agreed. Because even though it's a trap to leave, it's only more of a trap to go back inside. Agreed. The sweeping boss's hand shattered Anton's eyes. Water sprayed them from its passing. Anton grunted with pain, but two eyes made it past the boss and soared high to survey the area. They spun, looking everywhere. He saw Oriz struggling to stand in the roofless attic, and he saw another form, bloody and broken, forcing itself up out of the dusty rubble where the mansion once stood. Human? Bricks sloughed from a mirrored hide that flickered, black skin torn bloody, before mirror returned. Rubble bounced away. Zoe stood, wavering like a drunk forced uphill. Bone snapped out at her wrist. Her chest caved, eye and jaw shattered. His eye zoomed in as close as its range permitted. She saw him, spat blood, and gave a thumbs up. Zoe's alive, Anton said. He kept looking for the fragment. I have an idea for how we can leave, Bella said. What is it? My body path will let me immobilize the arm and anchor it to a spot, but we'll need precision. He summoned the eyes in the mansion and let them float back out of his face as he sent them out into the lake to look for the fragment. Purpose drove him. It was all so easy when he had a purpose. Can you go now? He saw the lake. He saw Zoe limping through the trees toward the shore. He saw Oriz summon a grass blade that leaked her own blood. He saw Bella nod. And he saw himself standing at the center of it all like a plastic flower, frozen in repose. Ready when you are, mate, Bella said. Let's go.
She grabbed his arm, and they ran. The space beyond the hall, so bright, so true, coming closer. Closer. His heart filled his throat as death approached. They leaped. Weightless, as he should be, as the sky within him demanded. A titanic hand rose from the lake to swat them away. Orez leaned on her sword, like a grandmother on her cane. Her vision was awash with rainbow, as her eyes melted on a fundamental level. Whatever stabilization Zoe had done had been wasted. Who was she to receive such a favor from one she wronged? A terrible master. Just like her old master, the one whose name was devoured. Orez always thought she would break the chain of masters who used. But had she? Had she even tried?
The wall blocked her vision of the lake, of the boss, and so she swept her blade and sliced the bricks apart. Rubble slid away from the angle of the cut, and she saw a bright rainbow sky, a choppy rainbow lake, and a great rainbow monster grinning as it swatted at two humans leaping from its side. Her heart, already failing, flailing, skipped a beat. One human, Bella, spun in the air. Her body pulsed, and a dark, amorphous mass shot from her heart. It struck the rising hand like molten lead and dragged it down into the water. The boss snarled and roared like twisted thunder. It thrashed and sent waves out that rose higher than the houses sticking above the lake. It surged, standing for the first time, its mountainous weight balanced on two titanic legs as its clapping jaw brushed the sky. But it remained lopsided, one hand pinned in the water as the other flopped about. The boss could not free itself, and Bella and Anton got themselves clear of its immediate vicinity. Orez smiled. A body path ability wouldn't last long at Bella's level. Only seconds would remain, so Orez needed to be quick. She took a deep breath and stepped beyond the grasping vine, into the suffocating stance, and poured everything she had into her blade. The world blurred rainbow. She lost feeling in her fingers as the dungeon fed on her essence. A shame that she couldn't feel the technique, the joy it brought her. But she didn't need to feel it to know how to move. Orez swung, and Orez fell. But her technique raced forward and cut everything in its path.
Chapter 85.
Monstrous swell. The perfect cut already exists, said Orez's master, and it surrounds us. Orez's master gestured to the muddy, red desert around them, as though it made his point for him. He sat on a blackened stump, legs crossed, robe splayed out and hem dragging in the blood-colored slick. His gray skin shone like oiled titanium. His yellow hair was like a forgotten sun. Every inch of his bearing, his gaze, inferred he was someone who crossed the great divide of level 50. Transformed beyond mortal, every step he took brought him closer to apotheosis. But Orez still found him annoying. "What do you mean?" she asked, where she knelt in the mud. "If the grass remained, I might understand, but there is nothing in this wasteland." The fire had wiped away any grasses that claimed this land. Without their roots, the rain washed away more than just fire. Orez knew the mud would stain her possessions. She would need new clothes, new shoes, new everything. Unlike her master, she could not remain clean by virtue alone. Unlike her master, she saw nothing in the land around them as clean and sharp as a blade. In answer, he stood and drew his blade of crimson steel. He tapped the curved tip against the stump he sat on before. Solid matter is a lie. Between every atom lies a chasm. He continued tapping his sword against the stump. Flakes of charcoal bounced away. If the space between is so large, so accommodating,
How can your cut be anything but perfect? He tapped once more, and his blade passed through the stump without a sound. The sword brushed through wood and into the mud. His grip remained idle, loose, but the blade moved without resistance, as though he were stirring soup. He exhaled and drew his sword from the ground. There is nothing to sever, and yet the cut remains. The wake of the sword was an elegant carving in the stump and surrounding clay. Already the slick earth oozed and filled in the remains, but before it did, Oriz saw a glint of mirrored glass. Her master sheathed his sword. Think on this, practice this, and carve away this area within a 10-foot radius. The others will join us in 2 days, but we cannot enter the dungeon before you expose the door. Oriz stood, mud dripping from her clothes, and bowed as her master walked away. He was annoying, but the way he wielded a blade... "Thank you," she said as she rose, but her master was gone. Hash, hash, hash. With her eyes decaying into rainbow, Oriz saw only the past in all its glorious color. Oriz swung a single blade of grass, and in swinging she poured herself into the growth of the shoot. The dead feed the grass. A technique designed to prolong a battle, let the blood of her foes empower her steps, just as the grass feeds on the fallen herbivore. Nobody taught her to turn the technique upon herself, but how easy it turned out to be. So simple to pick up a sword by the blade instead of the handle. The only blocks were in her mind, as they ever were. The technique sucked at her skein, a still vast pool, boiling though it was, and drained her. But her body kept moving. The blade grew, extending out in a thin green that swept out and sliced through the lake, through houses, extending as fast as it sliced until it struck the boss. She couldn't see the strike, but she felt it pass through water, rubble, and flesh. The boss screamed, and then the sound cut out as her blade slipped through a colossal throat and left it useless. A moment of deathly silence as her blade passed back into the air. Before the technique devoured her fully, she let the blade slip from her hand. Oriz sagged to her knees as the blade spun away into the sky. It was supposed to be a noble sacrifice, but even now she couldn't put another person completely before herself. She collapsed as the sword burst. A green nimbus flared across the rainbow as she fell. Her cheek hit the floor, but she felt only the crash of the boss collapsing into the lake. Skein empty, burning, her consciousness stuttered. With her last thoughts, she took a great breath of air. The wave of water from the fallen boss struck the house. She felt cold, and then unconsciousness gripped her. Hash, hash, hash. Anton swam underwater, canceling his techniques, burning skein to swim as fast as any fish toward a faraway house. He needed to get away from the boss. The shock waves of its flail made the water turbulent. Waves crashed overhead. If he wasn't full of air and sky essence, he knew there was no way he could have held his breath this long. Bella swam ahead of him, sword trailing in her hand like a black fin. Her water essence granted her speed beyond his dexterity. They were going to make it. The pillars of a shattered house stood in the water, and Bella swam toward the surface. Anton followed. It was little more than a floating platform of wide wooden floorboards. A single wall stood, its arched window long shattered by the excesses of the battle. Gasping, sucking down that sweet air, that taste of sky, Anton pulled himself out of the water. Bella crouched ahead of him, panting, eyes cloudy with exertion. Rain fell around them in crashing buckets. The world darkened as a cloud passed in front of the sun. No, not a storm, but the standing boss. He winced as he reactivated his technique. The overuse made the strange, semi-real organ behind his eyes strain like a sore muscle.
But, as always, curiosity dragged him forward. Insight, knowledge, he had to see. Silver orbs spilled out of his vision and raced up into the air.
The rearing boss stood as high as a small mountain, its eyes burning, jaw snapping, in a mockery of human, or alien, he supposed, anatomy. A vast ribcage warped and flattened like that of a turtle. Gray legs wasted and skinny in proportion, but mammoth. It made him sick to look at. It clawed at the water with one hand, but the other remained shackled by the solid darkness of Bella's body path.
How long until the boss was free? With those monstrous claws, even limp-wristed as they were, it could shatter their bodies and spread their blood.
A blade of vibrant green energy flashed across the lake. Water spouted in its wake 3 stories high. It passed through houses without pause, and they slid apart as it slashed on. The angle of the blade rose and sliced up into the boss's hip. Flesh parted, bone severed as the blade continued up, slightly off vertical, and sliced through the boss's throat, chin, and ear. Blood and guts thundered down from the opening wound as the boss blinked burning yellow eyes made foolish by pain. The sword flashed out in a green nimbus. For a moment, a field of grass filled Anton's vision. A peaceful breeze wafted against his cheeks and brought the scent of a sunlit meadow. Then it faded, and the boss screamed. Anton clapped a hand over his ears. His eyes jittered with pain. The sound cut out into a gurgle, silence, and the boss slid apart. The blade had bisected the monstrous flesh, cleaving an arm, a shoulder, and half the head from the other half. The boss slid into 2 pieces that fell into the lake. A pillar of foam exploded up, and a wave raced outward. "Oh," Bella said beside him, staring up at the monstrous wave bearing down on them. She stood and hacked at the floorboards with her sword. She kicked, dislodging one, and tossed it over to Anton. He caught it without turning his head from the wave. What was he supposed to do? His eyes saw Zoe staggering to her feet, lost atop the hill. He saw Oriz collapse as the wave raced toward her. He saw Bella grab another plank of wood, wide as her chest and only a few inches taller than herself. They were separated. In danger. There was nowhere to run. "You ever go surfing?" Bella asked. "I grew up in L.A." He gripped the rough plank in his hand. "You can't be serious." The wave grew, darkening as its mass blocked out the light. Right now, we're stronger, faster, and more skilled than any human who existed before. Her eyes burned, serious, but reveling in the moment's absurdity. What else could they do? Die? The heat from her gaze slipped past the icy comfort of his poker face, and he nodded. "Let's just hope the wood doesn't snap," Bella said with a grin as she ran to the edge of the platform and leaped off. She landed on her chest and started paddling with her system-enhanced body and building the speed needed to survive. His heart pounding in his chest, Anton followed, staring down at himself from his flying eyes as he crashed into the water and paddled. His shoulders heaving, hands scooping, launching himself forward. The water rose. A skyscraper wave sucking him up into its heights. He paddled, and the fear entered his body, tingling, flowing in from his fingertips and up into his chest where it rattled his heart. Already the wave reared up higher than the houses. It tore them up from their foundations as it passed over. Brown silt, rubble, and corpses choked the base of the wave. And blood. So much blood. Anton stopped thinking. Cancelled itself as the moment claimed his attention. He pressed down on the board, pushing himself up. His left foot swept up and planted itself on the wooden board. He rose, crouched, and hung for a moment of crystalline insanity. On eye level with the top of the island, he met Zoe's gaze. Before gravity took him,
and swept him down into the doomsday barrel of the collapsing wave.
Hash, hash, hash. Every inch of Zoe felt close to death and grateful to be alive. She stumbled, dirt dripping from her body, as she found her footing in the rubble-strewn clearing. Her vision focused, and she stared ahead, blinked, stared, and blinked again. The landing must have concussed her, because she couldn't understand what she saw. Bella and Anton surfing down a monstrous wave.
Bella wore a devil-may-care grin, eyes wide as she straightened out and balanced, the board moving with grace beneath her as it sliced down the dark water. On the other side of the wave, Anton's eyes were wide for a different reason. Terrified concentration naked across his face as he crouched low to the board, but only gained speed.
They each slipped out of view in different directions as the bulk of the mountain obscured them. The wave collided with the island's steep, rocky shore with a thunderous clap. White spray arced up as high as Zoe, and she marveled as it hung suspended before plummeting back down. She reached out with and felt 2 rapid heartbeats. Bella and Anton. She couldn't spare the skein to slow them down, but she trusted them to be safe. She couldn't feel Orez, and then she could. Faint. A long pause, and then faint again. The wave had swept all the houses away. Wreckage floated, the water roiling with brown sediment, but she couldn't see any trace of Orez. She had to hope the alien's physical attributes would prevent her from drowning. Hopefully, Zoe would gain a level from her contributions to killing the boss. Then she could incorporate more essence and develop enough to help her search for Orez amongst the water. She limped from the clearing toward the trees, waiting for the cold rush of death energy to sweep through her from head to toe. A taste of blood leaked into her mouth. Her hip screamed with pain after every step. Her fractured ribs burned into her flesh. She tried to flush herself with metal, harden herself, but only the scalpel of mind's eye incision emerged. The parasite's technique had consumed the loose metal essence in her body. So she reached for the blood stitched into her body. It flailed against her willpower like a handful of centipedes, but she was in no mood. Crushing the essence, she drew it into her body. Her vitality ticked up, and she felt it work at her injuries. With each step, slowly, she felt better, more whole. But the death energy still hadn't. A yellow eye burned with hatred as it rose from the center of the lake. The boss's head lifted from a vast pool of blood, eyes great and terrible as suns, jaw agape. It reached toward her. Fingertips sliced through the water like shark fins before sinking. Water seethed as the boss grabbed a hold of the land below with its one remaining hand and dragged itself toward the island. Chapter 86. Trepanation. Anton trembled from head to toe as he rode along the wave. Water roared in his ears as he raced along the surface. The board beneath his feet moved like a living thing as it sliced down the surge. It felt like flying. Water peeled overhead, a barrel thicker than a house. He leaned forward, knowing he had to go faster, not even enough space in his mind to wish he was anywhere else. He shot through the barrel as the mass of water crashed into the island. The center of the wave sloshed up, but the 2 wings swept out into the lake. Anton's silver eyes leaked out, and he saw himself, a speck of a man, racing down the heaving floodwater, corpses and rubble staining the tumbling foam. His eyes spun out and found Bella still riding and whooping with joy. They spun out further and spied a raven flapping with a shard of mirror-bell in its talons. It flew toward the bubbling patch of blood in the lake as the boss's head rose. No, it couldn't. Couldn't they catch a break? The raven flew into the opening in the boss's skull and straight into its brain. He had to tell Zoe. Had to let her know how to end this goddamned quest.
One of his eyes raced toward the top of the island. But how could he convey that information with a silent orb? He needed to... The essence of the mirror bell bubbled behind his eyes.
His omnidirectional vision blinked away as his technique collapsed. The sudden disorientation made him wobble. The plank shimmied under his feet and almost pitched him into the crushing wall of the barrel. A multifaceted sac ballooned behind his eyes. It wedged against his brain and tunneled his vision. His vision tunneled. A vignette of darkness obscured the chute of raging water. He breathed and pumped skein into the technique, understanding blooming as he leaned forward on his board and shot toward the light beyond the barrel. 18 silver spheres raced out of his eyes and shot beyond the water and into the air. Perfectly spherical, droplets of liquid mirror reflected everything they saw. Anton raced an orb back toward Zoe.
Hash, hash, hash.
The lake water ran crimson with the blood and offal of the dungeon boss. But still, that hate-filled monstrosity clawed its way toward the island. Yellow eyes burned like feverish suns, the water sizzling around them with an iron stink. They fixed on Zoe, even from thousands of feet away. Part of its brain lay exposed where Oriz's grass blade sliced effortlessly through the skull. Lightning flashed out in fits and bursts. Was the boss using bursts of lightning essence to keep itself alive? It would explain the odd, jerking motions of its single arm as the claws rose from the water and down, dragging it onto the shore now, and again, flinging its hand forth to dig into the rock and dirt and heave itself up the hill. Jaws clacked with teeth taller than her. A pale, bloodless tongue flopped and tasted the air. Zoe could hardly stand. Her enhanced vitality patched at her wounds, but she needed days to recover. What could she do to prepare herself? How could she take out this monster charging through the forest toward her? DST. Name Zoe Chambers. Level 26. Body. The bell at the center of the world. Rank 2. Progress 6 out of 10. Attributes. Might 73. Vitality 32 plus 12. Dexterity 24. Willpower 72. Insight 32. Skein 74 over 232 plus 12. Titles. Intrepid. Lodestone. Fools Rush In. Incomplete. Questbreaker. Glutton. True Believer. Magnifying Glass. Techniques. Our hearts toll as one. Self reflects the world. Mind's eye incision. She hadn't realized her vitality increased by 12 from the stolen essence. It had felt substantive, and focusing on her vitality allowed her to redirect the flow of healing into her ribs. It itched furiously, microfractures snapping into place like pop rocks under her skin. But each breath she took was easier than the last. Her appreciation of the mind's eye technique deepened. No wonder Oriz was so curious. This was an incredible way of increasing her abilities, provided her hunger didn't take control. She just had to figure out how to work in tune with her curses. One of Anton's silver orbs dove from the air and hovered before her. She grinned, a flinching motion from the bruise in her jaw.
"Are you all right?" she asked. "I'm scared out of my mind." The orb hovered closer, and the light faded as the mirrored surface slid away to reveal Anton's terrified face. Zoe's eyes widened. "Your technique! And you're crazy!" "Bella's idea."
The view split, and Bella cheered at them from where she stood relaxed and easy on her board.
"I have no regrets."
Zoe's heart lifted.
"I'm glad you're both—"
"Zoe!" Anton, tight-lipped with stress, interrupted her. "The mirror bell fragment is inside the boss's brain." Zoe nodded. Of course that was the case.
but all she had to do was outlast the dying creature. Every movement, the boss spilled itself. A length intestine wormed through the fallen trees, and the hill ran slick with blood. It would bleed itself out, and then she could find the fragment inside the corpse. Quest updating. Zoe's eyes widened as she tapped the system. Consume the mirror bell fragment. 4/6.
No! Zoe! Anton's voice filled with panic. It's propagating inside the brain. You have to get inside. The orb vanished as the boss wailed. A screech that dragged through the air like claws on a chalkboard, raw enough to shatter glass and techniques. It was coming close, and Zoe flexed her fingers. They weren't broken. Good. Looking over her attributes, her breathing evened out. Her heartbeat slowed. That was her accomplishment. 73 might made her 36 times stronger than she had been when she first boarded the plane. She bent down and lifted a brick. Her hand squeezed into a fist, and the brick crumbled. It hurt. Everything hurt. But she was strong enough. Her dexterity was 6 times higher than it was. She was so used to thinking about her stats compared to each other, thinking about their failings, that she forgot how far she had come. She knelt as the boss screamed its way through the forest, breathed deep. Trees shuddered and fell. Clouds of rock and dirt flew back with every swing of the claw. As it drew closer, the trees no longer concealed the bulk. The pale gray flesh of the head and the swiveling yellow eyes peeked over the canopy. Lightning played between ragged fingertips as they poked through branches before yanking the trees out of the way. Even injured, she was more powerful, more capable than any human before her. She sprinted forward, charging down the uneven terrain. The boss smashed through trees 100 feet downhill. 50 feet. It roared, yanked the earth, and hauled. The boss sailed through the air like a projectile from a catapult. Its tongue lolled, its claws dripped blood, and its eyes burned. Zoe leaped. Her chain wrapped around her fist as she flew up toward the boss. Its eyes flashed, but its body hung limp. Even though it saw her, it couldn't move. It had to wait for the next jolt of lightning essence through its body, and Zoe had counted down how fast those jolts were. Every 3 seconds, which meant she had more than enough time. She crashed into the creature's cheek, knee first. Her mirrored skin reflected the force straight into flesh, and it parted before her like leathery clay. Blood stink filled her nostrils. Her mind clicked away from the moment, and she grabbed a hold of torn skin to stop herself from falling as the head continued falling to the ground. She pulled back her chain-wrapped fist, screaming, and drove her blow hard and deep into the burning yellow eye. Foul, sulfuric liquid blasted her. It flashed away from her mirrored skin. Her chain unfurled from her fist and whipped into the brain beyond. She could carve through the eye tissue, the flesh, the nerves, but her chain bounced futilely off the adamantine bone. She hoped she had enough skein for her strategy to work. Together, they crashed down like a meteor. The skull crushed Zoe into the rubble. Her mirrored skin absorbed the impact. She gasped as it cracked her armor and sank into her injured body. Muscle frayed. Bones snapped. Blood burst up from between her lips, but the technique didn't cancel. Though stretched, the armor held, and it reflected the force. Skein detonated out in an irregular cloud around her. The boss shrieked as the force drove into its cheek like a train. Flesh liquefied and spurted away. The lips shredded to reveal long fangs bending and tearing at the gums. Cracks shot up the jawbone and through the now empty eye socket. The force blasted the head off of Zoe, enough for her to avoid its impact. She coughed and crawled away as it howled. The sound of raw pain shook the air like a rope. Deep throbs of core hatred bucked her cells. Her pain became a groan, became a shout as she grabbed at her sound essence and forced it to loop through her body. The effects of the roar had to be supernatural. There was an emotional weight, something infectious, that she presumed was the influence of the mountain of hatred. She didn't know how to resist that, but she could resist the sound itself. She spun out the essence and tuned it to harmonize with the boss's howl. Zoe heard the sound as though she were thrown off a mountain peak, blinded by the rush of air, drowning in static, falling into the thrashing agony of the roar. Her body shook. It felt like she was tearing herself apart, and then it clicked. She found the harmony, and the roar vanished. Blessed silence. Clouds of gray dust billowed out from the impact and drifted out beyond the crown of the mountain in a loosening halo. Lightning sparked from the still living boss. Half its head was a skull shorn over the ear. The other side glared. Groaning words came from the ruined jaw. Hatred. Blame. Lightning flickered down the monstrous arm. It flopped and reached for Zoe before the current died. The hand swept away the bricks and split planks 10 feet from where she crawled. Gravel pinged across her bruised back. She stood and collapsed. The impact broke her leg, but she couldn't feel it. Couldn't feel anything. Her chain wrapped down around her leg, squeezed and supported her. The pain came now, deep throbbing against the itch of vitality, but at least the chain let her stand. Zoe limped toward the boss as fast as she could. The single yellow eye rolled to track her. Gray folds of flesh creased as hatred distorted the remnants of the boss's face. Lightning flashed in the dark of its pupil. The clawed hand swept toward Zoe. Fingers splayed for maximum area. Zoe couldn't jump high enough to clear it. The bottom finger clawed at the rock and sent detritus spraying. Zoe dove toward the hand. Her chain wrapped around her leg and pushed her off the ground. Zoe's intact leg heaved. She dove toward the hand, screaming with exertion, and passed between the splayed fingers. The boss roared and swung its hand back, but the lightning charge died, and its arm collapsed like a felled tree in the dust. Zoe pulled into a ball as she hit the ground and rolled, coming to a stop against a pile of bricks. One more time. She hauled herself to her feet. The boss was so close she felt the rage radiating from its eye like heat cooking her skin. So close she could see the brains inside the sliced skull. So close she could taste them. With her skeins so low, she couldn't rely on techniques. She needed to rely on her body. She charged. Lightning pulsed through the cavern of peach-colored flesh. It arced out toward her face, but dissipated as the boss's arm sucked at the essence. The claws swept back toward her. She leaped toward the opening in the head. A finger swept into her broken leg and shattered the broken bones. She screamed as she spun forward and slammed into the boss's brain. She gasped as the wet flesh swallowed her, and brains filled her mouth. She spat at the bitter, puppeteer-like taste. Pink obscured her vision, a tingle across her skin as the lightning essence faded. In 3 seconds it would return. She had to kill the boss. Her chain retracted from her leg, agony as it collapsed, and lashed out at the massive organ encasing her. Zoe whipped her chain, tugging on her shoulder enough to spin her as it shredded brains to slurry. A low moan reverberated through the skull. The tingle on her skin became a prickle like knife tips. She flailed, clawing, gnashing, striking her chain against bone. She bit a hunk of brain away and screamed into the space as her skin burned. Any second now, the lightning essence would roast her flesh and boil her.
Intense cold embraced her. She sagged, slipping down into the ragged brains as though it were a slowly fraying hammock. Everything was still, except her gasping as the death energy rushed through her. Tears leaked from her eyes even as they chilled to frost. It was over.
All she had to do now was incorporate the fragments. Her body slumped down onto the skull. She blinked where she lay aching and alive. The center of the brain was hollow, a space the size of a small bedroom. The pink mess of tissue surrounded her like horrific candy. But she wasn't alone. A man hung suspended in the pink flesh. His body writhed, boneless, formless, pitch dark as an empty sky, except for the claws and the teeth, floated through him like starlight.
Chapter 87. Aftershocks.
The creature was shaped like a man, but its skin, its substance, was that of the deep void between the stars. Hauntingly empty, pure abyss. And it opened like an orifice as an eye split the approximation of a face. Starkest white flesh, glistening wet, and slashed through with a red pupil. Cold intent dribbled down her skin. The floating teeth aligned, clicked together, and grinned. "Hello, little child. Won't you free me from my prison?" Zoe shuddered as the word sounded inside her flesh. This wasn't the system, but it echoed down the same channels. She had heard this voice once before, as it devoured children. "Are you the dungeon boss?" The creature grinned as another eye split open its belly. "Level up! You are now level 27. She watched out of the corner of her eye as she inspected her injury. Her leg was floppy, but too straight, the broken bones removing any indication of normal shape. Every inch bruised, the tissue beneath a wreck. It looked as though a car fell on her leg. Only the cold knowledge that Vitality and Skane could fix this, courtesy of her Black Star experiences, kept her from giving up. "Level up! You are now level 28. She dismissed the prompts before she was asked to incorporate elements. Though her hunger stirred, she knew she could hold off for now. Better to wait until the others were here before she broke up the mirror bell fragments and completed the dungeon quest. Her chain wrapped back around her leg and stiffened, but the bones were so shattered she could hardly believe she was conscious. High willpower must be good for something. Vitality itched away as it stopped inflammation, prevented internal bleeding, and started setting the bones, but she knew it would take days at the fastest. Fortunately, she had days now. The dungeon was almost over. Where were the fragments? She glanced about the dim space, tempted to think of it as a room, and saw a glint amongst the walls of slimy brain. The hanging figure's eyes bulged as they watched her crawl across the slimy bone of the skull toward two shining objects. She reached a tentative finger and brushed against the fragments of the mirror bell. She returned her gaze to the void-poured figure suspended above her. 7 eyes met her own, red pinprick pupils dilating like apertures over fire. If the fragments were the means to completing the quest and completing the dungeon, then the boss was just an obstacle. Killing Zazatha meant nothing to the quest. It was just a necessity to survive. But that didn't answer the question of what she was staring at. What are you? I'm the soul of an orphan, bereft of love and locked away. Please, you must free me before the dungeon forces me. The head lolled against its chest. No, please. Don't make me. The eyes blinked closed, and the liquid skin became seamless once more. Zoe sat up with a groan. Force you to do what? Kill again. The figure flailed against its bindings. Jaws split the body from head to groin. White teeth glinted as a fat red tongue tasted the air. It sagged and dissolved into shrieking insectile giggles as the vertical maw zipped shut.
You have discovered a Mubilashi seed. The Mubilashi is the beating heart of the dungeon. Do you wish to free the Mubilashi seed? Yes?
No. Zoe backed away from the suspended figure. Amorphous brains squished over her shoulders. Pain flared in her leg, and she focused her willpower to wrap up the pain and bundle it away. It worked, somewhat. Eyes split open and sank into the nether-colored being.
Won't you free me?
She barked out a laugh.
Why would I do that? So you can destroy me? So I can serve you.
Dull pain rattled her thoughts. Brain dripped from the shredded ceiling and landed between her legs. This had to be a trick, right? Even her hunger seemed cautious.
What do you mean, serve me?
The figure strained against the flesh holding it like an ant in bubble gum.
Free me, and I shall grant you one boon, so long as it is within my power. What is the power of a Mubilashi seed? Vast.
Zoe shook her head, sickened at her memories of the magnifying glass's horrific first round. I've seen what you creatures do when you're let loose. Bile became vitriol in her mouth. You're worse than monsters. You're nightmares. You're hell let loose and given flesh. The creature was all smiles. Release me now, or suffer my wrath, as all fools must suffer the wrath of the Mubilashi. You're trapped. There's not a damned thing you can do. She propped herself up and stood. And I'm going to get the system trapped just like you. And I'm going to... You have met victory conditions for the dungeon quest. Patience reached. Initiating dungeon end state. The shackles of the Mubilashi seed have weakened. Time until dungeon collapse, 5 minutes. 4 minutes, 59 seconds. The Mubilashi giggled and flexed like a worm loving the hook. 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Tick. 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Talk. Hash, hash, hash. Blood frothed the water. Choppy waves rocked and lilted the flotsam of houses. Beneath the surface, the water churned dirt and rubble and shattered corpses, long rotten. The air reeked like an abattoir left out in the sun. But all of this slowing. Rubble sank to the stirred lake bed. The eddies spun themselves to sleep as the chopping waves became mere wobbles, ripples. The storm of the dying boss passed into peace. The shackles of the Mubilashi seed have weakened. 2 figures kicked their way up to the surface and latched onto a floating wooden door. Water dribbled from between their graying lips as their bodies breathed. Time until dungeon collapse, 5 minutes. 4 minutes, 59 seconds. The one who wore Cassie smiled and rubbed her cheek against the wood. Peeling paint scraped off and drifted away on the awful tide. Her plan was coming to fruition. Soon, they would be free. She reached out across the door to the body who her body loved and gripped the hand of the one who wore Joel. Tell me. The words dripped from Joel's ruined lips like paint from a leaking bucket. His jaw stretched and torn apart from birthing 24 offspring. The pale gremlins hung from his body like baby scorpions. A strange emotion passed through the one who wore Cassie at the sight of the offspring she made. Her body shook as the alien joy crystallized inside veins and ruptured skin. A long gray tube slipped from beneath her ragged top and wormed across to the one who wore Joel. He sniffed and smiled as the tube slipped between his lips and pumped its chunky syrup. Joel suckled as the one who wore Cassie described the scene in the dungeon, and how it would all end. The black sunset would crack open this dungeon womb. They would emerge, bathed in victory, and the new world would dawn under their true purpose. Everything was going according to plan. ###. Bella paddled through the wreckage on the board. She couldn't believe the board held up to the stress of riding the wave, but she would not examine it too deeply. Maybe Skane had played a role, or her body path, or even the gambler stepping in to save her life. So many strange, unexplainable events had happened. Fighting monsters, landing planes, surfing gigantic waves made by colossal creatures collapsing into a half-drowned town in a pocket dimension. She couldn't explain, and so she left them at that. Strange and unexplainable. God, what she wouldn't do for a drink. Especially with that countdown ticking along in the back of her mind. A Mubilashi was going to be released? She sighed, feeling a tiredness creep through her muscles that had nothing to do with physical exertion. But the bloodthirst offset the impending sense of doom and gloom. The dryness, like sand craving the rain of a slit throat, leached up from her blade. It coursed along the wires inside her and fed into her body directly. Something lived nearby. The feeling had grown stronger as she paddled in this direction, and now she sat up on the board to look about. The wake of the wave was all wreckage and churning foam, a world of bright popping pink underneath the light of the curved blue sky. She listened to the wind blow as a patch of dark, waterlogged robes caught her attention. With swift, powerful strokes, she paddled closer. Oriz. Bella's summer as a lifeguard came back to her as she fished Oriz from the water and draped her over the end of the board. For a moment, Bella feared the worst, but the gray-skinned alien woman was fine. Her vitality kept her from swallowing water even while she was unconscious. Though she looked like a drowned rat, she seemed to be only sleeping. Her blade urged her to finish the job and take the easy victim, but Bella ignored the vague impressions of violence. She had already gained a few levels from the boss fight, and now sat at level 18. Besides, Oriz didn't have long. Limp rainbow aura leaked from her like oil in a puddle. "Bella," came Anton's voice. She started as a silver eye floated down from the sky and hovered above her. It peeled and displayed Anton paddling on his board, while Zoe sat in a weird, fleshy cave. Bella sighed with relief. "You're alive," she said. "Yeah," Zoe said, "but maybe for not much longer. This thing here—" The mirror adjusted, and Bella gasped, a harsh intake of breath at the same time as Anton, as the Mubilashi hanging above Zoe was revealed. "This thing wants me to free it. Says it'll grant me a boon, but—" "Terrible idea," Anton said. "Nope, nope, nope," Bella said with a shudder. "Don't trust that thing." "That's what I thought." Zoe took a deep breath. "I have the fragments here, and I have enough levels to incorporate them both. I think the dungeon wants us out of here, which is why it released the Mubilashi. It's like one last suicide bomb to take us out." "Then incorporate the fragments," Anton said. "What are you waiting for?" Bella had a sneaking suspicion. She closed her eyes and sighed. If it wasn't one thing, it was another. Zoe needed a break. They all needed a break. "We forgot about one variable," Zoe said. "Dungeon instability. I checked and it's currently at 65%. If I consume the fragments, then it'll cause another incursion to the Black Star dimension. I don't have my daily ability to harmonize the incursion. It's going to suck me through." She opened her eyes. The island was close by. She could paddle there if she burned her remaining skein. "Anton, how far away are we from Zoe?" Anton's eye turned. "You're 3 minutes from the island if you sprint hard. 2 minutes to the top? I'm a minute further away." "Wait for 4 minutes," Bella said into the orb.
Just hold on, Zoe. We're coming. If there's an incursion, we'll face it together. No more splitting the party." As Bella spoke, she burned her skein, leaned forward, and paddled. Water flung up behind her as she surged across the water. She had to make it. She just had to.
Hash, hash, hash. Zoe sat underneath the Mubalashi. It twitched and sagged, sinking lower with every second as the pink flesh bindings loosened. Soon the tide of biting horror contained within its midnight form would be free. She couldn't help but shudder as she clutched the two fragments. Each one was dull, shining, heavy, light. Her hunger begged her to consume them, but it was a whimpering sound, because not even her hunger wanted to be alone. The fall between worlds played back behind her eyes, the shaft of darkness, where she met Trinch, where she met the Black Star System, where her journey took a hard left turn. Her chain stroked her leg, squeezed the lightest of touch as moth wings fluttered over her heart. The seconds ticked away, and Zoe waited for her friends, because when she summoned the abyss, she didn't want to face it alone.
Chapter 88. Incursion.
The space between dimensions had a spongy texture with pockets of scintillating air between the cloying strands that glued reality together. The stuff of worlds all caved beneath Trinch's might. He dug up through the layers, clawing, heaving, slicing. He was the incursion. He was the energy of the Black Star piercing dimensions. He was the tip of the spear. Air. The sweet taste of the air as he stepped out from a black portal onto alien grass. Whisper of wind through the trees. A night sky swirling with deep mauves and purples and streaks of gold. He breathed deep, devouring gulps. The air of the Crimson Armada system. His chains reached out around him, stroking at leaves, branches, and dirt, catching insects in their clanging coils. The playful curiosity of the system as it stepped into enemy territory amazed him, but it really shouldn't have. The Black Star was ultimately a world of optimism and love, after all. Nothing like the oppressive bloodlust of his home system, but still. He gazed up at the hallucinogenic sky, the same living sky that pulsed and bled across all worlds in the system, and he sighed. Home was home, and no matter how far you went, some part of you wanted to return. An itch drawing him like blood draws a louse. He bent and rubbed a hand over the grass at his feet. Strange stuff. Short, green, fuzzy, and prickly. The surrounding trees were also too short, barely a few times taller than him. There were signs of growth in the disturbed dirt around the roots and the fresh budding leaves. Small shoots swayed in the wind that was not there. The trees were growing with the influx of the system's energy, but it was not the same as his long-established world. There were no spiders to speak of at all, though of course this was only his system, not his world. He chided himself. There was no way that he would have returned to his world. Seeing Zoe's weak, inferior body was enough proof that the Mirror Bell dungeon had moved. But still, hope is foolish by definition. No wonder he never lost it while listening to that Black Star voice. He stroked a chain idly between thumb and forefinger. The childish presence was gone from his mind, replaced by that feeling of the Crimson Armada. Another thing lost and left behind. He patted at his side where his lost rib regrew with the itching intensity of vitality. If only he could regrow friends. It was a shame to leave Oriz behind, but the others could rot. He started walking, idly. There was nowhere to go, but if this was a newly incorporated world, then it was effectively his. There would be nothing as powerful as him on the surface for some time. He walked through the trees and breathed, and expanded his senses.
willpower and insight dancing out to embrace the floating island and everything it held. Growing up in the system, he never knew what it was, but having left and now returned, it felt like a dusty scabbard, and his mind was the sheath. Was the system happy that one of its weapons had returned? There was no greeting, and a laugh rumbled from his chest. "Again I return," he broke out in spontaneous poetry. "Not to mine, but to a home. A new world for me, and me alone." "How droll," said a woman, and he could hear her rolling her eyes in his tone. He started, spinning so fast that his chains lashed through the weak trees. Who dared sneak up on him? If it was an inhabitant of this world, another Zoe, then they would quickly learn the nature of their new king. But how could someone like Zoe sneak up on someone like him? His eyes burned yellow as he gazed about the gloomy forest. Where were they hiding? "Show yourself," his willpower flexed out, sweeping through the trees like a comb. "Bow down before me, and I shall spare you." His willpower shattered, and the woman laughed. "Who are you to give orders?" He inhaled, ready to shout, despite the niggling fear, when she appeared in front of him, a woman in skin-tight red armor made up of interlocking jeweled pieces. He stepped back as his blood ran cold. His willpower passed over her as though she were not there, but he felt as though he were looking up at a mountain. Who was this woman? "I am Trinch," he growled, "Prince of the curling mountain shores." She tapped a clawed finger against her jeweled chin. "The Trinch I remember had yellowed fur and no chains. He also favored a form that was less—" she gestured up and down Trinch's body, "grotesquely muscled." Trinch snarled, and the lice scurrying through his bared fangs. Did she know the truth of his backstory? Or was she just pretending? His snarl became a smile as he realized it didn't matter. There was only one person this could be, or rather, one affiliation she could have. "You work for Rue the Bladed Forest, don't you?" She stopped tapping her chin and straightened. "I work with Rue." "Part of his cohort," Trinch shrugged, "incorporating a virgin world into the nightmare meat grinder of the Crimson Armada system." Heretical words. "Live in another system for a few centuries and tell me how you feel." "I don't think I will." "No, you wouldn't. Pets enjoy their leash, don't they?" Intent crackled through the air as she focused her willpower upon him. His blood bubbled in his veins. He was an inch away from death. But he laughed. "You cannot harm me. By the rules of your system, no member of a cohort can interfere directly with a new planet within the first year of its incorporation. Or have the rules changed while I was away?" The bubbling stopped. Blood flowed languidly through his veins. Around him, the glooming shadows deepened.
"He's got you there, Lorilla." A faceless woman slunk out from the shadows and drew them around her like a cape until all the glade was bathed in the stark, hallucinogenic light of the skies.
"Whatever will we do?"
Lorilla, as the jeweled woman was called, floated up from the ground until she hovered above the trees.
"We can't interact with the denizens of the new world, you say? But you are not of that world. Look at you, stained by the energies and influence of an alien system. You are an incursion. And we are within our rights to deal with an incursion." His blood boiled, but Trinch stilled it with a quick flush of his willpower. "You think I'm afraid of you? I am level 99. I am a god amongst mortals. Not even Rue himself could kill me." Hash, hash, hash. Rue, as he sat in his cylindrical chamber and watched Zoe on the screen of blood, heard the challenge over Morn's plucking, as a god must hear all challenges. He should let it go. He should...
but his mood was sour as the next beer he would brew, and pride is ever ready to be pricked. "Rue?" Glassick asked where she sat beside him. He did not see the worry on her face, did not hear the tremble in her voice, did not know her at all as his face darkened and he reached out into the air.
All the world has one neck. Hash, hash, hash. Trench pointed at the floating woman and her shadowy counterpart. A yellow-nailed finger stabbed through the air as his chains flexed and crashed through the undergrowth. "I'll take you both on at once, and then maybe I'll get Rue's." A hand squeezed his throat. He grabbed, but there was nothing to grab, only pressure. It squeezed, and his bones creaked. Air, sweet air, stopped flowing into his lungs. The pressure built behind his eyes. He was level 99. He could hold his breath for months, but right now it felt as though he had no levels at all. Lorilla floated down, leering at him through the crimson glass of her helm. "You are level 99, but you have no mountains, no peaks to your power, and so you are like a babe in the woods compared—" She fell. Grasped at her throat. The shadowy woman sank to her knees. Her ear-to-ear smile dipped into a horrific grimace as she gurgled. "Rue!" Hash, hash, hash. All across the shattered world of the new Earth, humans choked. Nobody could explain it. The pressure, the fear. Humans stumbled to their knees, woke up in the middle of the night, collapsed, and wept as their airflow ceased under the controlling grip of an alien god. Hash, hash, hash. Morn stood, his scarecrow limbs withered and creaking, and raised his lute over his head. He felt the grip around his throat, but he stopped breathing after he climbed the mountain of death 500 years ago. He swung the lute down against Rue's head. The ancient wooden instrument shattered with a mournful twang. Rue twitched and stared at him with eyes of dull steel. No burning rage, just the implacability of an iron maiden. Morn held Rue's stare until, with no fanfare or acknowledgement, Rue blinked and released his technique. Glassick gasped for air. She edged away from Rue, faded into translucency, and vanished with a pop. Morn shook his head, but Rue raised a finger before he could speak. "Don't," Rue said. "The rules. Don't lecture me. Not now." "Why all the production, Rue?" Morn bent down with a creak and gathered his broken lute. "Why go to all this effort if you just want to die?" Rue sat for a moment as he watched the red screen above them. His fingers twitched. "Because it is what I want." "You want to drag us all down into a hell of your own making?" Rue smiled. "I didn't make this hell, old man. If you can't see that, you can't see anything." Morn stiffened and stared, but Rue ignored him. The air trembled, and Rue sat alone, watching the screen of blood and its view of the Mirabelle dungeon. Hash, hash, hash. Trench gasped for air as the technique vanished. Spots boomed across his vision. He stood, swayed, as though drunk. What was that? What kind of power was that? He shuddered with a fear he couldn't control. His willpower flushed through him, but it did nothing to remove the terror. Only when his chains wrapped around his bulging arms, his thighs, his ribs, did he feel the gentle caress that told him everything would be all right. He nodded to the chains and thanked them as they helped him stand. Only a fool believed that any one system was perfect, that any one system held all the answers. He might not have any mountains, but he had 10,000 chains. The Black Star system was not weak. It lost the war because of its nature, because of the vast resources of the Crimson Armada.
But when it came to a small-scale battle, the power of friendship was not one to be underestimated. The two women crawled toward each other. He felt no bubbling in his blood, and he noted the shadows leaching back to their rightful places. The women lay distracted.
It would be dishonorable to attack them.
Trinch grinned and charged. His chains lashed out like the fangs of a hydra as his bestial roar split the air.
Chapter 89. You're a mean one, Mr. Trinch.
With a single step, Trinch crossed the glade. The armored woman crawled on all fours, distracted by the pressure around her throat, weak despite the magical jewels draped across her body. Chains wrapped around Trinch's body, binding him in a dark armor of his own. The chains moved with him, coated him, moved him, the metallic links serving as muscle fibers. Trinch kicked her in the stomach.
His boot of chains crashed into her jewelry.
Air cracked from the impact. Leaves shredded from the trees as the woman, Lorilla, flew into the air. His chains shot up, looped around her, and dragged her back down. The crunch of her armor against his chain-wrapped knee stretched his grin from ear to ear. Trinch spun, flinging her away into the trees. His chains outstretched like whiskers and searched for the other one. The one draped in shadows. She was crawling. Where could she?
The ground fell out beneath him.
Darkness swallowed him, just like the shafts of darkness in purgatory. His heart rate spiked despite the comfort swathing of chains. The sense of futility returned. How many times had he leaped for the safety of this dimension? How many times had he tried to make his way back home? Every time he leveled up. Every time he gained a new chain by sucking up to the Black Star system. None of it was enough to launch him up those wells of despair. And now...
He was home, but they wanted to kill him.
Why was the universe out to get him? Why was life so cruel? The darkness leaked into his body. He scrunched up his eyes against the sting of hot tears. Why did he feel like this? This wasn't him. This wasn't Trinch the Magnificent. A sense of hollow smugness as, around him, the darkness smiled. Trinch snarled as he fell through the nowhere space. It was all a dirty trick. Greasy black peel.
Skein flooded his skin. It puffed up, becoming spongy, until skein oozed from his pores like crude oil. It swelled, darkening, until it split. From his forehead to his navel, his skin sloughed away, and with it, he discarded the grasp of the shadowy technique. In an instant, he knelt in the glade under the sky of dark gold and glittering plum. His chains heaved and retracted from their flailing. Trees shattered, leaking sap of red and yellow in long, bloody rivers. He stood and stepped out from the blackened skin puddled around his feet. No sign of the women, no sense of them, no trace. But they were there as certainly as the promise of dawn. Hiding like scum. His lungs were bellows, his heart a fierce hammer. Stoke and pound, glow the forge of his rage. These women relied on tricks, but they thought they could stomp him. Him, the thief of winter joy? He would show them tricks. Skein flowed through his smile and out into the air. The glade twisted under his influence, under his magnanimity, as his skein drew the attention of all living things. The bugs hiding in the bark, the scurrying animals hiding in the dirt, even the trees themselves turning toward him. And then the two pairs of eyes of the women he fought. There. His chain speared forth and punched through the thick bole of a tree, struck flesh.
The impact ran up his chains like a ripple of living pleasure. There was an intake of breath, and then sweet, hot blood poured forth. It ran down his chains, dripping, steaming. "Had enough?" Trinch called out. "Surrender, and I'll show you my mercy."
Laughter was their response, loud and mocking.
His technique shattered as the woman's power soared, pulsed as though the world were a beating heart and she gripped it in her fist. The blood continued flowing down his chains, dripping onto the ground, faster, pooling in the glade, spreading and covering every inch of grass and dirt. "You know," said Lorilla between her giggles, "I really needed to let off some steam." Hash, hash, hash. Zoe ignored the pain in her leg as the clock ticked down. 59 seconds. She sighed. The mirror-bell fragments were heavy in her hands. Her hunger ached in her palms, itching to incorporate the precious, deadly essence. Fragments like this first sent her down the path she remained shackled to, the path that, out of all the infinite paths, was now hers. She breathed as the clock counted down inside her mind, each second stripped away by the hideous whispers of the Mubilashi seed, suspended in the rotting brain flesh above her. She gripped the fragments tight. Her friends would not make it in time. It was getting too close to the wire. She refused to let the countdown reach 0, refused to let the Mubilashi seed escape. If it slipped free of its shackles, it would kill them all. She remembered that much from the magnifying glass. No matter how much she wished to forget, the screams, the silence, the teeth, the eyes, the devouring, watching darkness of the Mubilashi, the maw that witnesses and knows only joy in desecration. "You can still free me." The smile returned as the creature sagged ever lower. Its shackles of pink and whorled flesh didn't loosen, but its body drooped like warm licorice from the ceiling. She felt the offer like a warm gas creeping over her skin. It wanted freedom, and she could unlock the keys. The certainty of knowledge, like the direction of gravity. But would it really give her a boon? She remembered it calling itself an orphan soul. Was that too a lie? Or a fraction of a truth? She didn't know what a Mubilashi was. She only knew of their danger. From what Bella said, the gambler needed to release Mubilashi to activate the apocalypse-level weapon quest. The Maelstrom Mubilashi set. Could she trust something so world-ending? And what would the price of such power be? Because if there was one thing she had learned, it was the cost of her actions. Think of the power. "I will not free you." The pain of her shattered leg caused a waver in her otherwise determined words. "You can wait." Not long now. The brain flesh surrounding Zoe sizzled and hissed. Pockmarks burst and hollowed out. Light flooded the gigantic cranium. "Zoe!" Bella stood on the shelf of bone where Oris's sword strike severed the skull. That same alien swordmaster swung over her shoulders. The rune blade pointed forth, and its caustic aura cut a path through dead gray matter. Silver orbs flashed into the space, glinting. "Anton's almost here," she said as she leaped down. "Hurry and incorporate the fragments." They made it faster than she expected. Hope surged. But the portal would still open. Bella landed beside her with a grin as a pale-faced Anton followed. "If we go to the other dimension," Bella panted lightly, "then we go through together, yeah?" Zoe met her eyes, met Anton's silver gaze, and nodded. She released her hunger. "Level up. You are now level 28. Please select an element to incorporate. Blood. Vitality +4. Bone, earth, blood. Vitality +8. Fragment of the Mirabelle.
Sound, metal, faith. Dexterity -1, might +7, vitality +4, willpower +7, insight -1. Lodestone title applied. 18 seconds. She selected the fragment of the Mirabelle. 2 fragments for the 2 levels gained by defeating the boss. The shards of metal unraveled in her hand. Threads of burning white and slender steel flowed toward her. The faith fell short, as her body path prevented her from incorporating it. But the sound and metal flowed into her. She shuddered as gunk oozed from her nostrils, her ears, her eyes. Essence forcing itself into her and forcing out impurities.
Reality twisted and buckled and screamed, a gaping maw as the fabric of things stretched and gnashed. Toothless black jaws opened wide. A portal of darkness expanded out and surrounded the 3 humans. Besides the smell of decaying brains, there was no sign of the dungeon. Zoe shivered with the memory of passing between worlds, and then chains burst from the dark. They clanged as they reached out, grasping, tentacles of ghostly metal. Anton and Bella flinched back instinctively, but there was nowhere to go. Zoe's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't known what a Black Star incursion would look like from this dimension. Faced with the might of that alien system, all she felt was fear. Chains lashed toward her. Hands gripped hers. She squeezed back, and her chain unraveled from her leg. She gasped as her broken bones shifted, but then her chain reached out and brushed against the incoming storm of metal. It coiled around another chain, and they embraced. For a heartbeat, everything stilled, and then her locket glowed. "Hello, Zoe. It's so good to see you again. Really, really, really good. I missed you so much. Thanks for taking care of my chain for me." The voice invaded her mind like an overexcited child. Something groaned inside the structure of her brain as 2 systems pressed upon her with their combined weight. Blood replaced the gunk flowing from her nostrils and eyes. She wanted to scream, but she could not move. "Your friend really missed you as well." The chains retreated and the darkness slid away. Bright light flooded them from a featureless sky, the crashing sound of waves against a shore of sand and shells. A man sat on a rock, dragged close to the shore. Cross-legged, his skin like dark wood under purgatory's flat light, with a long line dangling from his fingers and leading to the iron waves. Ghoul waved through the portal. "Hello," he said with a tone of mild surprise. "Are you coming back?" ###. Trench ran through the trees, literally, when he couldn't find a path between the thick vegetation. His lungs heaved against broken ribs. He clutched at the bloody wound that wouldn't stop gushing, the severed stump of his right arm. Where did it all go wrong? His attacks had been precise, swift, and merciless. He knew he was strong, and with the boost of the Black Star system, nobody at his level should be able to resist him. Could Crimson Armada Mountains provide that much of a boost? Could it be that all his time training in that other dimension was wasted? When Lorilla burst out from behind the tree, she took immediate control of the fight's momentum. Before he could enter a defensive stance, she appeared in front of him. Her attacks moved through the air in impossible patterns. His insight failed to keep track of the fluid punches, the blade-handed strikes that crushed his ribs and sent his blood spiking out in geysers. He tried to move, but shadows sucked at his feet. He sank lower, and Lorilla grabbed his arm and heaved. The tearing sound haunted him, wet and visceral in his ear, the crunch of bone and gristle snapping. With his, he escaped the Shadow Woman's trap, and a blast from gave him the opening he needed to flee.
His swift strides brought him to the edge of the floating island. Hallucinogenic sky stretched out before him, and there, another island floated below. It was only a few thousand feet. He leaped down.
Wind whistled past him. Cold rush.
A familiar feeling. The island below was more forest, though it seemed bathed in wintry snow. A small metallic structure glinted amongst the trees near a town. More islands floated in the distance. Once he hit the island, he would leap away. He would escape these pursuing women. This would not be the end of...
Lorilla appeared in the air beside him,
falling at his pace as she drew back her hand. Trinch snarled, out of rage or fear he did not know. His chains lashed toward her eyes, and her open hand struck his cheek, and Trinch exploded.
Hash, hash, hash. The corpse of Trinch lay smeared across the ground. Chunks of green-furred flesh lay sizzling amidst the ruins of the trees in a wide circle of devastation and gore. Blood pooled, sizzled, and steamed in the central crater. Organs, eyes, and bones all stabbed into the ground. Split apart by the impact, but too high level to shatter when they hit the ground. The Shadow Woman crouched amidst the devastation and poked at a piece of Trinch's furry green ass. You really tore him up, Lorilla.
Wasn't this excessive? The beautiful Lorilla strode around, her helmet tucked under her arm. Do you know how much it will cost me to repair this armor? Don't wear it then. Lorilla sniffed. You wouldn't understand with the way you walk around naked. They continued talking, bickering, until the Shadow Woman brought up the important question. Do we leave the corpse here, or eradicate the island? Lorilla sighed. Eradicating the island is outside our codes. Honestly, do you read them at all? No, don't answer. The Black Star chains are gone, and that's the important part. We'll leave the corpse behind. She paused, scanning the world with her mountains of blood, mind, and searing soul, and a smile crept across her full, luscious lips. This is now the most powerful magical resource on the planet. Not for long, but for now.
The shadow kicked away the butt and wiped her finger on a miraculously unsoiled leaf.
Then let's go back. I feel my buzz wearing off. Lorilla sighed. You have a problem. But the Shadow Woman was gone, and a moment later, Lorilla followed into the void. A streak of darkness, a streak of blood, racing up toward the twinkling red satellite in the sky.
Silence fell upon the grove, and amid the blood-spattered foliage, a silver-gray insect rubbed its antenna with joy. It was not a louse, not a termite, though it looked a little like both. A being of skein made flesh. The last desperate grasp for life by Trinch. Others joined the first. More and more insects, until a silver-gray horde trickled into the dark of the forest, away from the shattered corpse. Chapter 90. Milk and Honey.
The warbling call of a leathery gull came through the bright portal, loud and clear, as though Zoe were before an open window looking out onto the beach. The shoreline curved away in a sickle. Ghoul sat cross-legged on a smooth rock with a smile on his face as white and bright as the sand surrounding him. He wore baggy pants of sewn leaves, but no shirt. The dark wooden skin of his chest shone like bronze in the flat light.
Hello again. His voice rich and smooth and flush with health.
Hello, Ghoul, she said, wincing at the pain in her leg. His smile fell at her expression. You're in trouble, he set his fishing rod aside. Can I help? Dungeon collapse, postponed. Stand by. I think the trouble's over. He nodded. Then you want to come fishing? I've built quite a large beach shack. It could fit all of you. Hello, all of you.
Zoe grinned despite herself as she introduced Ghoul to Anton and Bella.
No matter everything that was happening, it was good to see Ghoul again. Was that the influence of the Black Star System's locket? Or was the locket quantifying such friendship?
Ding! Tee! You two should have a play date.
The Black Star's answer was no answer at all. But then lockets glowed. The weight around Zoe's neck grew heavy, full, like a ripening fruit. Ghoul adjusted his posture against the growing pressure around his neck.
How about it? He said. Fishing?
I'm combing purgatory for imprisoned survivors. The bastards transformed one into a fish, but I should catch him soon, he grinned. You could help me.
Zoe made to brush off the offer, but she paused. She could do that. Travel back to purgatory, to the Black Star System, and stay there. That boss fight had been harrowing. Was it something she wanted to go through again? And again? But just as fast as the thought came, it vanished. She shook her head. I have to fight from my world. I knew you'd say that. He reached down into the pocket of his baggy fish-skin pants and pulled out a parcel wrapped in jade that flowed like silk. Here, don't open this in the dungeon. With an underarm, he tossed it through the portal, and Zoe caught it with surprise. There was a surprising heft to the package, though it was no larger than a ham sandwich. Her stomach rumbled despite the moment. When was the last time she ate? What is this? She asked. A gift from a friend. Good luck, Zoe. I'll speak to you soon. The portal winked out. Ding! Oh no, he's gone. Whatever will you... I'm still here. Yay! Now we can play forever! Zoe grimaced at the shrill voice of the Black Star System. Bella gripped her shoulders and spoke, but the pounding in Zoe's temple drowned out all sound. Her head split as both systems sounded in her mind. Tee! Assessing performance. You're going to be my favorite, I can already tell. Time drooled as the Crimson Armada system hijacked her brain to crunch the numbers of her memory. Murdered. 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 Alive. Mubilashi seed. Alive. Loot. Acquired. Rooms cleared. 6 out of 7. Dungeon pillar. Destroyed. Quest status. Resolved. Grade B. Initiating. Ending. What does that mean? Bella asked. I think we're finally done, Anton responded. At least, I hope we're done. Zoe looked around the room of rotting brains. The Mubilashi winked at her with a stark white eye the size of its face. You should have freed me when you had the chance, Zoe Chambers. I wish you luck. May you live to regret your choices. Bella threw a fragment of bone at the suspended figure. Shut up! The fragment touched the nebula skin of the Mubilashi seed and vanished. What is that thing talking about? Bella asked with a shudder. I don't know, Zoe said. I think... It would have been nice to devour you cell by cell, alas. The Mubilashi seed's sigh passed through them like grains of static. And then the Crimson Armada spoke with a clarion of jubilation. Congratulations! You have cleared the Mirror Bell dungeon. Transitioning... And the world fell out from under them, like a trap door into a void between voids. Hash, hash, hash. Zoe lay back in the spa. Hot water ate away at her aches and pains. Flowers and oils floated on the top, steaming aromatically, and colored the water lily-white like strained milk. The herbs, the essences, woven into the water, moved through her body. An itch like a dull vibration, not painful, nothing was painful, moved through the shattered bones in her leg. She sank back. Water rose her neck, her chin. It should have been scalding, near boiling as it was,
but her might-enhanced body, her vitality-enhanced body, allowed her to enjoy the temperature.
Her ears dipped below the surface. A sound like pop rocks as the fractures in her bones clicked back together into a seamless whole. Only her face and breasts remained in the air, and with a deep breath, she submerged both. Floating in a boiling womb, milk around her, and the taste of honey on her tongue. A flutter of moth wings across her heart as she spun. The spa extended out, smooth terracotta-tiled walls growing to give her as much room as she needed. A space not restricted by space.
As though she floated, healed, inside a dream, which was not too far off. She kicked to the surface, gasped as the steamy air touched cool upon her flushed cheeks, and leaned on the edge of the spa. Zazatha handed her a cut crystal glass of some amber alcohol that tasted like weak honeycomb bourbon. She swished the ice around and listened to the clinking with slight disbelief before drinking. The little moan that escaped her lips was beyond her control. Her friends were nearby, but she felt no need to disturb them. Bella floated in her pool, while a white-uniformed attendant, not Zazatha, wiped down her rune blade with oils. Skeen fluctuated around the sword as it crooned with pleasure. On the other side of the room, Anton lay face down on a massage table. He groaned as a heavy-set woman kneaded his back like an overworked baker. "So," she began her question as Zazatha topped up her glass, "why exactly were you trying to kill us?" Zazatha grimaced, his pained expression out of place on his soft, scholarly face. He sat back in his wooden chair and set the decanter on the table beside him. "You see all this?" He gestured to the upper floor of the bathhouse, with its glass ceiling fogged by steam and the tall windows along the wall letting in fat slants of light. "And you hear the bustle of the town beyond?" "I see, I hear. This was all underwater, though?" "From the perspective of the space and time we occupy, it will be underwater in the future," he sighed. "This is what I fought for. To protect this bustling town, this decadence, I'll admit it, but also this beauty, and this love of beauty. It was a beautiful town before they ruined it. Before I ruined it, I suppose." "My master Oris mentioned your story. You sounded like the villain." Again that grimace, as though he were chewing a lemon. "That's all that's left after the Crimson Armada turns you into a dungeon. Stories, words, echoes. No town, no people, nothing. All of it wrapped up around a wound between dimensions like a band-aid, like a gag." He sighed. "If I sound bitter, I am." "It's been thousands of years. Haven't you come to terms with it?" "We only get to experience this normality when adventurers clear the dungeon. Most fail." He turned as a door swung open, and an attendant pushed in a long, wheeled table. "Ah, lunch is served. This way?" ###. Zoe spread the dungeon fruit preserve on a cracker and took another bite. Sweet and tangy, like how you imagine smoking a cigarette might be as a child. She took another bite. She sat alone at the table, picking at the various preparations of dungeon fruit. There were pies, tarts, sliced, fresh, or grilled, and even a salsa with salty chips. Underneath a domed metal lid sat mirror-dial steaks, sausages, and a boat of white gravy. There was no need for the food to replenish her skein. She felt as though she breathed it, bathed in it, and dripped it onto the tiles. It was all full, all around her. She was a drop in a deep well. Zazatha approached the table with a rolled paper under one arm. "I have your prize." Zoe eyed the paper. What was it? Some kind of magical scroll? A list? But she set those questions aside as she gestured at the opulent space of steam and sunlight
and terracotta tiles.
How long can we stay here?
Zazatha's eyebrows rose up his slender gray forehead.
I'm pleased you like my past.
Most adventurers only stay to heal and receive their prize. They're usually quite interested in returning to their homes and bragging of victory. When the people aren't real, he gestured wryly to himself and the other attendants, the joy lacks charm, or so I have been told. Zoe snorted. My world was just integrated. I don't even know if I have a home to return to, let alone how I would get there if it did. He nodded. Sounds like the Crimson Armada hasn't changed. Do you know what year it is out there? I have no idea what answer would satisfy that question. Water splashed onto the floor as Bella hauled herself from her spa. A sloppy grin hung from her face as she weaved her way between the pools sunken into the floor. She gripped a near-empty crystal decanter of fuchsia wine. Did I hear someone say prize? She sat in the chair opposite Zoe. Hey, Anton, you want to see the prize?
Later, Anton said into the cushion of the massage table.
At some point, while Zoe was eating, the masseuse lost her shirt. She ground her elbow deep into Anton's calves, and he moaned shamelessly. Just us girls, then, Bella said with a wink. You're drunk, Zoe said. I know, right? It took long enough. You think they have Bloody Marys in here? We don't have everything, Zazatha said with a touch of melancholy. Only what we had in our lives.
It doesn't matter,
Zoe said awkwardly. What is the prize? Zazatha cleared part of the table so he could unroll the scroll. The material was thick, more like leather than paper, and when fully unrolled it was almost 6 feet long. Zoe stood to get a better view. She gasped. Is this what I think it is? Zazatha smiled, a complicated expression torn between pride and shame. This is my life's work and the reason for my sorry existence. This is my crime against the system. The blueprints for the Mirabelle. ###.
Anton's silver eyes floated up and down the blueprint as he committed every inch to memory. Equations, diagrams, lists of ingredients, notations of skein. A complex work of math that none of them had seen before. While he scanned, Zoe and Bella pointed at various sections, comparing the notes to their own experiences handling skein. Zazatha stood back, his hands clasped behind his back, waiting. Finally, Anton's eyes blinked out. I don't understand half of this, he shook his head. It's too complicated. I feel like I'm looking at the blueprints of the atomic bomb. But you memorized it? Zoe asked him. I could draw it blindfolded. Good, she sighed as she turned back to Zazatha. What's the catch? If the system locked you up for creating this item, why can we have the designs? Zazatha shrugged, the expression too human on the alien body. You defeated me and mine, and so I, by the authority enforced by the Crimson Armada, deem you worthy. They did not lock me up for my creation, but for my actions, for my beliefs. Maybe you will do better. That is the system's goal, at least. Zoe looked down at the blueprint. Sickness rose in her guts as flashes of comprehension flitted through her brain. She couldn't believe she had incorporated the fragments. She hadn't known, but no wonder everyone who did looked at her as though she were mad. She caught Bella's look, the same as hers. With a guilty start, Zoe remembered she wasn't the only one with this complicated essence stitched into her soul. I think I understand the idea of it, Zoe said. But what exactly does it do? Zazatha smiled. All scientist, all glee. He snapped his fingers. An unholy item that strips control of the Crimson Armada system wherever it tolls. Zoe's eyes widened. It takes away the system? Zazatha nodded as his grin sharpened and became crueler, like the smirk of the old fighter who threw Zoe into the shaft of darkness. It's how I took control of the town, he said. When someone loses the system, when they lose their skein, even the highest-level adventurer is only so much meat. Zoe stared back down at the blueprints. A cold and glorious plan unfolded behind her eyes. With a weapon like this, a lowly mortal could kill a god. Chapter 91. We are all children under the thumb of heaven. The polyp fell through the atmosphere of shattered earth with the grace of a maggot falling from a hanged corpse. Several stories tall, pale as bone, it burned as the atmosphere rejected its presence. White flesh burned. The layer of armored fat bubbled. A nimbus of cornflower fire erupted as the polyp sizzled its way through the sky. Inside the mass of undiluted flesh, a spark awoke. Two gods flashed past, one a slink of shadows, and the other a ghost of blood. They were familiar, but the polyp barely noticed them as it fell. Fast, so fast, too fast. Motion arrested, the pill-shaped entity drifted down the last few thousand feet toward its destination with the grace of a butterfly. The island beneath grew as it approached, a floating rocky outcrop with a forested cap. Winter dominated one half, snow and ice coating the leafy trees. For the leaves to remain, the cold must be unnatural. The polyp rotated and observed. The cold came from the spawning of ice mantises. A 17-winged mantis ruled them as queen. She would be a powerful enemy for the polyp's children. All the better for them to test themselves. Was this its thought? Or that of the polyp mother that harbored it before its seeding? Too early to tell, but never too early to question. The polyp turned its attention outward as it drifted down and settled itself in the center of the small town. Burned buildings surrounded it, charred wood and blackened bricks. Devastation, as though a liquid flame washed away all trace of life. No, not all life. The polyp shed its burned outer layers. The bubbling fat and skin sloughed away and revealed the polyp's true shape, a hunched child of gold, as tall as the second-story balconies of the surrounding buildings. The spark expanded as air inflated lungs, as the light of the shifting sky touched soft, metallic skin. The polyp huddled, for it could not move, not yet, not without a mayor, not even to open its eyes. It breathed. It could not move, but it could still grow. Liquid thought surged, uncurled inside its body, and tendrils of thought flesh extended out from the soles of its feet. They burst down into the heat-cracked concrete, deep into the earth for hundreds of feet, before the polyp expended its small reservoir of energy. But its nostrils flared as it expanded its spiritual senses and sought to identify the town's inhabitants. 82 souls lay scattered about, waiting for the fear to end. Survivors from the breaking of their world. Its children, waiting for death as monsters crawled through the ruins, seeking the fresh blood, the living skein. His children, these humans, cowered in the ruins of the town. No, 2 towns, stitched together by the reshaping of the world. The architecture clashed, and this would bring a clash of societies. The polyp filed away this information for later use. A winter wind brushed against the polyp's shoulders. The ice mantis were expanding their territory. They wanted the island. Already they were nesting in abandoned buildings, taking the houses of people for themselves, and birthing new drones. Anger crackled through the polyp. Without the golden light of the safe zone, these people had become prey. Its children were in danger. This could not continue. The tendrils of sinuous spirit drew energy up from the great carrier keeping the island aloft. Skein and understanding flowed into the polyp, and its heart thundered in its chest for the first time. Blood flowed.
slow like sludge, but it flowed. A trembling raced through the polyp's nerves as it prepared to speak. Fear? No. Excitement. Attention all souls! Your safe zone is gone, and without it, you have suffered. But now, I am here. Come to me, and join your forces with mine. I shall protect you, for you are my children. The polyp squeezed its connection to the system and, Mayoral quest. If you are level 10 or higher, approach me and receive my blessing. Together we shall bring glory to our town. The polyp smiled as it huddled and waited. Soon, all would be right. ###. The three humans cut into their Miradile steaks as Zazatha poured gravy where they wanted. He was as polite as any high-class butler. Whether that was genuine or a part of the dungeon's compulsion, Zoe couldn't be sure. The longer she stayed, the more artificial the place seemed. She had thought, briefly, ridiculously, of remaining in the relaxation area forever, but now she almost physically itched to leave. Her freedom beckoned, and she wanted it. She also wanted to check up on Oriz, who was apparently somewhere between the dungeon and the outside world. Safe, for now, but still unconscious. Zoe wasn't worried, but Zazatha set down the gravy and took up the decanter. He spoke as he replenished their drinks. It all started in the Church of the Mirabelle, though it was just a shack far outside this town back then. Nobody knew about it, and so it was a perfect base of operations. The ruler of my town, sadness passed across his face. I can't remember the name. The ruler was an arrogant monster, a high-leveled bastard who took control of everyone and everything and treated it like his personal playground. There was nothing anyone could do. Nobody in my town had crossed the threshold of level 50, and the mayor was near level 99. I worked at the school, but when I and some of the other educated people in town spoke out against the mayor's indulgences, well, we fled the wrath and flames to the outskirts of the town, to the countryside. We had been citizens, but now we were rebels. We couldn't let him treat our history, our people, with such disregard. It took years of scrabbling in the wilds, gathering resources, and suffering the injustices of that monster before I finally completed the bell. And with the bell, cruelty flashed across his face like lightning. We destroyed that man and made of his family a pile of ashes. Satisfaction warmed his face. Zoe continued chewing her steak. It tasted more like chicken than anything else, but the gravy was nice with a hint of green peppercorns. The flavor distracted her from the pointless cruelty of Zazatha's story. She couldn't trust him, of course not. And from his story, it sounded as though the conflict had been more ideological than anything else. To wipe out a family for the sins of one man. She swallowed. It was ancient history, not even the history of her world, and it was not the past that concerned her, but the future. I don't understand why the system let you build the bell and use the bell, but then turned you into a dungeon. You said you're from a new world, so let me ask you, what do you think the system is? Anton spoke first. It's a domain, a territory, and Earth is a part of it. Bella shook her head. No, it's people. We've met the gambler and the smith. We're just toys for them. I think of the system as a system, Zoe said slowly. Don't roll your eyes. I mean that it's not just a person or a place, but a way of doing things. A pattern of events that we're all caught up in, like a never-ending avalanche. Zazatha swirled a glass of his own, but he did not drink. Zoe hadn't seen him eat or drink at all since he first appeared in the bathhouse. Perhaps he couldn't? What a pitiful existence. You are all correct in your fashions, Anton most of all. All systems are living reality. They are thought made flesh. Where they spread, like a virus, like radiation, contaminating space, they enforce and encode their souls, their way of doing things. They remain as people, as personalities, but they are also spaces, places, and rules. Above and beyond all else, they are rules. Living gears replicating themselves until the entire universe is but a machine they both are and control. Do you understand? A gloom fell upon them as the three humans nodded. Heavy clouds crossed over the otherwise clear sky. A white-clothed attendant hurried about the walls, lighting sconces in the wall, as the skylight dimmed to uselessness. "It can't be all doom and gloom," Bella said slowly. "In the gambler's game, he mentioned Earth had a god. Does that mean we already had a system of our own?" "You went on his show?" Zazatha wryly shook his head. "I must believe you are new to the system. Otherwise you must be mad to speak so casually of meeting the gambler." "How—" Bella sipped her drink, tried to smile, and sipped again. "How bad is he?" "He is arbitrary doom," Zazatha said with all seriousness. "Some say he is not bad at all. For example, is a tossed coin bad?" Zoe flinched at his words. "It depends," she said. "What is wagered?" Exactly right. What is wagered? The gambler cares not, or rather, the wager itself is what drives him. The Crimson Armada is too large, too spread out, for everything to be calculated to the precision demanded by the smith. Across the distances of space, there must be an allowance for randomness, and that is the role, and burden, and joy of the gambler. But how can you make an ally, a god, of someone as willing to watch you die as watch you succeed? How do you look a tossed coin in the eye? Have you met the gambler, then? Only once. Pain and distance stole his words. When they turned me into the dungeon. For a moment, silence, broken only by the gentle lapping of bathwater and the scratch of Anton's knife against his plate. "But to answer your question," Zazatha said, "all the universe has some kind of system, but not all of them are powerful enough to dictate the lives of their users, like the Crimson Armada." "So the system is a machine," Anton said as he swallowed and cut again. "Then the mirror bell is like a magnet?" Zazatha frowned at the analogy. "If the machine ran on electricity, then yes, that is a perfect example. The sound of the mirror bell is anathema to the Crimson Armada system. It nullifies the frequency of skein, rendering it useless. The mirrored aspect then reflects system attention away from the influenced area and prevents the system from reactivating the skein. Since skein is the building block of the Crimson Armada system, this removes any system enhancement that comes from levels. It removes the ability to harness techniques and body paths. "But body path abilities don't use skein," Zoe said. "No, they don't use your skein. They rely on the skein of the system." "What about mountains? I don't understand them, but the system gave me a quest to climb the mountain of faith." Zazatha's eyes widened slightly. "Mountains grant a significant boost to your power. Each one effectively multiplies your level by a factor of 5. To climb the peak of a mountain requires a great understanding of the concept, in your case, faith. But there are also trials on your way to the top. The mayor of my town had no mountain, and so I cannot speak to the mirror bell's effectiveness against them, but—" He paused, gaze growing distant as he calculated something. "It should work. What good is understanding if the user has no access to skein?" Everything Zazatha said only made Zoe want to ask another question, but she pushed her plate forward instead. The itch of discomfort was only growing. It was time to leave.
We have the blueprint, but what else do we need to build the mirror bell? Zazatha nodded, as though he sensed her motives.
When you build, a quest will form and detail what you need. I warn you, though, in an undertaking such as this, not everything will be apparent or orderly. The crafting and even gathering of resources will depend more on your ability to understand the concepts of the mirror bell rather than simply follow instructions. He paused, as though weighing something. You only received a B-, and so your quest to build the mirror bell will be less helpful. But I can give you a different instruction, though it truly pains me to say it.
Already the walls were growing foggy, as though the dungeon sensed Zoe's readiness to leave and was accommodating her wishes.
Yes?
Don't rely on the mirror bell, Zoe started.
What do you mean? Zazatha looked at the walls and sighed.
Our time grows short. He met Zoe with a piercing gaze, and Zoe shuddered under the pressure of one who defied the system. All dungeons contain secrets, forbidden techniques, great weapons. One is never enough. Mine is not enough. I don't know this Rue you wish to destroy, but he will have monstrous techniques and secrets of his own. You must conquer other dungeons, take their spoils, and combine them with your own projects. Only by creating something new can you be sure it cannot be countered by something old. Zoe nodded. Her friend stood beside her. They exchanged a glance before she turned back to Zazatha.
Thank you, and I'm sorry.
Anton nodded as he scooped up as much of the decadently prepared dungeon fruit pies as he could carry. Yeah, Bella added. The system did you dirty. Zazatha shrugged, though the pain in his eyes belied the carefree gesture. I had it coming. The dungeon rolled away into a great cloud of fog. For a blissful moment, Zoe floated upon clouds of steam and sunlight and the liquid ambrosia of amber alcohol. But in a blink, it vanished, as all things do. Chilled air embraced her. She stood upon a snow-swept hill, surrounded by winter-coated pines. Chapter 92. Light as fresh-fallen snow. Ben ran a hand through his luscious blonde locks. His hair kept growing faster since he selected his body path. At some point, he would master the quirk, but for now, he just got frequent haircuts. There were only 2 weeks left of the tutorial. Then it would be day 30, and they would release the survivors into the outside world. Released as servants of the Crimson Armada. The woman at his side sighed and leaned against him. He didn't know her name or care. Ever since he reached level 20, such sycophants surrounded him constantly. It was only appropriate.
Do you think they'll place us at the same outpost? She asked him with a flutter of her eyelashes.
He couldn't help but focus on the slight asymmetry of her face. With a few hours and a knife, he could have made her perfect. Alas, how times change. I hope so, he replied charmingly. She tittered and said something inane. It was strange that this woman, who was stronger than any human before her, could be so utterly dull. They turned back to the screens that captured everyone's attention. The large room was like a cinema, though spread out, and organic in a way he couldn't define or enjoy. People packed the stands, the hallways between the chairs, all watching the descent of the polyps and the establishment of the outposts. Once free of the tutorial, Ben shivered with anticipation. Their first duty was to claim these outposts in the name of Rue's cohort. He rubbed at his neck as he recalled that feeling of overwhelming domination. Such cold power, so merciless. Another shiver raced down his spine as he hooked his arm around the woman at his side. "Why don't we go somewhere more private?" he whispered into her ear. He grinned as she tittered and nodded and led him away. It might be dull,
now that he had a position in the vanguard of the warriors, with Mr. Biggs backing him and his own power securing his placement. But that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy himself. Really, it was a perfect reason to enjoy himself. The conversation might be empty and her face asymmetrical, but at least she was strong. Another tingle around his throat. Maybe he would ask her to choke him.
Hash, hash, hash. How does one celebrate freedom?
Even more simply, how does one acknowledge the lack of shackles? Shackles of the mind, of the body, of reality. Zoe fell to her knees in the snow and wept. It hit her again and again like the hammer of the smith. She was out.
Oris lay beside her, as though asleep.
No longer bleeding rainbow from her pores, merely slumped in repose, her chest rising, gently falling. Zoe spared only a moment to sweep her eyes over with concern before the jubilation of her friends distracted her. Bella screamed obscenities at the swirling heavens of green and blue and pink. Her sword outstretched like an exclamation point as she yelled herself hoarse. She shook the blade as though she were ready to stab the heavens and bathe in the bloody rain. A feeling Zoe understood with every fiber of her being. And Anton. Anton stared down at his empty hands with mute shock, with betrayal. They took my pies.
Zoe blinked and laughed, rolling in the crisp snow as her sides ached from laughter.
But not just laughter. She was hungry. So hungry, it hurt. She frowned in the snow. That didn't make sense. They had all just been eating a feast. The taste of Miradile steak slipped down her throat, melting like sugar. But did it ever reach her stomach? Or just her mind? The food wasn't real, Anton said bitterly. None of the food we ate was real.
Rage contorted his face as he bent and reached into the snow. He pulled out a rock the size of a bowling ball and hurled it at the cliff face behind them. The rock raced through the air and shattered against the large pattern of mirrored pieces without causing the slightest damage.
You feel better?
Zoe asked. Anton shoved his hands into his pockets.
I'm hungry,
he grumbled as his poker face slid back into place. His short-sleeved shirt, the pattern stained and faded, was not suitable for the cold weather, and neither were the tattered remains of Bella's shirt and jeans. Zoe felt comfortable in her fish-skin suit and with her enhanced vitality.
Are either of you cold?
No. Anton frowned at the question with the simplicity of someone who never left the desert. Bella grinned and ran her hands through the snow.
Maybe it's a little chilly? If I squeeze the snow, that is. But I think we're fine.
Wow, who knew leveling up would have actual real-life benefits? They all laughed, and it felt good. Better than anything Zoe remembered feeling since that morning with the empty safe and the crashing down of her world. Congratulations on exiting the Mirror Bell dungeon. Bonus points are withheld during a dungeon, awarding bonus points. Now Zoe felt the cold. It ran down her skull, down her spine, tingling and trickling like a cracked egg. She shivered. Zoe grinned. With this, she could shore up some of her imbalances.
Well, that's a pleasant surprise, she said. I almost forgot about...
The system was not done whispering. Fools rush in, where angels fear to tread.
Hard work begets hard work. Suffering begets suffering.
A choice begets choices. Know that the path you walk down will never, can never, end. Even death is but a fork in the road. For your efforts, for your bravery, for your foolishness, we grant you the greatest gift of all, a second chance. Each person with the title has gained a limited time loop. You have 12 charges of 5 Earth minutes. Upon activation, you will travel 5 minutes back in time with knowledge retained of the future. These charges cannot be replenished. Congratulations, Zoe, Bella, Anton, and Joel. Silence drifted across the hilltop like flakes of heavy snow. They had just been granted a godlike power. But Zoe only felt emptiness. So, Bella broke the silence. Joel's alive. Does that mean Cassie?
Anton shook his head.
We all saw her die. And I saw her again in the lake when I was scouting. He flinched at the intensity of Zoe's stare. She was just watching me, taunting me. I don't know what she wanted or what she planned. Well, we know they're out now, somewhere out in this forest, planning who knows what. Anton nodded. And Joel, at least, has the time loop ability.
Let's hope he doesn't use it for evil.
Bella tried to laugh, tried to make a joke of things, but the icy wind blew away any humor. She sighed. What are they, exactly? Zoe shrugged. Sometimes when I'm incorporating, I get a prompt to quit, to reject the system. I think they're what happens when you do. But what are they? I couldn't tell you.
Her chain coiled around her arm.
She had almost forgotten the ghostly metal, the way it sunk into her flesh as though almost a tattoo, almost a shadow, almost a forgotten memory, until it spoke. They aren't friends, Zoe smiled. Couldn't have said it better myself. Bella frowned. Said what? Oh? Zoe raised an eyebrow. You can't hear that? Anton shook his head. You going crazy, boss? Crazier than this crazy world, I mean? Zoe tapped the chain. It seems the Black Star system has lingered beyond the incursion. So if you hear me muttering to myself, I'm not crazy, just talking to the voice in my head. Sure thing. Bella gave her an annoyingly exaggerated wink. Zoe returned her grin, bent down and scooped up some snow. With her enhanced might, the snowball sped like a bullet and caned Bella in the head. The grinning blonde woman spun off her feet and into a snowdrift. She groaned. But before Zoe could feel any remorse, several snowballs shot out toward her and Anton. Anton dodged with effortless grace, bent down, and scooped up a ball himself. A smile broke through his poker face. And then the free-for-all began.
Hash, hash, hash.
They lay on their backs, inside the imprints of angels. 3 fools on the outside of a dungeon, underneath a roiling sky. So, what's the plan, boss? Bella said with a yawn. What time was it? Hard to say. The only sign was the countdown for the gambler's next show. Countdown for magnifying glass appearance. 1 day, 23 hours, 46 minutes. Just under 2 days until he dragged them back into his hell. What should they do until then? Her stomach rumbled. I'm starving, she said. We all are, said Anton. Zoe stood, brushed off the snow, and gazed off the edge of the hillside. Pines stretched out away from them for a dozen or so miles before they ended abruptly in a glistening green sky. That would be the edge of the island. From this position, it appeared the hill was near the center and the woods surrounded it, but not entirely. A town occupied a full third of the island. It had seemed smaller when they first crashed the plane, but Zoe supposed that could have been because of the lack of light. If all the electricity around the world died, then it made sense the town was powerless when they landed. She wondered where the town came from. Was it an island from the Pacific ripped up into the sky, or did it come from elsewhere? She supposed there was only one way to find out. So food, she said to get everyone's attention. Instead of camping in the woods, building a stick fort and hunting squirrels, I think we should go toward the town. Anton snorted. Obviously.
What about the monsters in the woods?
Bella asked. There was no fear in her voice, only concern. She tapped her rune blade against her cheek and watched the trees as though listening to something.
The giant praying mantis chased us into the dungeon the first time.
Zoe shuddered at the memory. She did not know how powerful that thing had been, not compared to everything she had faced since, but back then it could have torn her in half like tissue paper.
She didn't want to. No. She looked down at her hands. They were still, open, unclenched. She smiled.
The snow-coated pines held shadows and secrets within. All manner of beasts might lurk, might wait, ready to tear her limb from limb. But she was not who she once was. Not a little girl. Not quite a mortal being. She clenched her fist and felt a thrill of skein rush through her. There was power in her body. Enough power to defy the monsters in the woods, to defy the gods in the sky. Maybe, with luck and determination, she would have enough power to defy the system itself. Something whispered at the back of those thoughts, an echo of an echo. Not displeasure, not approval, merely acknowledgement. She grinned.
I don't care if you're watching and listening, you bastards. I'm coming for you. So either strike me down or get ready to die.
A slight wind howled across the rocky hilltop and blew up a flurry of snow. Then the wind passed. Zoe hoisted oars over her shoulders and took her first steps toward the town below them. Her first steps toward the future of her choosing. And her friends followed. ###. Stop steps. Name: Zoe Chambers. Level: 28. Body: the bell at the center of the world. Rank 2. Progress 8 out of 10. Attributes: Might, 79, plus 6. Vitality, 32. Dexterity, 25, plus 1. Willpower, 78, plus 6. Insight, 33, plus 1. Skein, 246 over 246, plus 14. Chains, 1. Free points, 26. Titles: Intrepid, Lodestone, Fool's Rush In, 12 over 12. Questbreaker, Glutton, True Believer, The Magnifying Glass. Techniques: Our hearts toll as one. The self reflects the world. Mind's eye incision. Rue looked over Zoe's stats again. Not bad for only a couple of weeks in the system. Already her techniques were creating an unusual build, something between a surgeon and a spy master. He was excited to see what she would do next. She said she was coming for him, and he welcomed her challenge. The road to his level was grueling, but he did not doubt her. In his mind, she had already earned a place in the upcoming Tournament of Champions. But did she have what it took to grant him a glorious death? Or would she be just one more mess of blood frozen between the stars? He sat alone in his dark chamber and smiled. For the first time in centuries, true bloodlust stirred his heart. He could hardly wait for her to grow.